We are back live once again here on the Cowboys Report. I am Tom Downey, producer AP, behind the scenes on today's show. I had to bump back the start time a little bit because the Cowboys are not re-signing but reuniting with outside linebacker, defensive end, it's edge rusher, Tyrus Wheat. It's going to be a one-year deal. Vet minimum base salary, $100K signing bonus, some per-game incentives as well. So around 1.7 in the end. Very cheap contract. A little bit more than what I thought it was going to be in the end. But grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F. You guys can let me know in the comments section of today's show. A, B, C, D, or F. We would all feel better about all the moves the Cowboys have made if they were to just have a linebacker on this roster. Like this is almost not impactful. Like this is not a day 3 signing. This is supposed to be like a day 7 signing. Or you did all this other stuff. Like if you had Nakobe on this roster, I think we'd feel better today. But you don't have a linebacker, and that's a huge glaring hole on this team. And you need another corner, and probably another like actually good edge rusher. And until you have those things, you're not complete on defense. So grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. And we will get to some super chats here. Nate says Dallas Cowboys can't not take that gamble. I assume this is on Maxx Crosby, would be my guess, because it's not Tyrus Wheat related there. Look, I will talk a lot on Maxx Crosby. I think we'll get plenty of super chats on Maxx Crosby today. That trade is canceled in kind of wild last night. It's just unbelievable. Because it went from the Cowboys are still interested to, and that was like from NFL Network, and David Moore mentioned it. And then Jane and Rossini and Todd and Nick and Dallas Winners, they're all like, actually, no, they're not in. And it does sound like at least a factor in that was the presence of Dr. Dan Cooper, who is the Cowboys team doctor, but also does a lot of other stuff around the NFL. He did Mahomes' surgery. He did Malik Neighbors' surgery. He does other consulting stuff. It's not like it's just Cowboys for him. Like there are 2 doctors that do like everything when it comes to knees. Let me get that up here. Dan Cooper is one of them. The other one is Dr. Neil Elatrash, who is the team doctor of the Rams. So like the Rams are also intricately involved in this whole thing of what the status is. It's not actually that unusual to like, especially this level of investment, to have multiple doctors take a peek at it. But I would actually assume that when it was like, hey, Cowboys not interested, I would assume they talk with their team doctor about, like, hey, what did you see on the physical side of things? Like I think it'd be malpractice from the Cowboys not to. Could they revisit later on? Sure, but I don't think it's an accident that team doctor is involved, because results and Cowboys go from, yeah, they probably missed it, to actually, no, they're not. I don't think that's an accident at all. Rome Wolf Gaming, would you rather have Fred Warner or Maxx Crosby? With the way this team is built right now, give me Fred Warner. I will say, in general, I would be pretty damned stunned if Fred Warner were actually available. The contractual side of it, I'll pull it up right now here, is extremely, extremely cost prohibitive from the Niners' perspective. There is a option bonus that's due for Fred Warner this year. Let me pull it up. It's $21 million that the new team would end up owing. He's about to, which you would have to pay, but that's an option bonus, so it's spread out over multiple years. His cap hit this year, if you trade for him, would be something along the lines of $500,000. Call that 2. It's like less than 7, like super cheap. But his Niners cap hit, because of the signing bonus stuff, is $17.8 million. If the Niners trade him, that new cap hit is $31 million. So unless they think that foot is completely effed, which he was about to come back for a playoff run, I don't think that's the case. Yes, I would do a Fred Warner heartbeat. I don't see how he's remotely available. I've talked with Chase on this, and like he and I are in agreement. It would be like a top 5 brain dead move by the Niners ever. Like, it would be so stupid for them to trade him. Like, it doesn't make any sense for them. Like, they should go get Trey Greenlaw back, and they still want to keep Fred Warner. that's my mindset there. So, Byron Genevieve, like the song says, let them cook. Look, they were cooking with Jalen Thompson, and then the stove got turned off, and they don't know how to turn it back on, essentially. Like, it's been the Jalen Thompson was their biggest free agent signing in a decade. That is awesome. I give them credit for that. That's better. Better doesn't mean good enough. They did not bust the budget. They expanded it, but they've been pretty damn quiet beyond that. Super Chat menu on today's show. $5 is 2 mini helmet raffle entries. $10 is 6 mini helmet raffle entries. We are going to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle today as well at What Going Downey if you want in to the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We'll be live until probably at least 5 p.m. Eastern time. So it's a 5-hour plus live show coming at you guys once again here. So plenty of time to do the raffles there. That's at What Going Downey. $50 is for day 3 of free agency. 3 shots. Can we get 2 of them in the next 45 minutes? I made a nice fresh batch of shotties. So 3 for 1, which is maybe a horrible idea for me, but we'll do it anyway. And if we have to stop, I'll make AP do some. $100, 3 mimosas or beer bongs on today's show. I got room for 1 RBV. I did have an energy drink this morning, so I think 1 most is what I can do there. That is the Super Chat menu on today's show. It is the 3 for 1 special. $50 on the shots for 3 of them. $100 for the mimosas or beer bongs. We will again do the mini helmet raffle. There were a bunch of entries that came in last night after we ran the raffle. So Freddie and Will and NJ Casanova and Ragnarok Hal, you guys are all in as well. Nick Moore set a $5 Super Chat. 2 entries there. My understanding is that Pickens and Aubrey can get offers now. Have they received any interest? If not, is that a good sign for the Cowboys? I think Pickens has been able to have offers. Aubrey, I think, has to wait until 4 p.m. Eastern time. For both guys, I would be really surprised if there was any real market. Because either A, you're working out something on the side, which you're not going to do for Aubrey, and it doesn't really make sense, I think, for Pickens right now. I don't think anybody's going to come in and do your work for you or make an offer so large the Cowboys wouldn't match and give up 2 first-round picks for Pickens or a second-round pick for a kicker. Like, I don't think those are going to be in the cards there. If somebody wants to do that, great. More power to you. But it's very rare you see NFL teams negotiate with restricted free agents or franchise tag players because it's expensive for them and they're just probably not going to offer. Like, they might end up matching. Like, are you gonna give Brandon Aubrey $10 million a year for a kicker? Like, no. The Giants had been linked. I think that was all leaked from Harbaugh to figure out who the leaks were in that organization. I know the Packers had allegedly been linked, but like, if Green Bay wants to give me a top 60 pick and pay Aubrey $10 million, okay, fine. Like, I'm not. That's whatever. Like, I'll take that because now I can go get my linebacker I don't have. Like, then I'll take a kicker in the 7th or undrafted free agents. You just never kick field goals anymore. That's what I do. Zach Crosby, a $5 Super Chat into the raffle as well here. The crucial 3rd and 4th sack by Quinn Williams being negated by Sam Williams lining up 5 feet offsides is going to be fantastic. I did tweet out a variation of that when no disrespect to Calvin Watkins, but Calvin was out there tweeting like, would you go get Maxx Crosby when you've also got Ezraku banged up? And like, what if they miss June and July? Like, they also should be good. I'm like, and then he also followed it up with like, yeah, you re-signed Sam Williams. Maybe he could start for you. I'm like, Calvin, stop tweeting. Like, you're making it worse. Like, Sam Williams starting is not a good idea. Like, I was over that experiment midway through last year. After the Panthers game when it was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, he just like, we're entering year 5 now, and the guy can't follow the assignments right. Like, it annoys me that this organization is like, we want instinctual football players. We want smart guys. And you can always have a little bit of room for like some guys that aren't the smartest or aren't the most impactful. Like, you want to have you can have the freak athletes that you got to coach up. That's fine. You can't have all guys like that. But like, you just keep doing the Sam Williams experiment. He's got 9 personal fouls and 9.5 career sacks. Like, be serious. I think he does fit fine in the defense. I think the fit stuff is mostly overblown outside of a few players one way or the other. But like, can we not bank on Sam Williams' high-end impact in 2026? Like, we've done that before and it didn't work. We're also on version 4 of this coach will be different. Like, how many coaches do you want? Like, just can't keep doing that. Joshua Castillo, a $2 super chat. Trade for Maxx, first round pick, 20, and a third round pick. Look, if the medical stuff is real, which I don't know if it is, the Ravens have tried to push out, yes, it is, but like, whether it's the Raiders or other NFL teams are like, nah, they just got cold feet. Which, by the way, like, if the cold feet plan was like just to give Trey Hendrickson the exact same contract they're going to pay Maxx Crosby, basically, I honestly don't understand that. Like, that, he got what he was asking for, and I think more than what he was going to settle for. So, like, why? Like, I don't know if I fully buy the conspiracy theory element on that front there. But like, look, if the chaos is real on the Crosby side, I'm kind of not doing the first round pick in 20. Like, the medical I will accept as a valid explanation for not being involved. We don't know truly what it is. But if they want to get up there and leak, hey, we like Rashawn Gary, cool, it's fine, and Sam Williams, get out of here. Like, be serious. Like, you can do Gary and Crosby, and I don't have to take an edge. But I do think the price is different now. Like, I don't think your offer should be the same. Now, the issue is you've got no day 2 pick and no day 3 pick. So, and if the Raiders are like not taking less than 2 ones, then I wonder if in the end this whole Maxx Crosby saga just ends up being, let's ride with what we have and let's just run it back and see what happens. Day TV, what's a trade package for Fred Warner where Dallas sits at now? Again, I have extreme doubts that Fred Warner is available. It doesn't make sense for San Francisco. Like, trading away the best linebacker, as far as I'm concerned, in the NFL, losing like 13 or 17, whatever it is, $13 million of salary cap space for Osa and change. Like, I just don't get that. Like, unless they, for some reason, are like panicked over his injury, which, like, he was going to come back for the playoff run, in which case, like, why are you interested then? Like, why are you paying that? It's like, then that's the Crosby conversation all over again in the way. So, like, I would love Fred Warner, but that just screams wild pipe dream with not a lot of realistic juice behind it. Jeff Gagne, is that Eric's cousin, brother? Shoddy like Okereke, we just accept C.J. Allen at 20. I do wonder what the medical is for C.J. Allen. There's been a little bit of buzz on that, and he had the meniscus surgery last year. Just very curious to see how it all plays out on that front. I would do it. I'll say, and the reason why I wasn't really ever buying the Reek Woolen buzz beyond the fact that Jane says they were evaluating him in the middle of the process, in case you're not in on period, which I was right about. I think they're taking a corner in round 1. Like, I think I would be pretty surprised, or the board fell the worst way possible, if they don't take a corner at 12 or 20 or trade down in round 1. Like, I think that is their plan, and borderline McClay and Parker are going to work together and pick somebody. I think they would love Delane if he's there. If not, trade down and, someone like a Colton Hood. Like, I think they're taking a corner at some point in round 1. But I also want an edge, and they want a linebacker. Like, they can't – let's go to the depth chart here. They can't trot out this edge room as is. Like, you have to get somebody else. Like, somebody – by the way, not somebody else, somebody good. I think in reality – they are a lot higher on the Rashawn Gary impact than I think average person is going to be right now. But like James Houston, Leafau, Williams, Land, Wheat, those are rotational players at best. And I think like mid to low end rotational players. I think there's going to be a lot of competition for what's probably 5 or 6 spots there on the depth chart. But you can't just run it back with Ezeraku coming off hip surgery, Rashawn Gary coming off a bad second half of the season. It's James Houston, Leafau, Williams, and Wheat. Like, you have to go get another impact edge, not to mention linebacker, and that's where Bobby Okereke comes in. Now, he wasn't that great this year, but if we had the top available linebackers, right? The top available linebacker room in free agency is horrible. Like, we are picked over. It is in a bad spot. Bobby Okereke is probably one of the best ones available. Levante David is out there. He's old. Dre Greenlaw's got big medical concerns. Jane said they were out on him, but, like, I'd like to get that one. Like, he would be a short-term solution for you. Bobby Wagner, I don't know how much more he has left in the tank there. Matt Milano he was not great last year. He's been super banged up. Is the body still functioning type of player? And then look at this second line of groups. You've got, I was going to say something very inappropriate about that third name in there. Satan right there at age 27, which is like actually kind of mean, but like that did not work last year. You cannot run it back. Akeem Davis-Gaither was like a third or fourth linebacker. Landon Roberts, he's 31. Denzel Perryman can thump the run for you, but he's also 33. Like, it's old, bad, or hurt. Like, that's your options at linebacker. That's why the more we know is upset. I will say, Jalen Thompson, I do think does move the needle for you. I think they think Rashawn Gary is going to move the needle for you. Whether or not we agree with that, it's fine. But you also needed somebody at linebacker. And I would have liked another impact defensive piece up front. Whether it's nickel corner or whatever, like, or edge even too. But like I think we would all feel a lot better about this team if they'd won the Nakobe Dean sweepstakes. Like, if they were able to land Devin Lloyd, I think we would all feel better about that. By the way, I don't anticipate the Raiders losing any of those guys. I made the comment, whatever day it was, they were under budget. Now they've met their budget with Maxx Crosby coming back in the fold. Like, they still actually have cap space available to spend. They're probably not going to very much, but they're fine on that front. Colton Meadows, a $5 super chat. Get you into the raffle here. AP says it's a great question. Scenario, you have to take either Colton Hood or Jamad McCoy in the first. What are the pros and cons of both? So I think the biggest pro, we'll start with Jamad McCoy, who has been generally viewed as, the top available player or top corner of these two Tennessee guys. Never played together. Biggest pros here are he was really good in 2024. Like, that Bama game, oh boy, he was dealing. He doesn't miss very many tackles. He's had plenty of big-time impacts in the past. 6 interceptions in the course of his career. The downside, I think he's got press man ability for you. The downside is tore his ACL in January of 2025. We have seen Ezekiel Elliott play for the Cowboys more recently than we have seen Jamad McCoy play football. Be a little crabby at times. I had written down in my notes pre-combine, I've started my draft notes in progress here. Combine will matter more than mostly how he has recovered. There had been some buzz he could have played in the College Football Playoff had Tennessee made it. Well, he didn't do anything. So now you are 13 months removed. We're about to be 14 months removed, essentially. 15 if he doesn't do anything in his pro day in March. We haven't seen Jamad McCoy play football on the field, period. Like, he would have been in play at 12 for you had he come out, done all the stuff that they want him to, ran the 4.4s like I think he has the speed to do, looked good in the drills. He'd be in play for you at 12. Now, can he be in play for you at 20? Like, you can't afford, with this team is built right now, you can't afford a redshirt guy. And until we know anything about Jamad McCoy, that he's in the possibility of a redshirt guy. Colton Hood, meanwhile, this was the NFL.com comp. I liked it, by the way. Carlton Davis play style. Hood's smaller, but he's an outside corner. He's got press man ability. He is a very good run defender relative for corners there. Big breakout season for Tennessee, by the way. Had a bunch of pass breakups. He's also bounced around over the course of his career. Auburn didn't play that much. Colorado, Tennessee. A little bit up and down at the Senior Bowl. I thought he might test crazy good. Just tested good at the pro day. Don't love him in off-man coverage. Hasn't done it all that much. I think teams will want to figure out why'd you transfer 3 times. That's a lot still. Now, used to be 3 teams in 3 years, teams would be like out on you. In the modern day college football, it's not nearly as impactful there. I don't like him at 12. Depending on how the board falls, I do think he'd be in play at 20. He's a top 4 corner for me. I do think Avion Terrell would be a nice fit for you potentially in the nickel spot as well. Byron Joe David, a $5 super chat here. Let's get that in. Bang, bang. I don't care what anyone says. Raiders wanted 2 firsts Pickens for Crosby. I don't think they wanted Pickens, by the way. I think they wanted 2. They wanted 2 firsts and a players. Had the Cowboys offered 12 and 20, they would have been able to get Maxx Crosby. I had that offer come through the Cowboys sheet, that would have been a done deal. Cowboys did not do it. Now, would we be in the exact same spot today had that deal gone down and they get him in for the medical checks and they go, oh, wait a minute, something's up here? Maybe. Maybe not. It's kind of impossible to know. So you could have had Maxx Crosby if you wanted him. Cowboys passed. They moved on to other additions. They could still go bust the budget if they wanted to. Maybe the entire league is scared off of everything, and the price has definitely changed from what teams should be offering because all these teams pivoted. You know, the Bears pivoted to an extent. The Rams, the other stuff. The Jags, I don't know what the hell their offer would have been, but they mostly pivoted. So I don't think that one's gonna happen here. So Pug Racer, Tom, call Jerry and tell him to sign Crosby, please. Well, you have to trade for him, and if the reports are right that the Cowboys have some medical concerns post, check-in, that's fine. If their argument is we got Sam Williams and Rashawn Gary, we're good, I don't understand what they're doing. It doesn't make any sense to me. They weren't going to get in Hendrickson at his cost in the end either, which no one was going to give Trey what he got from the Ravens until the Ravens had to, pivot off that or pivot to it, which would be, frankly, weird to me in the end. Jay Gonzo here. Jay Gons, excuse me. All right, if we sign Pickens to a long-term deal and structure Quinnen, how much cap space will that free up, and what would you do with it? Quinnen would save you 14. Pickens probably saves you something similar, by the way, somewhere in that ballpark, 14 to 15, depending on what the exact details are. So I think that's $28 million. The problem is kind of a little bit too late. Let's go to top free agents, AP. You can go trade for Maxx Crosby if you want to go down that path. I don't feel like the Cowboys are going to pursue that path right now. I think there's a real scenario where the Raiders just kind of sit on this until the draft or after the draft or trade deadline or next offseason. And at that point, especially next year, if the first-round pick becomes available, once that becomes available, Cowboys going to have interest there. Guys who are out there, 4 offensive players. Bradley Chubb maybe? That would help out at your edge room. Then you're probably set, and you can just pray to God to get a nickel and a linebacker in the draft. Joey Bosa's out there. Bobby Okereke is out there. A couple safeties that are good. Brisker, Hawkins, Byard, but you've signed 2 safeties already. I think you're pretty much set there unless you can get one of those guys to play nickel or put Thompson there full-time. I'd have interest in Dre Greenlaw, but the busting of the budget, They did go beyond the budget. They expanded it for Jalen Thompson. If they had signed a Kobe Dean, it had been their 2 biggest moves in, I can't remember how long, probably pre-Brandon Carr for any 2 individual moves, but they didn't. They missed on the linebackers. The linebackers are now really picked over, and you're just trying to figure out what the heck you do next. So I don't have a lot of great options available right now. It's kind of go get Okereke. I don't think the Dolphins would trade Jordan Brooks, but this is where you got to be the ones calling. At some point, you have to decide, you know what? F it. Let's go do something. Like you kind of did with Pickens in the end. But they always seem to be more willing to overpay for trades than they are for anything else. Kevin, thoughts on Dylan Thieneman, Allen, or Terrell at 20? At 12, I don't think Thieneman and Terrell are really going to be in play for you. I think it has to be Thieneman or Terrell, and then C.J. Allen. Now, Allen's medical checks out. I'm in on him. I think he is highly instinctual. If you want to do some combination of if you think Thieneman can play nickel, Thieneman and Terrell, or Thieneman or Terrell, and Allen or Rodriguez at this point, because he's not going to get to you on the 4th round. 0% chance of that happening now. Shit, man, if you get pick 50, he might not get there for you. You would fill your 2 biggest needs, but you're also banking that the rest of the world also knows you need those 2 things and that you don't get sniped. It's always a threat for you. Pug Racer, if we don't get Crosby, who do we draft at 12/20? top 3 names at 12, and then I'll mention a bunch of names at 20. If Downs is there, you still take him, and he's your nickel corner. If Delane is there, you take him, and him or maybe Bland or Thompson can play nickel for you too. I think Ruben Bain could be in play for you at 12 if he is the guy that ends up sliding down to that range, which I think is possible. And then you can have some fun with him as like an edge and can reduce inside a little bit, and you add to that room in a pretty impactful way. There's no chance Reese is there, I think, at this point. I'd be pretty stunned if Bailey ends up getting there to you. 20 is like, okay, is Thieneman there somehow if you don't get a corner earlier? CJ Allen and those guys could be like, F it, we're picked over. Take that guy at 12 spot. Avion Terrell, Colton Hood could make some sense there. Insert your favorite undersized edge rusher. Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas. Not undersized, but Akeem Mesidor if the medical checks out there. Maybe Rodriguez ends up being in play for you at 20 just because of the sheer desperation, and he's been a huge draft riser here. But my issue is I need an edge, a linebacker, and a corner, and I've got 2 top 100 picks. It's not possible for me to fill all of those needs. It's just not. Jason Wheels Phillips. Now I would like Styles. Hi everyone. I should put him in there if he's there for you. Absolutely. I don't really think he's going to get there to you. I think there's almost a better chance that he's gone to the top 4 picks than that he gets to you at 12. Now, it's the draft. Crazy stuff happens. I could totally see a scenario in which the Cowboys just the Giants go in a different direction. The Commanders added a linebacker. Would he get past the Bengals? Like the Bengals at 10 are like all of your dream scenarios. I think it goes for Bain, Downs, Delane, and Styles. If those guys are there and they're the only one left, why wouldn't the Bengals take them? You know? Nick Morissette, a $10 super chat. That's 6 entries for you today. Thank you very much, Nick. There we go. We need the green dot so bad with ties to the coach. If wiped out at 12, I take CJ Allen as of now. Am I crashing out? I get most of my Cowboys rap from you. You're the man. Happy signing day, gang. Appreciate that, Nick. Thank you very much, my friend. Cheers to you. I think Allen, if the medical checks out, is a good wipeout pick. I like Allen a lot. He didn't play great the final 3 games. He tore his meniscus, came back at 12 days later or something after surgery, which is insane. That guy's football smart, man. Like you get him up on the whiteboard, I think he's gonna blow everybody away. Like, put it in perspective, Georgia, kind of looked at the combine. It wasn't so much he was, being the signal caller. He was the friggin' play caller. Like, he would just pick the plays that they would run. Like, he's like, let's do this. And the DC's like, cool, you got it, bud. Like, I think, carried that defense in a way that you don't normally see players do. So, I think, if you want the instinctual player, CJ Allen is that guy. I think it's a lot to put a green dot responsibility on a first-year player. There will be ups and downs. Do not get me wrong on that. It's not an ideal scenario for me. I'd like to have a veteran and a CJ Allen, but that race might have been run in the end. Pug Racer, will the NFL punish the Ravens or not? No. The trade's not agreed to. Like, they can't do it. The trade's only agreed to. They didn't sign anything. It's not finalized. There's nothing you can do. It's just, now, is there going to be negative fallout from the Ravens? Absolutely. Ravens fans got mad at me for saying it. But if I were the Raiders, I'm going to be a petty vindictive X. And I'm not trading with you. Or if I do, you have a tax. An extreme tax. You're getting tariffed. Like, you come calling on draft night, like, hey, can we trade up in the second round? You go, what's your offer? Add a second. Bye. Like, you're just like, I'm not. That's happened before. Look at the Jets and the Cowboys. The Jets were real mad at Dallas for the Jamal Adams stuff because the Cowboys kind of leaked it, essentially, and tried to play the game and get him to Dallas. And there was a tax, and he goes to Seattle, which ended up paying more than the Cowboys would have anyway. So, there's no punishment option that's going to happen. But, I think there is going to be some negative fallout. It sounds like, and again, who knows what's real? We might never know what's real. It sounds like, although there might be some medical stuff, the rest of the NFL feels as if the Ravens just got cold feet and bailed, which, like, that's scummy, frankly. Like, that's super scummy to pull that move. So I think there is some general frustration across the NFL. Hopefully when 4 o'clock comes, there's not a lot of chaos and teams bailing on deals and trying to recover from this. The Raiders are going to honor all their deals reportedly, which they have the cap space to do it. Kind of stinks for their offense a little bit because I think they're going to spend that 14th pick on a helper for Fernando Mendoza. But nothing you can do. It is what it is. From Grimes, what's the probability Styles is there at 12 now? I don't really think it's changed. Maybe the Commanders are now less likely to take him there if he got past them at 7. Maybe like at 10, for example, the Bengals feel like, we're a little bit more likely to do that. But I do think, by the way, the Chiefs and Saints moves, the Saints adding a linebacker in Caden Ellis, adding a running back in Jeremiah Love, I think those moves were more Styles and Love. Say what? Oh, yeah, perfect. Styles and Love were not going to be there. Outside chance the Cardinals take Styles at 3. And I think that is as early as he could possibly go. I don't think Tennessee would do it, but maybe. I think they're a Jeremiah Love team. Same with the Giants at 5. And then again, we mentioned hey, if the Bengals are there at 10, like, why would they not take Sonny Styles? If he falls to you at 12, it's CeeDee Lamb all over again. Like, thank God you got crazy lucky. But I'd kind of thought going into his testing, I don't remember what show I said it on. I'd kind of thought, like, okay, I think there's a real chance that they were gonna not be in play for him in the end. He was gonna be off the board before that. I don't think that really changes. If anything, maybe the Commanders go offense now at 7, and maybe that helps you. One of your defensive players fall to you. Maybe. Mo Surge, get a chance again just to get shit on again. SMH. Doesn't sound like they're interested, so we shall see. We shall see. Hope of Dope 103C. How did we not get Chase on? It makes no sense. 1 year, $12 million deal for the Commanders to go get Kayvon Chase on. Maybe if he were $8 million, the Cowboys would have been interested in it, but I don't know. Does it sound like that is a likely? I think honestly, I know you guys don't like hearing it, but I think in the end, they are counting on a lot more out of Rashawn Gary than we are, or like we're assuming. I do think they had some interest in another edge rusher, but they didn't bust the budget. They expanded the budget, and the budget didn't come in for them. Michael Baker, a $5 super chat. There we go. Let's put that on. Bang. Yeah, we'll keep going through supers. Maybe hit some of the recent moves here as well. After Williams, then Wheat. I'm surprised you haven't crashed out on air yet. Updates on Osa being traded. Expectation today for any deals. I don't crash out over individual moves. Like if you watch the Sam Williams video, I felt like I was very unhappy. Like I was very much like, but why? Like the in a bubble, I don't have any problems with just the individual move. It's fine. I don't like the Sam Williams one. That's probably the most annoying to me, but it's $2.5 million. Does it really matter? Who knows? But the lack of a linebacker is annoying to me. But that's like that's a slow burn. Like that's like not like an instant visceral reaction of like, wow, they now don't have a linebacker. Like it's kind of just been building to that. And I am frustrated about it. I'm annoyed. I'm pissed off by it. It's dumb to not have a linebacker. Imagine if they didn't end up signing Jalen Thompson. We probably would be super mad. Like now there would still be safety, so I guess we wouldn't be crashing out there either. But like I'll crash out if they sign a shit linebacker. Like if they bring back Kenneth Murray, which I don't think is actually in the cards at all, and I will crash out. I will throw shit if that happens. So it's gonna happen. Osa, by the way, forgot on that one. No updates on the Osa. We can go back to that one, by the way. I wasn't quite done there. My bad. On the Osa side, I know Nick Harris reported the Niners had called. Get me a player at linebacker or something, or get me a top 75 pick. Because I think I can find a starter with a top 75 pick, but I also then need to go get another defensive lineman. Like, we can't, as a fan base, be like, oh, man, why did we cut Perry on Winfrey? And then go, well, we signed Otito Obonia. We should trade Osa Odighizuwa. I'm still down a defensive lineman, but I'm going to carry 5 or 6 of them. Like, I need more. Mike McCain, free agency worse than last year. I disagree. It is better than last year. They have done more. Rashawn Gary in the end, I guess, counts for that, whatever. But Jalen Thompson is their biggest free agency signing in a decade. The problem is better doesn't mean good enough. And they are not good enough in terms of what they've done this year. Grimes, will Jaden Blue step up this year? Love that, man. I hope so. The running back room is pretty much back as constructed. I know they've done some meetings with other players draft-wise with Emmett Johnson. Kind of feels like due diligence if somebody slides to them. But Javonte's back. Malik Davis is back. Lipke, Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, Izzy Abanikanda. You can walk into day one of training camp with no changes there and be fine. Like, I don't think that's problematic at all. I think they're actually in a pretty good spot in the backfield. If they find incredible value, great. But, that's not a concern for me when I look at how lack of impactful this defense is right now. Like, I still need more. Don't eat my burrito. If we do nothing else in free agency, what's our chance for a playoff run? Better, but not good enough. Like, I think you're still going to be an impact starter rotation piece away. Because going into free agency, you needed one starter at edge rusher and a high-end, I think, rotation piece. You have one of those in Rashawn Gary, so that's one spot you have left. You needed a starter at linebacker and a viable rotation piece. You have done none of those things. We'll call it 2.5 and be generous. You needed a starter at safety and probably a depth piece. You did do that. You need a nickel corner / outside corner / hybrid piece. You don't have that yet. Thompson could be of that safety. So it's 3 spots, 3.5 spots I need. I have 2 top 100 picks. The math is not mathing. Maybe the 0.5 can be my 4th rounder. But then you're trying to borrow a phrase from Jerry. You're trying to circumcise the mosquito. And that's really hard to do in the NFL draft. Rowan Wolf Gaming. I think I'm alone, but I want Francis Mourinho at 12. A, not sure he's going to be there. B, what am I doing on defense? Like, if he's the best player available, okay. What am I doing with Terrence Steele? How I just restructured and kept him. Like, it's all tricky and convoluted and complicated, and I don't necessarily love where they are at. Let's go through some recent signings. Where did we leave off last night? Probably right around here. Like last time we were live. I think we were on live for these 4. What's the next batch? Let's go there. We were signing off when Elton Jenkins happened. Elton Jenkins, guard / maybe center for the Browns, 2-year, $24 million deal. Sky Moore to the Packers on a 1-year deal. Giants got a kicker, so I think they're out on the Brandon Aubrey side of things. Kai Kroger, a punter trade. He sucked for the Saints, right?
He was quite literally the worst punter in the league last year.
Saints sniped us on Caden Ellis, 3 years, $33 million. Reek Woolen, 1-year deal up to $15 million. I think there is a chance of just a bonkers crash out for Philadelphia on the sidelines. Yeah, I think so. Reek's kind of a crazy person. Yeah, he is. Him and A.J. Brown going out if A.J.'s still there? It's a worthwhile risk for Philly. Contavious Street to the Bears. Leo Chenal off the board of the Chiefs. Again, I think he was a bit overblown. Like, I think people just like the PFF grades on him, and the athlete too. He was a part-time player in KC, but he was good as a part-time player. And then he, got paid $8 million by the Commanders. Garrett Wallow back to the 49ers. Teddy Bridgewater back to the Lions. Rock Ya-Sin back to Detroit as well. Cam Hayward got an extension from the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then right around that time, right around here, Maxx Crosby trade gets canceled. And it was chaos across the board. Johnny Munt to Philadelphia. Dallas Goedert's out there. Jordan Elliott to Tennessee as the Titans just add all of the ex-Robert Saleh and Brian Dable players, which is kind of hilarious. Patrick Ricard to the Giants as a fullback as the Giants add all the ex-Baltimore Ravens players. Grant Calcaterra back to Philadelphia as well. Logan Hall on I think it's a 2-year, like up to 8 total or 10 total. Really good deal there by Houston. He'll play defensive tackle for them. Stone Forsythe back to Carolina, I should say. Tommy Townsend, 2-year deal up to $6 million to Tennessee. Dayton Wade, I think that's an exclusive deal there, like or RFA deal, whatever it is, with the Ravens. Delshon Phillips, a linebacker, to the Chargers. Brett Toth, the offensive tackle, to the 49ers. Trey Hendrickson getting a lot more than I think what people thought he was going to end up getting, what he was in line to get before the chaos of Maxx Crosby. 4 years, 112.
Maybe
112.
More than what he thought he'd get towards the end of that process.
I think he thought he was going to settle for 20, and he
Yeah.
ends up getting closer to 27, which is nuts, man. Kayvon Chason, 1 year, $12 million deal with the Commanders. Joey Sly, kicker news. Zonovan Knight, running back news. Daniel Jones, 2 years, $88 million.
That's a bag.
Which, he was going to count 31. He gets a pay raise, and at least it's not a 4-year deal.
Yeah?
I think he's an athlete's first guy, by the way.
Daniel Jones on a 4-year deal is just like, oh, God.
Imagine doing that. Tyrus Wheat back to the Cowboys after spending last year with the Lions. They poached him with the practice squad. Or he was actually a waiver claim. KJ Britt to the Patriots. Trevis Gibson, Carolina. Brenton Cox, I think that's a re-signing for Green Bay. James Mitchell, a 1-year deal. And then most recently, Jack Stoll, a former Eagles tight end with the Saints, I think, as well for a little bit.
That's right.
Now heading to the Cleveland Browns. So would you trade for Maxx Crosby? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A lot of chaos in the last 17 hours, thereabouts.
Oh
I
my
just picked up
gosh.
Olivia with dinner, and look at my phone and go, oh, my God. Chaos there. Trade for him. Y for yes, N for no. You'd have to bring on the initial cap charge for Maxx Crosby, by the way, of $30.8 million. Then you can restructure it and bring it down to like 9 or something like that. But you have to make the cap space for that, and that's a little bit complicated. Not crazy complicated. You would probably just actually process that one, then go process Rashawn Gary. If you wanted to, again, you would be able to bail on a Rashawn Gary trade. It'd be kind of scummy, though. Like, it's not really something I think you want to do. You would just do both of them in the end. But I haven't seen any teams like actually linked to Maxx Crosby. The Raiders allegedly want to have 2 first-round picks still. The Cowboys weren't offering that in the first place. I kind of feel like this one's just going to be a long, drawn-out process. Like, I don't think this is going to be resolved quickly. He's back in the building in Las Vegas already. This just might be honestly, this is maybe this ends up being the I always joke, don't get back together with your ex. Maybe this is the as you break up at age 23, you go, hey, if no one marries us in 5 years, let's just get back together. And the timeline has been accelerated, and they're just saying, let's just get back together and we'll make it work. And then they have a kid, and they hope it doesn't fall apart for them. So I don't know. We trade for Maxx Crosby. Y for yes, N for no. I could also very much see this as he ends up just lighting the world on fire in the first half of the year, and come trade deadline time, things get crazy. I could see that being the case too. But again, then it gets complicated. It gets complicated. It's just it's a rough time, I think, for the Raiders and pretty much everybody else out there. So get those votes in. A Y for yes, N for no. Shout out to Nick, by the way, and we'll go through the menu here in a little bit too, who is in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That is at What Going Downey on Venmo to get in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Super Chat menu today. $5 is 2 mini helmet raffle entries. We will do another one at the end of today's live stream, which won't be until at least 4:30 Eastern time, somewhere in that ballpark at the absolute earliest, probably more like 5 or something. $10 is 6 mini helmet raffle entries. Again, the Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey. If you want in on that, I will throw it into the comment section, the live chat here of today's show. Oh, and then we should do merch read, by the way. We definitely forgot to hit that.
And we're still trying to get two $50 super chats before this timer runs out and we move on to our next daily goal, which I believe is Twitter followers for Tom. So if we can get two 50 bangers before that comes in, that'd be 6 shots for Tom to start things off hot.
6 shots. We're doing day 3, 3 for 1 on the shot specials. Day 3, 3 for 1 on the mimosa or beer bongs. You still have some orange juice, and we still have champagne there. So 3s on all of those shots and the beer bongs if we want to have ourselves a little fun day. Reminder, folks, the Cowboys Report gear, like the one I'm wearing right now, is now available at chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. You'll actually see all of our gear that is available, the Air Pickens shirts, the Married Into This. The T-shirts are the most popular seller right now. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. T-shirts, the Beers hats, also available. And I'm also going to give some shout-outs to anyone who has purchased in the last, 24-ish hours on that front. Some notable names here. Richard Root, Cody H. I should have done last name, sorry. Richard R., Cody H., Cedric R., Alexander F., Gary B., and Rick T. Appreciate you guys repping the Cowboys Report merchandise. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Roman Wolf Gaming. We mentioned this one on Francis Mauingoa. I have to draft for need. I have to. Look, it's kind of like you're out late at a bar one night, and it's like it's doing things in a horny fashion. Like, it ends up leading to mistakes. And that's not a thing you want to do. Like, I think that would be a concern in the end. Brett Reed, a $5 super chat. I'll riot if they waste a round 1 pick on a corner other than Delane. Either way, it's feeling bleak unless they boom trade or trading back in the draft. I think there are corners that are worth 20 or in that ballpark. I think, I haven't sorted my board yet, but I think Terrell and Hood are going to be pretty close to it. I like Chris Johnson a lot, too, out of San Diego State. I think he'd be a pretty nice fit. I don't know if he can play nickel, though, and, nickel right now. So it gets a little dicey, a little fast, and I do worry about that a lot. Mo Surge, a $5 super chat. Oh, let me get. What was it? What was the other one there? What was that last guy? That was Brett Reed. I didn't give him the raffle there. Brett Reed, bang bang. Mo Surge. There we go. Dallas is always $3 million short with free agency. Sounds like my girl, but 3 inches short with our situation. WTF, man. You would not catch me publicly admitting that. It's funny though. It's a very funny line. You can't just always look. Close doesn't mean anything. I've already seen the narrative hey, they tried, and that honestly makes it worse. I was never expecting Titans or Raiders level spending. That wasn't what they were playing with financially going into free agency. But I was expecting bare minimum a linebacker. Then they wanted a linebacker. They missed. They don't get credit. You don't get credit for shooting a shot. You get blamed for missing it. It's not like it's a desperation heave at NBA new rules where end of half shots don't count. This is a regular 3-pointer. You missed it. You can't do that. We'll go to Fuel, who's coming through with a $50 super chat. Oh, sorry, I meant the shotties are in the fridge. You can grab them for me. Fuel, one of hopefully 2 50s. We got 30 seconds left. What will you do if we get there? Okay, the tiny regular size boot, the regular size boot. Well, there's 100. Let's go. Now we're getting a little tipsy, baby. From Fuel, I'm stressing about the linebacker situation. What do you think the Cowboys should do to take them shots? I am also stressing about the linebacker situation. Honestly, just go sign Bobby Okereke, go sign Dre Greenlaw, and still try to draft somebody early. I honestly think those are the scenarios. Otherwise, there's nobody out there I think that's realistically available. And I don't want to get into I get through the draft, I have no linebackers, and I'm overpaying for an okay linebacker in the trade market. I just go sign a stopgap option. Javonte David. I don't think Bobby Wagner's that good, but I literally need somebody in this building before the draft. It can't just be, oh, we tried. We'll see what happens at the draft. I got too many needs. You can't. If your plan, spelling stuff. Let's do it. If your plan is just to say, oh, Christian Parker will save us, I'm sorry, that's a shitty plan. You can't do that. Cheers. One more. That was a big-ass spill. Fuck me. Not even drunk at all. All right. Clean that up a little bit. Cheers. It's a fresh batch and a little stronger than it normally is. Thank you, Fuel. How about Carlos Fernandez?
Let's go,
a
Carlos.
$100 super chat.
And that was a buzzer beater. It was. You had time left on the clock there, brother.
Carlos Fernandez coming through with the $100 super chat. Let's do some beer bongs here.
Come on.
You want to grab the beer bong and mimosas and stuff for me, too?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Probably grab a beer, too, because I don't know if we have quite enough champagne left. $100. Everyone spam CF in the comment section of today's show. Someone asked, am I drinking Aristocrat? It is not a sponsor. It is whatever the crappy, I guess it's not actually Russian. It's in Kentucky. I just now learned. Not a sponsor, Kamchatka. Cheap vodka, because why would I do anything other than shitty cheap stuff? That's the point of it. We're not drinking fancy vodka. It's supposed to be a punishment. So not a sponsor. Shoddy, essentially vodka mixed with a Happy Dad. We should go after Max. We are winning the Super Bowl this year. Dak is going to light it up. MVP year. I love the optimism, Carlos. I truly do. I do not share that level of optimism, but I do appreciate the hell out of it. Everyone keep on spamming CF in the comment section of today's show. We've got several beer bongs coming up here. I know. The Happy Dads, the last ones we always drink are the pineapple ones, and there's a bunch of pineapples. Because I bought another batch before we finish the pineapples, so we're going to have 6 pineapples in there.
I think we have upwards of a 12-pack just of pineapples.
No way.
No, we might.
No, at most there's 9. And that's including the unopened box. So
shout out to you, Carlos.
Oh,
you got the buzzer beater. It was just a quick little challenge. We didn't have it scheduled or anything. I was just like, Tom, the people were going crazy yesterday and the past few days in live stream, coming and showing up with us early. I'm like, how can we challenge them to do a little something here before our first actually scheduled challenge later on in the day? But, man, you guys did it. 2 $50 super chats, technically 3 with a $100 from Carlos. So we appreciate you guys starting off the show hot. Tom's got a beer bong poured up.
Mimosa bong.
A mimosa bong poured up. I'm going to get myself a Happy Dad here poured up. All right. Got ourselves going here.
Big air bubble. I'm trying to, you guys can tell, it's just the orange juice and the champagne. I can't stir it. So it ends up being this weird blend of what's the order? What's the organization? So it's fine. All right. Here we go.
Down in it. Tom Downey in it.
Excuse me. One down. Just a little bit of orange juice. Oh, I should have stirred that. I got to shake that next time.
Shaken, not stirred.
It always says low pulp or no pulp, and then I get to the end, I'm like, there's really pulp in
Cap.
there,
There's
assholes.
so much pulp every time.
Should be about even. I'm trying to balance this to finish off the champagne here.
We've got ourselves a cowboy boot here with a little Happy Dad action.
I do want to see how you handle this.
I want to see how I handle it, too. I've never drank out of a boot before, so be a first-time experience.
There we go.
Aiden Priest, 12 for 21, and Patrick Queen. Guys, if you want to trade me, that's okay. That's okay. That's fine.
Ooh.
Some movement?
No, this is NFL news. The Giants have requested approval from the finance committee for the Tisch family, Steve Tisch, who's in the files, to transfer ownership to their kids in trusts.
Wow.
So essentially, they're out.
Good.
Which good.
I'm surprised it took this long.
I will say, by the way, Jerry's not in them. I looked. I did look. I looked through the database of like, is he in
sure?
here? He's not in there. I looked. He's not. So Steven's not either.
All right.
It's not to say they've been the most faithful in their marriages, but I don't know if people know about Steven. Here we go.
All right. Well, Tom's doing that. We'll catch back up on some of these super chats here. I think the most recent one was Brett Reed talking about Monster, Delane. I'll ride if they waste a 1 pick on any corner other than Delane. Either way, it's feeling bleak unless a boom trade or trading back in the draft. Yeah, I definitely feel like that's a fair way of thinking. You kind of have, like, sputtered out with your signings here. I mean, you start off hot a little bit, at least, with Jalen Thompson and the trade for Rashawn Gary, at least filling needs. And now all of a sudden you're getting, like, Otito Obonia, you're getting Tyrus Wheat. Like, these are guys that are, like, at the end of the depth chart. So now you kind of feel like you are already pivoting, as you're saying, Brett, to the draft and to maybe even trading back. I totally get where you're feeling. And honestly, we will be on watch for a boom move today, but we don't know how likely it is. So stay tuned, stay in with us, keep on super chatting, keep on chatting in the live. But, yeah, we're feeling the same way, I think.
Here we go.
Mo Surge, $4.99 super chat saying Dallas is always $3 million short with free agency. Sounds like
we did that one already.
Sounds
we got
like
that
my
one.
girl, but 3 inches short with our situation. WTF, man. Oh, that's good. Philip Barnett, hey, Tom, what are your top 10 Dallas Cowboy player jerseys of all time?
Oh.
Players that have played for the Cowboys. That's a fun one.
I'm going to go, like, weird with it.
You got to.
Sean Lee's on there. That's one of my all-time favorite players.
Love it.
88 Dez was a good one. I always liked Miles Austin.
Okay.
19 was weird, but it worked for him. Romo is number 1 for me. Because that was my childhood, was Tony Romo, and getting heartbroken left and right by everything that happened on that team constantly, and it's all the same now because it's the exact same friggin' organization. And it annoys me to no end. Let's see what else here. I mentioned Sean Lee. Witten was a good one, too. I like that one from Dustin. That was kind of a no-brainer. Is that background right for me? Where's it supposed to be? Oh, there it is. Nice job. What else? I had a Roy Williams with the safety one. I had that one. Lee, I've never been a big jersey guy. That's just not. I've never been that. Like I've never been like my best friend has like 50 or something. Like I've never been the type of like let me get a jersey. Like I'll rock the shirts and stuff. Like instead, I was always like I'm just gonna ruin them or something, which I did kind of ruin my Romo jersey one year on Halloween in college. Like Lee and Romo and a Texas Vince Young one that's autographed are the ones that I always had. I had a Mike Vick Falcons one when I was a kid too, and then because that was like the third team, and my uncle lived in Atlanta at the time.
Okay.
And then the dog fighting stuff happened, and I don't know what happened to the jersey.
Yeah, probably best.
I don't know what happened to it. It was gone. I don't know. I think it was a let's get that out of the closet for the kid. Because I think I was in grade school at that point. So it was gone. It was gone at that point. It was funny. DeMarcus Ware's a good one. That's a good one. He was awesome. I loved him. There was a point that I loved Jalen Smith, and then it quickly went from he's awesome to I'm out on this guy. The behind the scenes stories of Jalen Smith are just like, I think we can say it. And I think we mentioned it at one point too. He like complained about his playing time before he got cut by Dallas. I'm like, what are you doing? You're not playing well enough to be able to justify that. Like, get out of here. Heard some wild stories about Alden Smith that I will never share because it's just inappropriate. Slash the That one Talking Cowboys clip with him on the show has been scrubbed from the internet. Real ones now. All right. Here we go. We're getting a little tipsy. So, if at any point between now and the NFL draft, if we get a $500 super chat, I will tell the story of how I troll baited a NFL coach on social media. I will tell the story that I learned at the Combine of how I tricked an NFL coach into falling for a troll tweet.
Did you tell me this?
It's the one I told you.
Okay.
It's the one I told you.
Okay.
He is now back as an NFL head coach. So I probably shouldn't tell the story, and I will leave a couple of the innocent victims out of it. But I will tell the story, and you guys will die at it. But I probably shouldn't tell it. So boss has said for a payment that helps settle any legal fees, we can do it. So that's the deal. But there is a current NFL head coach that I baited on Twitter with one of my troll tweets that was obviously a troll tweet. That one did happen. So let me get the Philip Barnett entry in.
You are into the raffle, our friend here, and
that is
CJ DeYoung.
That is a story I should not tell.
It'd be funny.
And I will tell someone said I'll give $500 donation. Cowboys sign somebody good. How I match you on that one? I'll tell the story. I'll tell you not just who it was, what happened, which I did not know about until this year, but it was several years ago, and it is a yes, Jason, you were in the raffle, by the way. It's honestly it's an all-timer, and at first I felt bad. I now am very proud of it.
You should be
proud of it.
It's pretty funny.
I'm proud of it. Here, I shouldn't share it, so it's you get me a little tipsy and I'll start doing deals.
$500 super chat.
Here we go.
You never know. All right, shout out to you, CJ DeYoung. Next super chat up here saying, got here late. What's up with the $50 super chat on the down?
Well, I think we did that essentially.
We did do it, but because we're actually not doing Twitter followers.
Yep.
Figure we run it
we
back.
Could still do that. How about we do Twitter followers in the next hour?
Twitter followers next hour.
Yeah,
got you.
Because we're live for it.
Yeah, but just to explain it to you, CJ,
Woo!
I just thought, hey, vibes are good. If we can get two $50 super chats from the Cowboys Report gang, we'll do something special. And that something special is this boot right here. If we can get it before the next hour, I guess Tom gives me the okay, I would do another one. But I am guaranteed doing this one right here. So shout out to you, CJ. That's what the countdown is.
All right, Matthew, $5 super chat. I'm curious how Aiden handles. It's the mini boot. It's not the giant boot.
It's not like a giant boot. It's only one happy dad.
Chugs has the giant boot, and we can have you do that maybe during the draft. If we
I think we have to. I think we have to.
AP wants to try it. So.
I want to try it. So here we go.
He did that pretty good. That was pretty good. All right. You have now been upgraded to try the Big Boot Challenge during the NFL Draft. That's during the NFL Draft only.
Let's go.
We'll give AP a shot at that one.
Let's go.
Probably day one because they got no day two picks.
Yeah.
So we just got to make sure you're not drunk in the end. I can be drunk on air. I can't have the producer drunk too. That's always the issue.
That won't be a problem. We'll be all locked in here.
Matthew, $5. I'm open to it. But what do you think if we sign Javonte David? I would still want to draft linebacker. Yes, I would still want to draft linebacker because David is a short-term solution. I do need a short-term solution right now. I know David's been a Buck lifer. He has, I thought, always been like one of the most underrated players in the NFL. I had to take in the Super Bowl run of I think Devin White is the most overrated player, and David is the most underrated player. But if you can, my God, dream scenario again, which we. Excuse me, might be past that point. If you were to get Javonte David and then draft CJ Allen, holy shit, man. That's such a good combo. Because then you don't have to put it all on CJ Allen. Still can. But David can be your signal caller. He can mentor Overshown and Allen. And then in a year, David retires, whatever. Man, that would be good. I don't know if he wants out of Tampa, but like, maybe I got some Bucks guys that I trust. I'll hit them up here in a little bit and just see like what the future looks like for Javonte David, because like he's old, he does not have a lot left in the tank, but like that is somebody that I would very much be interested in. There is a report, by the way. Okay, so this is not out of Tampa, one of the guys I trust. I just now see it. No decision on Javonte David. He's choosing between going back to Tampa or retiring. So I think he's out, which sucks because God, it'd be nice. And also, I am desperate. I am being horny for a linebacker. There's no way around it. But I'm there. Titan Center Podcast. Hi, Tom. Diehard Cowboy fan here. Been following y'all for a long time. Does Jerry not want to win? If you want to go sign any of these players, he's being cheap. Love the content. Keep it up. Once things like fully settle, I'll do a full video on it. But I am genuinely unhappy with how they have handled their contract situations. A lot of these moves contractually are the worst thing you can do. It's not making a decision. And the end result is you limit your flexibility this year, and you're also kind of still adding a little bit next year. So what I mean by that is, look, Dak, Tyler Smith, and CeeDee Lamb were literally no-brainer restructures. They got rolling guarantees. They're not going anywhere. Those are like, if you don't restructure them, I think ownership should be removed from you. Like, it's so easy. Quinnen Williams hasn't been restructured right now. I think something's going to happen there in the next 5 hours, but maybe not. You gave up a 1 and a 2 for him, and you can restructure it. It's fine, but an extension would be better. And they've done nothing yet with Big Q. Why? Osa is hanging out there in this trade rumor, no restructure. I've now heard some buzz that they wanted more leadership out of him, which stop doing this thing where you pay a player, expect them to change, like off the field. Like, that's not who they are. I don't really know what they're doing there. But they haven't restructured him yet. So, okay, you could free up more space next year if you needed to. Kenny Clark, they just kicked the can down the line. If you're so convinced he's a fit, then just extend him. Because now next year, you're actually in a worse spot with Clark, by the way. Rashawn Gary's got a big cap hit. I'm not going to count him in. They haven't done anything with him yet there. Ferguson Bland, do they have some buyer's remorse? The Bland deal I was fine with, and then he hurt his foot again twice. It's a huge concern. So that one I actually understand. But Terrence Steele, I'm actually fine with that. They didn't maximize their leverage this year, and they're not really maximizing it for next year either. They're kind of they're in the exact same spot they were coaching staff-wise last year, where they're trying to ride the fence of not really committing to a current window, but not overly sacrificing next year's window. And the end result is you're not bad, but you're not good enough. And that shit worries me. That shit worries me. Because that's how you end up winning 10 games if you're lucky, and so be it. That's all you get. Kevin, a $5 super chat into the raffle. Can we turn to Eagles fans, or turn into Eagles fans? And let's go egg the Jones boys. Permission for something at this time, what linebacker is worth getting. I did 1 year, I think it was after the Randy Gregory disaster class, which, funny enough, that was a task failed successfully for Randy Gregory because they wanted to keep him. They tried to keep him, and it fell apart. Ended up working out right for them. They were so bad it's like a really shitty movie that's so bad it's good. It's like who here has seen Thanksgiving? You ever watch Thanksgiving? Oh, dude, I think it's on YouTube. Watch Thanksgiving. So funny. It's just the budget may have been $300. It is. Thanksgiving is a hilarious movie because it's so bad it's actually good. That was the Randy Gregory thing. They handled it so badly, they actually ended up handling it right. Napoleon Dynamite's just funny. That's not so bad it's good. That's funny. I'm sure somebody in the chat has done the Thanksgiving thing. And there's still debates to this day of, like, did they change the contractual language? Like, in general, having language in your contract that you lose your guarantees if you get fined for drug testing is kind of a joke. Like, that's not be serious. Like, that's not how every NFL team does it. So that one was just a bad handling of it. But it ended up being right. They got away with it because Gregory was a disaster in Denver and quickly flamed out of the NFL. And I feel bad for the guy because he just, Gregory, he had an addiction that happens. David Irving didn't give a shit. Like, those are two different things for me. But I digress. Top free agent linebackers. Sounds like Lavonte David is bucks or bust. So I guess you can practically take him off the board. Bobby Okereke. Him and Dre Greenlaw. With Greenlaw's got injury histories. Okereke was a bit banged up at points and declined this past year. Those are the two best. Wagner's 35 years old. I don't know if he can handle coverage duties anymore, but, like, it's the best of a bad situation. Matt Milano, at one point I thought was so good. I loved him, but he has missed a bunch of time the past 3 years, and he was not good last year. It's very fair to wonder if his body has failed him. Like, it happened. Again, what's the line of, like, every tackle is the equivalent of a car crash for an NFL player? When you're a linebacker, like, you just got to go crazy. That's how it goes. And then look at this list. They already cut Logan Wilson, who has lost a step. Akeem Davis-Gaither is okay. Like, if he's your fourth linebacker, you know what? Great. He's my 2. I'm cooked. There's Satan. Landon Roberts kind of actually fits a little bit, but, like, he's on the wrong side of 30. Denzel Perryman, super old. Like, it's nothing. It's nothing in the end. Nate Snyder, a $5 super chat. Let's get you in there. Then some other moves we'll get to here in a little bit. Nothing major, but. Cowboys have a 2 to 4 year window with Dak. Be aggressive. The Gary trade does nothing. F the Packers. Go get Crosby. If you fail, oh well. Again, you can do both. They've done more than most years. Again, the bar is the floor. So, like, what does that even mean? I think they have higher expectations than Rashawn Gary. But he needs somebody else to go with Ezra Rock, who's, like, actual key parts in your edge room. You're a player short. You're a Rashawn Gary caliber player short, essentially. So I don't think it does nothing, but it doesn't do enough. Crosby and Gary, my God, you fix the edge room, right? Now there's all kinds of issues there. We'll see. I think nickel's a need. I think they have a draft-focused plan there for what it's worth. But linebacker is a gaping, glaring hole that, like, I don't want to do the mediocre players anymore. Like, I don't think Shamar James can start for you. Like, he made a bunch of tackles, great. He's 21 years old. He's got a future. Like, he's not ready for it yet. He's just not. Like, he and Overshown, if those are, like, your 2.5s, 3.5s, awesome. But, like, I need a 1. And I think Jacoby Dean would have really satisfied me. Devin Lloyd we would feel a lot better about that 2 to 4 year window that I agree is the current setup than what it is right now. Because here's what's going to happen. You're right. You have Dak for that window. Knock on wood. Hopefully he stays healthy. You'll restructure it. You'll be competitive. Whatever. You should try to maximize it. Because worst case, injuries happen. You enter a rebuild. Shit. At least you tried for once. They have not tried in that fashion yet. If he's good and they're competitive and they're close, give him a new deal, kick the can down the line, new TV contracts coming in, try again, make it a 5 or 6 or 7 year window, and then rebuild. that's fine too. What I don't want to do is what you've done every year since you lost Jimmy and Aikman and just be like, well, we're going to win 10 games and see what happens. They're good at building a 9 to 10 team each year. But that's not enough for what we want. So Nate, completely agree. Excuse me. Recent moves here, by the way. KJ Britt, Travis Gibson, Brenton Cox, James Mitchell. You know, how many of those guys do you know? 1 to 4 in the 0 to 4, I guess in the chat. Jack Stoll back to the Browns, I should say. Come back to that in a minute. Josh Uche, who I had interest in, to the Dolphins, going to be a cheap deal. When they added Sam Williams, I went, okay. He's back to the Dolphins edge rusher. Channing Tindall, Willie Gay, who's notable name at linebacker, but like also let's call him unique and leave it at that. Cade York to the Jets, 1-year deal. Josh Jones, 1-year deal to the Seahawks, and a non-1-year deal. The Colts are signing Michael Clemens to a 3-year, $17.5 million deal. Which that is their pivot off of missing out on Trey Hendrickson. I don't get that deal. Michael Clemens, like, just does not bring you anything as a pass rusher. Like, he's a negative as a pass rusher. You're paying $6 million and change, whatever it is, or I can't do math. $7 million. Hold on, I can't do math at all. Jesus Christ. Someone said he's drunk. Kinda, yeah.
$500.
Almost $6 million. I was close the first time.
Maybe.
Almost $6 million for a run-stopping defensive end. Like, that's not a good deal. Like, that's a weird year for the Colts.
Just a reminder of our Super Chat menu here on the show today. $5 gets you 2 mini helmet raffle entries. $10 gets you 6 mini helmet raffle entries. $20 gets you entered into our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Tom, what does $50 get them here? 3 shots. Come on, and 3 mimosa or beer bongs for $100 as well. And as you can see, 2 $50 Super Chats is the goal here on the bottom right corner. Don't have any company-wide goals right now for us, so we're just going to try to get 2 $50 Super Chats from the Peanut Gallery. Already got 100 from Carlos Fernandez and a 50 from Fuel5789. I don't know why YouTube does the stupid username thing. It sucks. But here's our Super Chat menu. We got plenty of catch up on as well. Hear from you guys and talk some ball, talk some Cowboys, and just keep on hanging out. So appreciate you guys.
No new entries into the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey. $20 to enter on that front. That's at What Going Downey. Nick D is low one in. I did see someone was Ricky wrong on the Hendrickson side of it. I said I think yeah. I think yeah. It was not his best cycle this time around. Which is actually had a couple misses. A couple notable misses. Maybe he got finally. Maybe they finally he said at one point I'm in danger. So maybe he knew he was getting to get outed and they leaked the wrong stuff to him. I don't know. He did pivot off of the Hendrickson of like, oh, they're out on him now after the Crosby trade. Maybe they were a sneaky team if the market didn't rise up, but like I kind of think he was. Maybe they were gonna do Hendrickson and they asked for too much and they pivoted to Gary too, and that was the case. But in the end, I think he just got that one wrong. His first real Cowboys miss, by the way, because he wasn't wrong on Diggs in the end. Well, they were mad at him. They were mad at Diggs.
Ricky tweeted last night that the Ravens were making a huge push for Trey Hendrickson.
He was right on Trey in the end. That's how it goes. Wade Kincaid into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Someone also said it. Tom would be more drunk if the Cowboys had done more. Yes. Yes.
That is
there
true.
There would be more 50s and 100s of that, I have no doubt.
That is true.
Is that best for my liver? Who's to say? We do, though, have a $5 super chat from Merjanik. Then we'll get to Dustin Bass here in a second and get things really going here. Why are people saying no to Crosby? Trip for more defense? Fun question. He won't, but if Mendoza fell to 12, you're going to give him Dak's age. Let me reframe this. On Crosby, I think that there are real medical concerns. Now, how real? I don't know. But if you pitch me on the medical is an issue, okay, I will believe you on that. Because I don't get to see the medicals. I'm not a doctor. I wouldn't even know what I'm looking at, frankly. But that's why I rely on like draft time, like people I trust of like, hey, there's medical stuff. Like, okay, I believe you. Our agreement is like, if the Cowboys had a quarterback on the board at 12 that they thought was going to be a 10 to 15 year starter, and this goes for almost every team in existence, you take that guy. There's too much value there. It's what the Packers did with Jordan Love, essentially. You take that guy. Now, Mendoza's not going to be there. You know, he had jokingly said at the combine that somebody asked him to get arrested so he could fall to their pick. He's a Raider. If you are beyond a doubt convinced Ty Simpson is a 10 to 15 year starter, Garrett Nussmeier, you should take them. I don't evaluate those guys as in that conversation, so it ends up being a moot point. But I think you do owe it to yourself as a franchise long-term, specifically at quarterback. If you are absolutely convinced that's the guy, take him and figure out the rest later. That's why you do your due diligence, as they say. There isn't a guy in the class like that. Like, there might be a guy with an upside like that. Like, maybe Taylor Green's got elite level traits, but like, that's not a lock. That is a, if we give him 2 to 3 years, can he be a top end player? Like, maybe. He also just might be the new version of Matt Jones out of Arkansas, who I did think was going to be really good. That was a fun time. All right, Dustin Bass, a $50 super chat. Let's run it. That's one of them for the two $50 super chats.
Need
Dustin,
one more.
Giving you a bunch of entries. I owe 3 shots. This is how I end up being drunk all day. So,
shout out to you, Dustin. I've seen this on the Raiders Report. Won't take credit for it over on Chat Sports. Mitch and them, they do a great job over there. But $50 super chats. I've seen alley oops. So if somebody were to dunk it down, that's kind of what I'm going for here with 2 50s. So if somebody sends another one, I like that a lot. So keep it going here. Get our next goal here. Shout out to you, Dustin Bass. $50 super chat. Getting things going, saying, let's run it. Let's run it. Merjanik coming up next year, $5 super chat.
Woo!
Why are people saying no to Crosby, he asks.
We did this one. Again, I think the medicals are a concern there.
This is new.
I saw someone say, how about a 2nd and a 4th for Crosby? Hell yeah, I'd do it. I kind of don't know why the Raiders would do it. Like, I always try to put myself in the other team's shoes. And this is me being like NFL daily guy and not just Cowboys Report guy. If I were the Raiders, again, I'm just a YouTuber. I don't know everything, but, you know, NFL teams are dumb too. My God. I'm sorry. It's 45-16. Iowa State versus Arizona State in the Big 12 tournament.
Oh, my God.
Sorry, I just come across my timeline. Come next Thursday's live show, we will have March Madness on during the show, by the way.
Let's go.
Just so you know. Do it every year. It's too much fun.
Love it.
Anyway, off topic. And then Sunday when we're in 2, we'll have it on for it.
Bang.
Like the Raiders, I don't know what they get out of it. Like, they save the cap space that they don't actually need, and they get a 4th and a future 2. Like, they're at that point they're better off gambling. He balls out in the first half of the year and move him next year or at the trade deadline. So, Wade Kincaid, Chugs was having puppies last night on the Raiders Report. It was awesome. F Chugs. I didn't watch it in the Raiders Report. Did
I
you?
watched the Raiders Report. I missed when Chugs came on because Mitch was at the Stars game, and I tuned in when Mitch got back. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did they bring on Dude?
Oh, that
Trace's
would be
dog?
sick. Oh!
There we go.
NJ Casanova.
Let me go pull up what they were doing last night.
All right. Shout out to you, Wade Kincaid, talking about the Raiders Report. Man of many talents, checking out a bunch of different chat sports channels. We love it now over here.
F Chugs in the comments as always, by the way.
As always.
Love
F.
Jeremy.
Chugs.
Love Jeremy.
He's a beast.
Let me scrub through this ish. There's Trace.
Working on getting your super chat up here, NJ. As soon as it comes through, we'll give you a shout out and thank you for getting us to our goal for this hour.
Oh, James was on there at one point too. There's Chugs, Trace. I was doing our own Cowboy stuff there.
If they brought Dude on,
There's
that's
Mitch.
electric.
And I know if they brought Dude and Chuck on, how electric would that be? I don't see anything. Oh, there was something.
They were live late last night.
They had balloons on. They were live for 5 hours.
Oh yeah, they did have helium balloons. That I also saw.
Jeremy gets on and goes, "What the fuck, guys?" But honestly, like, what?
Genuinely though.
Genuinely, what else would you do?
I've never heard of that. I've never seen that. Tom, you've covered the NFL for longer than I have.
Not in a trade. I've seen it in free agency. Drew Brees, the most famous one, maybe. The Ravens have done it before. I was a receiver years ago. The Raiders did with Roger Saffold. They flunked his shoulder. Went to the Rams, had like another 7-year career or something. It does happen that players flunk the medical once they get into the building for the physicals and everything, because that's the downside of this legal tampering period. But I can't ever recall it happening in a trade of this caliber. Of like, it impacted half the league in some capacity, if not more. Easily. And for it to fall apart was, honestly, I'm trying to think of it. Like, for this time of the year, I cannot think of anything more chaotic.
Me neither.
That has ever happened in the NFL. I'm sure it has at some point, but I cannot think of anything.
It's absurd.
That's happened. It's just unbelievable. All right, NJ Casanova, another $50 super chat. So
Bang.
That's another bunch of shots for your boy here. You can do another boot if you want.
Let's go. Let's go.
Here's a fresh one. You want lemon lime or watermelon?
Yeah, I'll do whatever you don't want.
I mean, they're all the same. Lemon lime because that's the shot
Let's
flavor.
go. The boy's got another boot. Got
arms.
another boot cooking for us. Let's go.
Shot time for your boy. 3 more shots. Let's go. Let's get it.
Shout out to you, NJ Casanova. Going to catch back up on some of our other super chats as well. T Mars starting it off here with a $2 super chat. The 49ers are interested in Osa or not realistic? It's a good time to mention, yes, the Cowboys have reportedly gotten trade calls about defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa. As we all know, the Cowboys' defensive tackle depth chart is pretty loaded now. They have Osa, they have Kenny Clark, they have Quinnen Williams, they have a lot more bodies that they've gotten at, Otito Obonia being one of them, and they have a decision to make. Do they want to move on from Osa? Do they want to run a 5-man front with 3 big boys? And many things in between. So teams are calling. We're going to be on Osa watch, on Maxx Crosby watch. Tom, what do you think? 49ers may be interested?
They did call. That's per Nick Harris, who I completely trust. I love Nick. There's a couple of I'll go off topic here a little bit here. I am not a journalist. I want to make that clear. I am not a journalist. I don't want to be a journalist. I was trained in college. Like, I understand the rules and what you should and shouldn't do. Like, you know, we're not Skip Bayless out here trying to out people. Like, you know, we're trying to be serious to an extent. We get to have fun and joke around. But like, for example, and this is a long story, the Maxx Crosby stuff from the combines when he got traded, the amount of stuff that, because I do get told stuff. The stuff I was told or heard or read was so wildly contradictory, of like, even like directly conflicting with something else I had been told. I'm like, I have no fucking clue what's going on. So that's why I don't do the sources game. Now, sometimes I'll tease shit. Like, if you go back and watch there's a reason I put PJ Locke in all of our videos. The way he had graphics for PJ Locke, I got a pretty good feeling about that one. But I'm not a journalist. Like, I'm not a reporter. I think it's actually kind of disrespectful to consider me a journalist or reporter, because the stuff that I do versus what Nick and Todd Archer and Joe Hoyt and Calvin, all those guys, they do real shit. They're not getting up here doing 9 shots at 1 o'clock on a Wednesday, right? It's just different. So when Nick says the Niners have called about Osa Odighizuwa, I know the amount of effort he has put in to cultivate those sources, trust them, and justify them. So, there's a couple guys out there in Cowboys media that, when they say something, I go, okay, there's something behind that. And the 2 biggest are Todd Archer and Nick Harris. When those guys say something, I go, okay, we got to take this seriously. It's they do a fantastic job. So when Nick says Niners called on Osa, I believe they have. Now, what we have to be careful with is not, conflating they call to a deal's happening. Those are 2 different things. And it's easy to get that kind of lost in the sauce, but I do think the Niners called on Osa Odighizuwa. Now, what I don't know, has it been reported, was that the Cowboys are actively shopping him no matter what, or was this a word got out that they had offered Osa as part of a Maxx Crosby trade, and therefore teams have called the Cowboys about Osa Odighizuwa? Because those are 2 different things. So I have no doubts they've gotten calls. They will listen to any calls that come their way, but unless they can get an instant impact starter, or frankly a top 75 pick at minimum, I don't really get that. That does not do anything for me, because you don't save very much money with a trade. You save $4.75 million. That's it. That's it. That doesn't, that gets you cap compliant, essentially. But a restructure would save you 12. Now, if you're out on him already, which feels like a mistake, frankly, I just kind of stuck where you're at. So, big picture Osa-wise, I agree with DJ Big Lee. He's spot on. If you trade Osa, you have to go get another defensive tackle. You have a need now. You're going to do 3-4 by nature. Guess what? I have to add somebody. I have to add a starter rotation piece too. So, if it gets me a linebacker, okay, I can ride with that. Gets me an early 3rd round pick, great. Gets me a 4th, what are we doing out here? And I don't know what his value is. So should Dallas trade Osa? Y for yes, N for no. I'm going to do my shots here. I'll pour them in a little bit here. Got to be careful with 9 shots deep here. Y for yes, N for no. Other off-topic stuff was that, by the way, Todd Archer, of note, confirming what we had mentioned previously on my Twitter. The Cowboys did rework Jonathan Mingo's contract. It is a pay cut. He had a 812-ish K workout bonus that was due for him that was going to be guaranteed later this offseason. They have essentially taken that off the books. Now, what I asked Todd, and maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't, if they're guaranteeing the base salary or not. Either way, that's a 40% pay cut for Jonathan Mingo. So they've done some pay cuts here. Because if you watched our cut candidates video, I'm like, I don't want to pay Mingo that. There's no reason to. Cut him instead. This is how you don't get cut. The Rome Wolf Gaming says, screw it, call Aaron Donald. Rams are bust for him. Pay cuts here. This is based on their savings on the cap this year. Terrence Steele took kind of a big pay cut, actually. $9.4 million. I know William Cook had brought that up first, the first one I saw mention it. They got it. Malik Hooker, a $2.2 million pay cut, which, by the way, do you guys know who the agent of Malik Hooker and who the agent of P.J. Locke is? First one to name it, because I did mention it on our lock cut. I'll give you a shout out there after I do a shot. I think does matter, by the way.
A little trivia action. Make sure you're paying close attention to the Cowboys Report.
Who is the agent for Locke and Hooker? There it is.
Bang.
Vibin Hydra Ellipsis. David Mulugeta. For all the buzz, for all the conversation of like, Mulugeta and Micah, blah, 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 they've actually had a relatively solid working relationship with David Mulugeta. Malik Hooker, they now have had a PJ Locke on that deal. They've always had Malik Hooker there, which I think people just like have forgotten. The problem is, I think it's actually a bigger problem with Todd France and Athletes First. Like that relationship, that got ugly in the DAC negotiations. Like that got real ugly. Now, at some point, get over yourselves, like for both parties involved. But, yeah, Lockett and Hooker both rep by David Mulugeta because that he has long been the defensive back agent. Like he gets his guys paid, and again, non-biased Cowboys fan, that man does a fantastic job. Not to the benefit at times of your own organization. So, one more shot, and then another one after this here. Cowboys Report gear is available at chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Link is in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. T-shirts, hats, I probably should mention that actually. At some point, we'll get some other ones in there as well, but some fantastic options available for you right now. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. The Beers hat also available for you guys. Check it out in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. We have launched the merchandise side of things. We can call it what it is. It has not been as robust as the Raiders side of it because it's chaotic there. But there's even going to be more to come on that side of things. So check it out today if you haven't already. Chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. All of our gear is available for you for a limited time. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Ecuador man, you finally believe the bust the budget is BS. I will say, if they had added a linebacker, a good linebacker, I would have said by their own measurements, they did bust the budget. Imagine they'd paid $11 million for Nakobe Dean. That's so much more than they ever normally spend, plus Rashawn Gary. The problem is they didn't actually get the linebacker. Jalen Thompson is their biggest outside free agent signing since Brandon Carr pretty much. So the phrase I'll keep using is they expanded the budget. They did not bust it. They did not deliver on that promise. They did better than their all-in line. But better doesn't mean good enough. It doesn't mean that. The individual moves, for the most part, it's fine. But they did not actually deliver on the we're going to bust the budget promise. And I'll say this too, and you can clip me on social media. They already did it once, by the way. At some point, we are going to get Jerry said it at his little private interview at the Combine that I don't get invited to. They're going to say those 2 first-round picks cost quite a bit of money as well. And that's friggin' bullshit. That does not count. That does not count as spending. Oh, no, we have to pay our draft picks that are top 20 guys. What are we doing? Exactly. And you also have no second, no third. It's like, who cares? So they're going to bring that up as, those first-round picks cost us money. Like, it's stupid. It's stupid. Like, they expanded the budget. They did not bust it. And I think a lot of us would feel differently if they got a linebacker. Maybe not good enough, but even more better in the end. I do think they'll do a few more things. I am worried it's going to be more like 1 year, $3 million deals.
Yeah. A
'Cause,
lot of
like,
depth signings, probably.
Because there's not that many guys out there.
There's just not. The linebacker market, as we talked about, the best guy, Bobby Okereke. I mean, come on, man. It's rough out there in those streets, as you've said before.
Bad spot to be in. Linebacker is not great. Edge rusher, I think in the end, and this is their fault to be clear, I think they were surprised at the linebacker and edge rusher markets, which, okay. So, you weren't busting the budget, you were expanding it.
Right.
Like, the edge rusher market in general got real expensive.
It did.
Oway
Jalen
and
Phillips
Phillips
ruined all of it.
But that's how it always goes in free agency.
Every time.
If you're
they
going
reset the
into free
market
agency to
every
save
year.
to get a value, you're just going to be disappointed. Like, that's not.
Yep.
Like, it's not good. So my single biggest issue with this Cowboys team right now, the Gary trade. Okay, you got an edge. You need another rotation piece. Okay. You need a nickel. I'm not blaming them for not going after week one because I have long thought they were. Go back to our perfect free agency plan. I didn't put outside corner. I put nickel on there because I didn't think they were going to go get another big name outside corner. I think they were going to. They're going to draft somebody at corner. Like I feel very confident that is their plan. Plan's how things go. We'll see. But they had to get a linebacker. Like, linebacker was, I think, one of, like, the easier moves to make. There were a bunch of guys available, and they just didn't spend in that way. And, like, they were in on Devin Lloyd, and I apologize, but, like, get out of here of hidden medical character stuff with Devin Lloyd. Seriously? Like, that's your excuse? I honestly just don't believe that line that's being fed to people. Like, Nakobe Dean picked the Raiders over you. You know what you have to do at some point in the open market is overpay. And scared money don't make money. You have to go actually be willing to make something happen. And, man, shoot, we overpaid by $3 million. Why is this team so willing to objectively overpay in the trade market and not in free agency? Like, how every year are you, shoot, that was more than we thought it was going to be. Can I consult for you? Because I'll tell you what the market looks like in real time. I'll go hire Spotrax, over the cap guys, tell you, hey, this is what the market looks like. This is what it's going to cost you. Like, that linebacker market being around $11, $12, $15 million was obvious immediately. Like, you knew what the cost was going to be. I don't care if you give an extra $2 million per year to an off-ball linebacker to start. Don't pay Sam Williams. Problem solved. What are we doing? That is the stuff that annoys me. That stuff. Where objectively, I think you were better this year in free agency. But that doesn't mean you're good enough. And, like, I don't want to be better. I want to be good enough. And I don't think this defense is good enough right now. And if we're putting it all on Christian Parker, I like him a lot. I am excited. That was the Cowboys gave me the first real coaching staff in my life, the first real coaching search in my lifetime for Christian Parker. But they didn't make that happen. So why? I know Jane said that, someone told her similar, someone told her slightly more. Okay. I love Jane. Jane's a friend of the show. I need to see those contract offers because given the way the Cowboys operate, I could very well see higher average per year, but less guaranteed money. And there it's more in the end. Get your votes in with the Cowboys making any signings. Y for yes, N for no. Rants over there. Diana Rossini does say for now, the plan is for Maxx Crosby to be a Raider for 2026.
I believe it. And I think I mentioned it, and we joked about it this morning.
I owe one more shot, I think.
mentioned it yesterday where I said, I'm worried that this Maxx Crosby situation is a little bit like Giannis Antetokounmpo. And now it's not, because how he got there is completely different.
It's Chris Paul.
We didn't rescind a whole trade, but yeah, maybe it's Chris Paul, I mean, it's this giant blockbuster trade. There's so much buzz. And then all of a sudden, it's just vetoed. It's rescinded. There's something that throws a wrench in it, and it's supposed to be this high-profile player that goes. I called it the Giannis move because it's this high-profile player. He wants all the attention. He wants to stay. It's just this giant saga that ends up same player on the same team. That's all I feel like it's going to end up happening. But cheers to you guys. You did hit that little challenge of the two $50 Super Chats before 2 o'clock. Go ahead and sound off. Will Dallas make any more signings today? Will I get this boot? And we'll keep on rolling through the Super Chats. Shout out to you guys.
I do want to address the salary cap stuff. Look, I think Over the Cap in particular does a really good job of updating things. As it sits right now, with all of the players on the books, etc., the Cowboys are over the cap by maybe $7 million. But none of those deals are official. So something else has to happen for the Cowboys to become – they are cap compliant as we sit right now. Now, how they make that work is pretty straightforward. They can do another restructure on Kenny Clark to free up cap space, and they're cap compliant for all of their players. Restructure Quinnen, cap compliant for all of their players. Or they could process the Rashawn Gary trade first, adjust that contract in some capacity, and then they're cap compliant for everybody else. So from a cap perspective, I really wouldn't worry too much about it. Like, they're fine. They're in a pretty good spot. Mingo is he adjusted on there? Let me double check that. Mingo's adjusted too. It's just PJ Locke, no actual contract details. Abonia not accounted for either. So, like, from a actual cap perspective, like, they're fine. For fitting everything, there has to be one more lever pulled at minimum. And I would say more realistically 2. But you have to, at this time of the year, you can't look at the raw number. You got to go in depth on the number. Carlos Fernandez. If the Cowboys surgeon perform the surgery, we will have inside info on Max's knee. Why would we offer a first and Odighizuwa if we weren't sure? Which with Maxx prove we're all in. So, background here. The surgeon on the knee surgery for Crosby was not Dr. Dan Cooper, the Cowboys team doctor. That was Dr. Neil Elatrash, who is the Rams team doctor. This is not behind the scenes, but like nerdy medical shit. If you have a knee issue, you will see one of two doctors almost every time. You will see Elatrash for the surgery or Dan Cooper. Like, those two guys are the two people. Like, those are the two guys that you're gonna go see. Like, there's, I think Elatrash does like ACL stuff too. Tim Kremchek does a bunch of stuff. Like, he's the Reds team doctor, and he does a bunch of stuff with like other NFL teams. In general, from a medical perspective, there's a bunch of team doctors, but those team doctors do other stuff too. Like, they consult with this team and that team. They do players and prospects. Like, they're the top of their fields, and they consult across the board. So Elatrash did the surgery. Elatrash, the Ravens, don't remember whoever that is, Dan Cooper, and I think others took a look at what the medical stuff said for Maxx Crosby. And the results they collaboratively gave the Ravens was, the Ravens said, actually, we're not comfortable. And if we believe what I consider to be the Ravens leak side of things, this was less a short-term surgery concern of like where he is post-meniscus trim, and more, this is a concern longer term. of, we don't trust this about it long term. I haven't seen the word degenerative thrown around there, but that is a concern this organization has right now. Todd Archer also said about that they are in compliance and have been. Again, how they time up that stuff. They are in compliance with no moves. On the edge of compliance without it. So timing is a factor there. Daft Punk says Dr. Hellotrash, quote Vach. Literally every time I say his name, I tell myself it's not Hellotrash. That's a great call. That was from the draft show. I forget who they were talking about, but they were talking about somebody they're like, yeah, Dr. Neil Hellotrash did the surgery, and Vosh goes, Hellotrash? His name was Hellotrash? Why would I have Dr. Name Hellotrash? And it was an all-timer. This is just like media stuff. I hope Voch never leaves the draft show. He's so fucking funny. It's so good. The draft show was like that, and the Athletic Football show. Like, I don't miss those. He is so funny on the draft show. I just when that one happened, there was something that happened. Like, I don't like bust out laughing much. But like that one, I was dying. So yeah, Dr. Hellotrash on that one did the surgery for Max. It was maybe they were talking about Max even. That was an all timer. That was so funny. Every time I bring him up, I go, it's not. I think of Hellotrash. Hellotrash. Just too funny. It's just too funny. I get a kick out of it. Yeah, I get a kick out of it. Don't eat my burrito. I owe 3 more shots, which is a bad idea, but whatever. Here we go. 1. So that Voch is a goofball. Yeah, but he's funny with it. And also, I trust his O-line evaluation over my own, even though we disagree sometimes. It's great. It's great. Here we go. Here we go. Don't eat my burrito. Osa and a pick for Fred Warner. I'd do it. But are the Niners? I don't know why the Niners would do it. Like, trading away the best off-ball linebacker in football for top 20, 25 starting caliber defensive tackle and a pick? Don't get why they would do it. Tony! Hey, Tom, not sure if you guys would go for this, but how about if we reach a certain donation goal, we get a 30% merch consolation day? Let me ask the bosses right now, because Tony, I dig that idea. I dig that idea. Oops, I just deleted the Venmo link. I like that, Tony. I like that. Let me message them right now. I will Slack them right now, and I will see what they end up saying. But I like that idea. It's a fun one. I like it. Tony. So stand by on that one. I'm Ahmad, God of COD. Cowboys screw themselves in free agency. Depend on unproven rookies in the draft. Defense will be bottom 10 league. Don't want Falk, rather TJ Parker. So I think there is a real scenario in which Keldrick Falk is a good football player. It's for me, it's the Mykel Williams conversation all over again. Like, he had some good wins when he got one-on-one matchups, but he was double-teamed a lot. The production very much fell apart this past season. I think he's an impactful piece, potentially, but it's potential. He regressed this year. I think, I'll say this too, if you were to move on from Osa Odighizuwa, Keldrick Falk makes so much sense for them. Because I think Falk's best fit is in the overblown 4I conversation. I think that is his best fit in the NFL. Like that, almost like a Cam Hayward type, where like he can play base edge and can reduce inside as needed. But oh yeah, great call, AP. Like if I'm the Cowboys, this is the 3-3-5 look. This is the penny. Keep going. That one. The four eye look. That one right there. You plug him right there on the inside shoulder of the outside tackle. Like, I don't think he's good enough to play outside that the wide 9 almost with the W asterisk there, or the W designation. I think inside where Cowboys want to do this gap and a half scheme where the first move it's almost a read and react system where you kind of win your battle against the offensive lineman, then shed, then don't shed. Go which way. You're responsible for, in this case, the 4-eye is responsible for the gap between the left guard and the left tackle and the half gap to either side based on what the defense does. I think Keldrick Falk fits that to a T, but he's also young. He's developmental. 3 years ago, he's a perfect Cowboys fit. 2 years ago. This year, I'm not as convinced. I don't think T.J. Parker is that great of a fit either. For my issue with Parker is he's got a great bull rush long arm move. Like he'll lock you out and he'll run down your chest and bully you. That works at the Senior Bowl. That works in college. Guess what does not work against Lane Johnson? Trying to run down his chest. So for me, I want an edge rusher. Cassius Howell makes more sense to me. Like, yeah, he's undersized. He ain't that big. Like, but he also allows me to, be undersized and have some fun and go make something happen. Like, that's what I would have more interest in. I don't want to take Falk at 12. That is a... It's not a pen throw, but I'm like, that's not what you said you were gonna do. Type of move. Now, again, if they trade Osa, he's a really good fit, and actually I think would make an instant impact there. William, $5 super chat. Why will the Cowboys actually do anything significant with free agency? Their effort shows very little moving different. I think from their perspective, Gary and Thompson are moving different. And I would agree to an extent, but I don't think it's just not enough for me. Like, you needed more. Like, it's just, you need a linebacker still. Like, again, if you had landed a linebacker, Dean, Lloyd, Ellis, Chanel, who I'm not as high on, but at this point, it's beggars can't be choosers. That is a much, much better room. If they went out and got another edge rusher or a nickel corner and were like, we're going to draft somebody, okay, that works for me. That does. But everything else is just not enough. It's you went out to dinner and you had a fantastic appetizer. And it's one of them fancy restaurants. That's the Tomb. No, Prime's good. I'm talking it's the fancy Michelin star restaurants. And you order their steak or some shit. And they bring you a little 3x4 cut of steak on a tiny bit of mashed potatoes. And it's got all this fancy shit around it. That'll be $75, sir. But there's no food. It's fancy, but it's not enough type of deal. JW Chosen, I fear no Crosby, no playoffs. I would go all in. Crosby's busting the budget. But as it sits right now, I feel like the Raiders' game plan is going to be and the Crosby's game plan too. Let's just chill and see what happens. Josh Fox, easy to bust a $3 budget. The budget was 6.5 essentially, and they almost doubled it with Jalen Thompson signing, which, to be fair, I love. I love that pickup. That is a fantastic scheme fit. I think it's reasonable value. It's more than they've spent previously, but I wanted 2 or 3 Jalen Thompsons, not one. And I'm not being football greedy. Just trying to get my expectations matched. William, in the last 30 years, this franchise is $1 short and a day late. Frustrating. Except in trades. They're paying Rashawn Gary a lot of money. We know that, right? Got $19.5 million cap hit. You know that's going to be double Hendrickson's, or maybe not Hendrickson's, but like Oweh's cap hit or close to it. But that's a lot of money. I think in general, we are probably undervaluing what they think the impact is going to be from Rashawn Gary. We might be more right in the end, but this coaching staff seems to be quite high on Gary's ability to come in and be a supercharged version of Jadeveon Clowney. In the first half of last year, Rashawn Gary looked incredible. He was balling out. And then the back half of the year, he cooled off. He doesn't look like he's 280, by the way. He carries that so well in a good way. I do think he fits. He's a fantastic athlete. He can help stop the run they're so obsessed with. He'll be a pressure player. But I would like it a lot more if, like the Packers had last year, pre-injury, he's there too. I don't have a 1 right now. And I don't think they're going to realistically get a 1. So can you have a top 3 rotation that is good enough? As it sits right now, no. Now, Gary's cooling off. There were still pressures. But, as we all complained about with Micah in the playoffs and Tank Lawrence in the regular season, we want the sacks. We all want the sacks. And those very much cooled off for Gary. I am not as low on him as I think some people are. But it's also not like you're getting a value. Like, he was probably going to be cut. So a 2027-4 is probably above market value. But again, that edge rusher market got real expensive. If they didn't get Gary, would they have been the Hendrickson team? Pre-Ravens collapse?
Potentially, but that
or
much
money? This is all speculation. Could this have been the Cowboys agree to a deal with Trey and his agent, who kind of sucks at his job, bails last second and he's the one who flips, and he goes to the Ravens for $7 million more per year? It's all extremely possible. So I'm not as low on Gary as others, but you are banking on first half of season for Rashawn Gary.
And I was just about to say, you're also maybe banking on a year 2 leap from Donovan Ezeraku as well.
Which is reasonable.
It is. It very much is. I loved him coming out of the draft. But
he was my 28th overall player, I think.
You put yourself in a tough spot. I saw this kind of comment and along the same logic of, putting yourself in a corner with linebackers, like asking about Styles. I think it was. Someone asked about Styles falling to 12. You don't want to put yourself in a corner on draft night. You don't want to have to draft to fill a need, because if you do, then that's a recipe. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but it's a recipe for you to be reaching on players and making the wrong decisions. If you don't have those holes filled, as Tom has alluded to, he wants a linebacker. We need a linebacker. If we don't fill those holes before free agency is over and the draft takes over, then we are in a really tough spot. Maybe even drafting guys like the C.J. Allens and Dylan Thielmans before they should be at 12. So, great point. Great point. I agree.
Easy was my 28th overall player. So, and I don't have to check my notes. I know I wrote down he was a great run defender at Boston College. Can it translate? And the answer was yes, by the way. Ezeraku was 28 for me. Booker was actually 24. And Savone Revel was 38. If you hit on those guys, pretty good. The last time the Cowboys kind of sucked to my board with the best available player was the Lamb draft. Oof. It was a good draft for them. It was a good draft.
Great
Their last maybe truly good draft.
Yeah.
In the end. Brett, if Jerry isn't Jesus, we are not happy. Also, yes. But I will say, they're one move away. Honestly, I think if they were to go get an actual good linebacker, and that's how I feel. I would assume you guys feel like that. If we were to all feel like that, we'd feel really good. Like, we would be a lot more positive about the way this organization looks right now. Like, I think we'd feel more optimism as opposed to, my line, better, but not good enough. Sal, think we signed Byard or Brisker, or are we done? Let's go to the safety depth chart here. We're done. We're not. You're not doing anything. You now have 6 safeties under contract. Malik Hooker, Jalen Thompson, P.J. Locke, Marquise Bell, Elijah Clark, Julius Wood. Them's your 6. Thompson can also play nickel in a pinch. P.J. Locke can start for you in a pinch. As we sit here right now, 2:16 p.m. Eastern Time, I have not seen any contractual details on the P.J. Locke actual contract. Said it was 1 for $5 million. I would bet it's more like 1 for 3.5. That's my guess. I was right on Sam Williams. I was wrong on Tyrus Wheat. So we'll see. They're fine at safety. Now, what they could still do is if they believe there is a safety nickel hybrid, they can go add that guy. Maybe that, I think that is, by the way, draft. That is Caleb Downs. I think that could be Dylan Thieneman for them. But free agency-wise, there's a ton of guys out there still. But Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, Jalen Hawkins, those boys ain't nickel guys. So, I am not going to complain about safety. For as much shit as I give this team, I think safety is in a pretty good spot. I hope Donovan Wilson gets some nice money to potentially impact the comp pick formula. Does he? I don't know. He's not a fit for what Parker wants to do. But beyond that, I think they're just going to let it ride. So,
I think trust Malik Hooker next year, because I'm looking at Nick Cross still on that list, and I'm like, Jalen Thompson moved around a lot. Maybe he's that nickel you're talking about, and Nick Cross plays over top. Something to think about.
Cross low-key sucked last year. He wasn't good. It was a different scheme, whatever. And Anarumo asked so much out of his safeties. It's a lot. I think they're done at safety. I do think Hooker fits. And by the way, he took a pay cut. You're paying him 5.5 this year. That's fine. That is no issue for me. Terrence Steele took a pay cut. Hooker took a pay cut. Clark restructured. Mingo took a pay cut too. So I'm not worried about what they've done. And I rounded up for Mingo, by the way. You're fine at safety. Hooker is if the board falls the right way and you address your linebacker needs, okay, you can take somebody else. Feel like they're not going to have all their needs filled, but I think they're mostly done at safety. Of all the moves they've made, safety's a spot that I'm okay. They're not going to spend a 5th round pick on it now. There's no need to. Ecuador man, sick of every year they got surprised. How? Preach it.
Point.
How? Look, the Phillips deal got expensive. I acknowledge that. That was $20 million to 25 to 30. Carolina money whipped them. But once that happened, you knew it's going to be expensive. But the linebacker market was what we all thought it was going to be. $9 to $11 million for these guys. 8 for Chenal. That was in the range of the projections. Couldn't make it happen? Weird. Samuel, could our defensive players be way better under this new scheme and coaching staff? Could? Yes. I kind of don't want to bank on that. I'm kind of tired of this this guy was a fit, this guy wasn't a fit. The new staff will save them. Because every single coach in any level's history says, I'm going to adapt my scheme to fit the players. Guess what happens at least 50% of the time? They don't adapt for shit. That was Matt Eberflus's biggest issue. He got up there and said, day one at his press conference, it starts with man coverage. And he never ran man coverage with a bunch of man coverage corners. So that's on him. Like, I think guys like Kenny Clark fit this very well. I think guys like Savone Revel fit this very well. I think Hooker fits it well. I think Quinn Williams is a flawless fit in any defensive scheme. But, trying to force it into something, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. So, all right, we need 250 likes here. Since we've been doing the countdown, we are 136. Is that the final number? 136 away. Help me out by liking today's video. Another signing, by the way. Chidobe Awuzie back to the Ravens on a 1-year, fully guaranteed $5 million deal. So, Cowboys legend Chidobe Awuzie back to the Ravens. That's up to $5 million. $5 million fully guaranteed. Might be some incentives there as well. So full details remain TBD, TBA. Like the video, please, and thank you, folks. We're going to be live for at least 2.5 more hours, thereabouts. Still waiting on anything that resembles a linebacker contract here. You got to get somebody, but the options are so dried out. So dried out. Let me see if they've actually formally cut Bobby Okereke. Let me see. Okay, so I do believe, and I'll double check this here, I do believe that Bobby Okereke is a... Don't know if he's a post-June 1st cut or not. Let me pull this up here. No, he is not a post-June 1st cut, so he is available. He can sign whenever, of note. I wanted to see that. I think Chubb's a post-June 1st cut. It's noteworthy there. So we'll see. Like the video. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle on today's show. That's youtube.com or at Bucko and Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. The bosses, by the way, as your likes come in, have gotten back to me. It's not quite the 30% off, although let me pull up the prices here. Hold on. Yeah, from Tony. Let me pull this up here. Let me double check stuff here. Pull this up. Okay, so it's not 30%. It's actually a little bit more. Now, this is dependent on other stuff happening, and maybe I can convince them otherwise. Let's get to our like goal, and we'll give it until 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We're at 518 right now.
518 on the likes, right?
On the chat, on the super chat revenue. 518.
Okay.
If we can get to 1,000, we can do around 30%. They said, depending on what the price is. So, can we get to $1,000 in super chat revenue, and at that 4 p.m. time, or maybe we can get close to it? We'll count it. I don't know. We'll see. If we can get to $1,000 in super chat revenue, we can do a discounted merchandise consolation, or not consolation, but like bonus price tag for an hour or so. So call it 1,000 in super chat rev.
I love it. That's a great idea from
Per
Tony.
the bosses.
Throwing the lob. And speaking of, we are close to already shattering our 250 likes goal here on the hour of this free agency. I think we are only about, let me do my math right here. Let me do my math right.
It's math, it's dangerous.
Math is super dangerous, especially because that is not what I went to school for. Bang, we are 68 likes away. Keep liking that video if you haven't already.
You should have lied and said 69 likes away.
Fuck. What am I doing? Tom, that's on me. L's for AP in the chat for no 69. That's on me. Like that video if you haven't already. We're at 562 likes now. Only need about 569. There's your 69, Tom. It got there somewhere. Only need, we need like 54 likes. Oh, jumping up there. Hold up. 36 left. That's all we need. 36 left. Joker High Guy says we need to fire AP. Amen.
We have to embrace the 69.
You have to.
It's too easy.
It's too easy. All right, we are 18 likes away. Keep liking that video at 609 and counting.
Seven said he's disliking the video to get us back to 69. I think it just counts the total likes. Dislikes don't count.
It's not. But I like the effort. Oh, I think, yep, that's an extra 30 likes from there. We're at 638. We did it.
Did it.
Bang.
Let's put our, whatever it is, to 4 p.m. Eastern. 1K in supers.
All right.
Stretch goal. Now, it's not Raiders Report, so we'll see how it plays. But if we can get to $1,000 in Super Chat, bosses said we might be able to go beyond the 30% discount. So we'll see. How about discount in general? I mean, you also got to add the hour in there.
Right. Yeah.
Equals discount. I think is the best path there. So we got until 4 p.m. to get us to $1,000 in Super Chats. We're at 525, so not quite doubling it. I will continue to do. We're out of the champagne is gone. Task successful. I'll keep doing beer bongs, though, and shots.
Bang.
This is the Super Chat menu. Can you add the hour timeline, though, not 32 minutes? Did you remember how to do that?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes.
You're good. Till 4 p.m., if we can not quite double but close to it, we can do a merchandise discount here across the board for, I think, everything, by the way. We'll see how things go. $5 is 2 mini helmet raffle entries. $10 is 6 mini helmet raffle entries. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle, and for simplicity in counting, I will count that towards this as well. I can just manually add to it because that's not that hard of math there. At Wacko and Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. It is the 3-for-1 special today. $50 is 3 shots, and $100 is 3 beer bongs. I did also say for 500 and we'd get there. That I would tell the story of how I trolled an NFL coach into falling for a fake Twitter that I sent out, a fake tweet that I sent out. So that also counts for Venmos. Anything you do on Venmo as well, like 50, 100, easily counting that and factoring it forward as well. If you get to that 1,000 in supers or Venmo, we will do a significant merchandise discount at the 4 p.m. hour. Give you guys plenty of time. We'll see. All right, I'm going to take my first bathroom break. If you want to take it over here, take it over there. Elijah Hicks for the Bears? Is that a new one?
That is a new one. That is our most recent move after Chidobe Awuzie returns to the Baltimore Ravens.
Interesting. I think that's a re-signing for them. I'm pretty sure.
I think it is too. I think it is too.
All right, AP, bring yourself on here. We've got an hour and a half to get to that figure for the merchandise discount. Take it away, AP.
All right, you guys. As you see down in the bottom right corner, we got our goal going on the whole time until 4 p.m. Eastern time. An hour and 30 minutes until we can reach that goal. Maybe before. 1,000 in Super Chats gets you a massive merch discount for the Cowboys Report gear. I want to know from you guys, will the Cowboys make another trade? Will they make another trade? Yes, we know that they're involved probably here in some signings, getting some, depth players. We saw that with Otito Ogbonnia. We saw that with P.J. Locke. We saw that with the signing with Sam Howell. We saw that with the signing today with Tyrus Wheat. So, I want to know from you guys, will the Cowboys make another trade? I'm seeing an emphatic fuck no from Max Campion. I love it, man. Listen, I just got to see energy through and through. And I'm also seeing a comment here from Levi Basketball. Do you think we could get Jaquan Brisker? I'm still curious. I've still got my eyes out, as you can see I'm not a weatherman. Boom. You can see Elijah Hicks got re-signed to the Bears. So that means, obviously, they're not going to be trying, and we knew this before too, but they're not going to be trying to retain Kevin Byard and Jaquan Brisker. So those guys are out there. And those guys are players that I think that could have an impact for an NFL defense right away. Maybe not the Cowboys, though. Tom and I both kind of agreed that I think with this Jalen Thompson pickup that they had earlier, and I'll go ahead and make sure I throw that up for you guys as well if I can find it while I'm talking. But the Jalen Thompson pickup kind of, I think, stopped them from signing any more free safeties, I should say. Excuse me. But I don't think that stops them from drafting one. Like I see you, Dre 373 asking about Thieneman, saying he can play. He tested well, but I think he's a second or third rounder, and there's nothing wrong with that. Well, I have some bad news for you, unfortunately. While it would be amazing for the Cowboys to snag a guy like Dylan Thieneman in the second or third round, I don't know if that's going to happen. I mean, it's like you said, he is just too good of an athlete, I think, for that to be the case. He, I think, ran a 4.37 it was, and everybody already knew his kind of pedigree as a coverage player and as a guy that can kind of fill gaps and just fly all over the field for a team. So I don't know if Dylan Thieneman would necessarily be a second or third round pick. In fact, we've actually talked about him maybe even as early as 12 for the Cowboys.
18 for Minnesota makes a lot of sense too. I don't think he might not get to you at 20. It's just like you run through the names of like, here's who's available, who's not available. It's just not great. Also, apparently the Raiders Report is now selling F the Ravens t-shirts.
No. Yes.
And it's doing huge numbers.
Yes. That's how you do it. F the Ravens. F the Ravens everywhere, honestly. It's not just a Raiders thing. The Ravens just screwed up the whole league, man. I mean, we're lucky that the Raiders had so much cap space, or else all of the moves that they made would have been like, not null and void, but man, that would have been some chaos ensuing after. Happy that the Raiders had the space to make that work, but God, crazy night last night.
Chris Williams, backup defensive lineman to the Falcons, 1 year, $2 million deal. Brian E., are there any linebackers the Cowboys could go trade for? I would love Jordan Brooks. I don't know how available he actually is. But that's one of those, like, I'm calling you and not letting somebody call me and trying to, like, make something happen in the end. Like, I have to try shit. They were linked to Patrick Queen. Does not sound like they've been overly involved. Like, they didn't call, but it was more of like an internal conversation, and it wasn't unanimous. So somebody in that building, which is probably a combo of Shoddy, Parker, McClay, whatever, said no. I would love Fred Warner, but I don't think it doesn't make any sense for San Francisco. Like, massive dead cap hit to lose the best linebacker in the NFL, but why? It doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm not going to get my hopes up on that one. Hunter Lowe. This is about the Niners. Called about Osa, and the Cowboys called about Fred Warner. I have not seen anything credible about Fred Warner and the Cowboys. Because, again, it doesn't really make sense for the Niners to shop Fred Warner. I do believe the Niners have called about Osa Odighizuwa. What I don't know is if it was hey, we heard he was linked to the Maxx Crosby trade, like, is he available? What's the status there? Or if it's like the Cowboys sent out the, hey, we're shopping him, come make an offer type of deal. Those are two different things. Like, two different things. So, by the way, for those of you wondering about the there's a fake Maxx Crosby Instagram story going on of him putting Skyline Chili. Cincinnati people know. It's fake. It's fake. It's
Tom, I think I know all too well about Skyline Chili.
It's not real. It's not real. Just got pen on my finger again there. So Osa, they haven't redone his deal, so we're kind of in this like awkward like wait and see stage. Beyond that, we'll see. Yeah, I do think there are questions about his fit. I also think there are questions on can you get proper value back for him. I kind of don't know about that one. The Cole West, a $50 super chat. That's 3 more shots, and RIP your boy, I think, on this one. $50, getting us closer to the 1,000 for the merchandise discount here. Love what y'all do. Thank you, Cole. I appreciate that. That's also like a ton of entries, by the way, for the raffle end of day 2. Hope we get a linebacker before free agency ends. Okereke, Greenlaw. If not, no trades. What are we doing? Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Praying for a veteran player? I don't know. How are we watching the Eagles make big moves and are still so stagnant? Again, love y'all. Let's get that money goal. Thank you, Cole West. I appreciate that. Got an hour 23. Get to $1,000 in super chats. We were at 575 plus 20 on the Venmo side. So I'll call it we're 400 away. At What Going Downey, by the way, to get into the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downey. Do need at least one more person beyond Wade and Nick D to enter that one there. Second shot coming up. There we go. I honestly thought they would have a linebacker in place. There was so much buzz on Dean. And I think the Raiders swooped in to add somebody. We finally have a notable move here. By the way, shout out to Matt Zenitz over at CBS Sports, who honestly kind of came out of nowhere. Like, he was not a big name, and he has done a fantastic job with Scoop's coaching staff in particular. He has broken the news. The Patriots are adding Kevin Byard on the next part is per Tom Pelissero, 1 year, $9 million deal. So he's an older player, so that certainly makes some sense. Kevin Byard heading to the New England Patriots, which I like that move for the Patriots, by the way. Non-Cowboys. Hawkins subs out, essentially. You add the veteran in there. That's another Mike Vrabel guy, too, by the way. Another Mike Vrabel guy there. So, Patriots adding Kevin Byard to the open market.
Twitter people are going to do their damnedest to connect this Kevin Byard and the Vrabel gang signing to A.J. Brown somehow to the Patriots. Still think there's any smoke behind that, Tom? I don't think that's going on.
There's definitely smoke. There's been smoke on that one. The problem is it's the contract stuff. The way the Eagles operate their contracts is, all these restructures the Cowboys do for like Dak and Lamb and Tyler Smith, those are built into the Eagles' deals. And those are great if that guy's on your team. And it gets them actual, real, more guaranteed money. They're more willing to sign it with their agency side of it. But problem is, well, they already built it into it. And now they're paying the price for it. They lose significant salary cap dollars if they trade A.J. Brown before June 1st, i.e., before the draft this year. Couple that with the DJ Moore trade that was crazy expensive for the Bills. I think they've been asking for a first-round pick. But is that a good idea for New England? I'm not so sure. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if New England can't get another wide receiver in the draft if that gets revisited come training camp time. Training camp time, post-June 1st, where it saves them more money. So I think there is real smoke around A.J. Brown. He's A.J. Brown. Like, he gets a little, I don't know, moody on that one, for a better turn of phrase. But, like, I do think that is a real possibility. Samuel, a $5 super chat. Thank you, Samuel. How pretty are you? Add a minimum video like count as well to convince the bosses. Call it 1,000 then. We're at 731. Get us to 1,000 likes on today's show. And if we can also do that, maybe I can get them to lower the 1K super chat price tag. Yeah, I have even money. 1K likes and 1K supers, just as the goal. And if we can get at least one of them, that's fine. That's fine. Why not? 1K likes, 1K supers. Like the video if you haven't already. Definitely behind on the super chat side of things. I will count Venmos, by the way, as well. Let's get through our super chats, then go through the menu here in a little bit. William, seems they're more comfortable with trading than signing in free agency. Like they have control in a trade. I actually totally get where you're coming from. That logically tracks for me. Like I'm like I get that. I get that because they are willing to overpay in trades objectively, as opposed to outside free agent signings. And they're at the point, like, comp pick-wise, there's nada. Nobody signed. There was a report. Honestly, Jordan Schultz has made some oopsies the past couple days. He was wrong early on Daniel Jones, wrong on Hoffman about to the Steelers, which, you know, I had mentioned Sperry like three days ago, a week ago. Brock Hoffman to Pittsburgh. I don't know if Brock Hoffman is actually officially a free agent until 4 p.m. Wednesday. So I think that low key might be a factor there, but I do think you're right. I think that the control aspect matters for them. Mod God of COD, top available free agents by needs. Let's go to defense here. We'll go edge, linebacker, I think corner. We can also revisit here as well. But let's go with edge first. And this was done earlier this afternoon. These top 5 guys all available. Bradley Chubb, Joey Bosa. Ebiketie would like be a Sam Williams upgrade, but like that's it. Cam Jordan might be a Bear when it's all said and done. Von Miller. Okay. He's old. Leonard Floyd. Son Reddick. I kind of feel like they're out in the end on Clowney. I feel like, you know, for whatever reason, they viewed Rashawn Gary as the replacement upgrade on that front. Linebackers. Man, it's a thin list, guys. Bobby Okereke, Levante David, Dre Greenlaw. David sounds like he's Bucks or bust. Like, that's it. Bobby Wagner is old. Can he even play anymore? Matt Milano is old and broken down. And then this is just like this is the list from hell. Got 2 ex-Cowboys on there. And we were like, you got to get better at linebacker. It's not good. Corner might be even worse, by the way. Marshawn, legal issues, Lattimore, old Rasul Douglas, Diggs. I did not make this, by the way. I did not make this list. This is all Sam, F. Sam in the chat. Kobe Durant, Jack Jones have some inside-outside flexibility, but like Durant got benched essentially for the Rams, and Jack Jones got smoked by Ryan Flanoy. Trey White, McCreary could be a nickel corner option for you. I kind of want somebody better, but if you were to go sign McCreary, I could target front seven in round one. Like I could do that. That I think would placate me for the time being, but I have long had the vibe that this team's plan when it comes to the draft was we're going to get Christian Parker a corner in round one. It's kind of always going to be the plan, I thought. Safety-wise, obviously Kevin Byard is now a Patriot, but these guys don't have nickel value. Nick Cross, Brisker, Hawkins, Stone, who I somehow can't believe is 26 years old. I feel like he's older, but he's not. Tony Adams. Dono is going to go somewhere else. We'll see where. Duggar. Andrew Wingard. Nick Scott was so bad in Cincinnati. Now, he played in a fairly similar scheme in Carolina to what the Cowboys will do, but it's just not a solution. So, free agency-wise, chat, we might be cooked. That's what I got for you. That's what I got. Reminder, more super chats. Gerard Wilson, everyone forgets Greenlaw. I've mentioned him. Jane said they are out. I will feel a lot better about the linebacker room if you go get Dre Greenlaw. Player I have long loved. Massive medical concerns. I get that, but I am desperate. I am extremely desperate. Jerry's McGriddle, which is why would you put salt on a McGriddle? It's what I had on Tuesday, by the way. By the way, the McGriddle, I would argue, is one of America's top 5 inventions. Period. You put the syrup inside the pancake? My God.
It's genius. It's
genius
innovative.
shit.
It's innovative. That's all I can say, Tom. It's just this is good stuff.
Is
right
it is it a fat guy invention? Yeah.
It could be. It could be.
But shit, it tastes good, man.
That's right.
So good. This is high school golf workouts. It was like we'd be there at 6 a.m. We'd work out. We'd have like an hour before school. It was the McDonald's McGriddle afterward. And then a bathroom trip right after. But that shit was so good.
Gotta have it.
I love the McGriddle.
Very creative name and chat there.
It's the sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle.
Right.
Every time.
Go to.
Every time.
Go to.
He says, I can get rid of Jerry for you guys. Just saying. Keep putting salt on it, you might. Who salts a McGriddle? Ridiculous. All right, Max Finnegan. I'm going to do Max Smash 73 there.
Wait. Let's rewind. Did you say salt? Is Jerry allergic to salt?
Do you not know this?
No!
You don't know the lore?
No!
All right, I'm sending it to you. You again. Fire AP in the chat, guys.
Fire AP, L for me. I didn't know. Is he allergic to salt?
No, he salted his McGriddle.
Wait.
I'm sending you the link right now. How do you not know this? I had to put on the Terry Tate office linebacker stuff today at the office.
Oh, God. Okay.
If you don't know, it was Hard Knocks 2021. Jerry had himself a McGriddle. And you know what he did? He took it out of the wrapper, put it on the plate. He had his nice cup of looks like black coffee as well.
Oh, yeah.
And then he grabbed some salt and put some extra salt on the McGriddle.
Oh, no.
Which is absurd behavior.
Is he also wearing a Duke hat? That might be the worst clip in American history.
That is one of the older Cowboys hats. It's just the D for Dallas on it.
Good.
It's not the Cowboys. It's not the Cowboys one.
Jeez.
That's honestly.
That's un-American.
That's embarrassing if you're not.
America's team, and you're doing that. Come on.
Was it the Prime? I will say that all or nothing series for the Cowboys was so good. Like I was already in love with Sean Lee, but it was maybe more so.
Sean Lee's a legend.
Max, is middle linebacker the easiest position to find a day one start in this draft? I think it's up there. I don't know if it's the easiest, necessarily. Actually, maybe it is. So I think your day one, I'll expand to linebacker starters here. Sonny Styles, Jacob Rodriguez, C.J. Allen. I think Jake Golday could be a day one starter for you. Maybe Anthony Hill, Josiah Trotter. I think Terrion York could be a sneaky player there. But like rotation pieces also include maybe Lander Barton, Kyle Lewis. No idea what you can get out of Harold Perkins, but I do think you have more viable options there. But I also need an edge and a nickel corner. I don't want to have to force myself into both of those. I don't really want to do that. All right, Jonathan Cruz, Osa and a 2 next year for Fred Warner. I don't know why the Niners would do that. That doesn't make any sense. I think Chase said he'd wear a Speedo if they traded away Fred Warner. Even more to go do it there. It doesn't make sense for the 49ers. They're trading away I think the best off-ball linebacker in football for a good defensive tackle and a second next year. Even as a first this year, why? So they can play Garrett Wallow more? I don't get it. It just like this. I know there was the one Giants guy that I think was getting got by some stuff. It doesn't make sense for me. CD Prods. There we go. Oops, I misspelled Prods. By the way, Aaron Jones back on a restructured contract for the Vikings, by the way. Notable Cowboy killer, Aaron Jones. You think Jerry, do you think Jerry is GM another person and who? I would like Bobby Okereke. We need a linebacker. So a linebacker. I think you mean sign another person? I want to say yes, but it is so picked over right now. It's Okereke and Dre Greenlaw are like the only guys that I think that you could start right now. Matt Milano, if he's healthy, great, sweet, awesome. But I don't know if like Greenlaw's health scares them off. I wouldn't be shocked if he just went back to 49ers, by the way. He gets cut at 4 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we get some news on that at 4 p.m. Eastern. It's a post-June first cut. Or if they want to bring him in for a medical. I don't know. Ethan, if we reach Mesidor, C.J. Allen, or somebody else 12, the names I would monitor, Dylan Thiedemann, if they think he can play nickel, C.J. Allen, and Avion Terrell. Maybe even Colton Hood too, by the way. I don't think they'd reach on Mesidor. Also, his medical plus Allen's medical are question marks. The more we know. Has Dallas done anything at all? They brought back Tyrus Wheat, which I guess is a thing. They made the trade for Rashawn Gary. That was a big move. Jalen Thompson is their largest outside free agent signing in almost 15 years now. Sam Williams, closer to 1.25, by the way. PJ Locke, I don't have official contract details on that, by the way. It might not be the full 1.5. I don't have the full 5. I don't have Otito Obonia full-on contract details either, by the way. That could be less than $3 million. No details on Sam Howell. 1.7, but also a bunch of, almost no guaranteed money on Tyrus Wheat. So, again, they are cap compliant now. Actually, looks like Over the Cap has those numbers in there. It's $100K guaranteed for Tyrus Wheat, 1.56 or 1.695 in the cap figure. That's not a guaranteed spot. So a lot of depth pieces so far. Bradley Conard, $5 super chat. There we go. Bang. I wouldn't want it to happen. What is Osa's value? Wouldn't mind the Fred Warner swap idea. Do you guys know how fast I would trade Osa Odighizuwa for Fred Warner straight up? I will drive Osa to San Fran by myself and I will drive Fred Warner back by myself. That's like a 20-hour route, like each way trip almost. Maybe it's like 16 with stops. Like I will jack myself up on Mountain Dew, and I will drive straight through. Just like I will do it all by myself. It's not happening. I would be so, honestly, I would go from like I am pretty disappointed to this is the greatest offseason in my lifetime. In an instant. I don't think there's any way it happens. No way. Let me read off what I messaged Chase. Chase and I were talking about this too. I said Osa, the Niners go about Osa. I said trade idea. Niners get Osa, Cowboys get Fred Warner and the substation. And he said they would be insane to trade Warner. And I said it would be a top 5 brain dead move. There's no way. Again, I'd love it. I'd probably buy a Fred Warner jersey that day. I think Fred Warner is the Cowboys and Dak's sleep paralysis nightmare demon. He owns them. I love Fred Warner. There's just no way. C. Munoz in again. I'll try to spell out the name for the raffle entry. Yeah, but I'm drunk. I can't say that. What are your thoughts with this? Jake Slaughter, center at Florida at 20. No. Full on out. I don't have a first-round grade on him. I don't think you cannot take an offense lineman at 20 because, like, I'm benching Guyton in this scenario. Later rounds, draft one or both. I think he means just the one here. Caden Wetjen, kicker receiver out of Iowa. When we get to day 3, this is going to be a really fun player on day 3. If you do not know the name Caden Wetjen, get familiar with yourself because I think he is going to be drafted. And I mean that in like the nicest way possible. This is not someone who's going to be a contributor on offense, really. Like, he was like this like awkward running back, wide receiver hybrid in his career on offense. 23 catches, 197 yards. That's an 8.6 average, 1 touchdown, 23 carries, 132 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Despite that, he was an All-American. And do you know why? 2 years as a returnman in Iowa, he had 6 touchdowns. He led the nation in 2024 in returns, yards, average, touchdowns, punt return yards, and touchdowns. Led the conference. Led the nation in kick return yards in 2024. In 2025, led the Big Ten in yards per return, touchdowns, the nation in punt return yards, the nation in punt return average, and punt return TDs. This is the best return man in college football. He's like, I don't know, 5'6" or some shit. Like he's not 5'9". I'll pull up the exact numbers there. He's just a return demon. Like that's what he is. He's white Devin Hester or some shit. He's not actually, but he's 5'9", 193, ran a 4.47, and all that man does is house returns. And Munoz also adding a guy we have put in mock drafts previously, Barian Brown, CFB 25 legend.
CFB 25 legend, Kentucky legend. Just chuck it up to the guy, and he's going to go find it. In the game and in real life, he will be a good return artist in the NFL.
I had to adjust, like, because I was, for CFB 14, NCAA 14, I was playing that like 7 years after release. There was a group of us.
Die hard.
There was a group of us that were playing online dynasties together up until like 2022 or some shit. Like we were deep into it. It was me. Guy at NFL Network was in with it on us. Thor Nystrom, who does, I think he's Fantasy Life now, I think. Or maybe he's a Vikings guy. He was in there. Ben Albright joined us for 1 year too. Like we were wildly into it. Like we would run those dynasties for 5 years. Every year we do it.
Love
until PS3 kind of like blocked us from the updated version in advance of the move. So, like, we were deep into it. And then I had to adjust for 2025. And I eventually learned, if you get single high coverage,
it's over.
Just throw the bomb.
Just throw it.
Barry and Brown,
That's all you gotta do.
Zachariah Branch slot fades worked. I was a South Carolina dynasty because I'm like, because go Cox, it's fun. Lenore Sellers and their giant wide receiver it was just bombs left and right. We eventually learned, like, okay, the meta was just single high coverage, vertical shot. Touchdown every time.
Or
they
RPOs, just all the way down the field.
That is also all I did. I just ran RPOs. I still, like, I joke. I keep calling, like, the Lane Kiffin, Tennessee offense different ones. I call them Mickey Mouse offenses.
Pretty much.
That's what I run in NCAA football.
Oh, you're one of those?
I run RPOs left and
Come
right.
on.
I run RPO bubbles. I run RPO, the tight end seam shot.
Oh.
I run mesh. I run a fake-ass offense because it works.
It does.
Because it works. Because I can read half the field, read two things at once. I don't do a real drop-back passing game.
Why would you?
I'm a fraud. Samuel, I'm a 10 out of 10, Tom. I am pretty. Hey, body positivity matters here.
Bang.
That's why the Fatties Only t-shirt sold in 3XL. Jensen Clark, I'm getting really worried, Tom. Confident we're fed up. I don't know. It's kind of sitting and trying to figure some stuff out. CT, how legit think trading Osa and some other asset for Fred Warner is? I'm not going to say it's dumb because, like, that's just you trying to get a good player. That's not dumb, that's smart. I would say it is dumb from the Niners' perspective. I don't know why the Niners would give up. I think he is the best linebacker in football. If there's somebody better, tell me. I think he's highly instinctual. He's awesome. He plays through injuries. I know he's 30. Expensive contract-wise. I don't give a shit. There's no better linebacker for me in football right now than Fred Warner. Special football player. If the Niners would take Osa and insert pick here, bang, I'm in. I'm in. That would get me so hyped in an instant. I would be like, hell yeah, brother. We are back. I'm not going to say the phrase all year. I refuse to say it. But, like, that would get me, like, the way that we've not used is Jerry cooking. Jerry's cooking. And I think we'll have to do a video on this afternoon. If no moves, we'll have to discuss Fred Warner. Because there's so many questions on it. It's perfectly fair. I just don't get it from the Niners' perspective. They lose $13 million and dump the best linebacker in the NFL. Why? Chris Broussard, burn account. Fair to say you're the funniest guy in the world. My wife says no. I'm a little bit mad about that because I was told once I had kids, I was allowed to make dad jokes. And then I'm not allowed to make dad jokes still.
That's the constant cycle. I've noticed that too. Not that I have kids of my own, but I see it with my dad too. It's like once you get older, it's just like, okay, I've had enough of these. And by the time you think you're old enough, you pass the torch, and it still is just never acceptable.
I will say,
never a good time to tell a dad joke.
My father-in-law made a dad joke, and we had not ever heard him make one. I was like, wait, you have those in your bag? It's pretty funny. It was funny. All right, we got the CT already once. I think it kind of reset on you. Dominic's. Get you into the raffle here. There we go. Trade Osa to the Vikings for Grenard, a 2026 third. You know what? F it. Why not? Like, if they're actually shopping Osa, sure. I get an edge starter, and I can get another piece up front. That's two assets for one. Vikings wise, they have some holes on the front. I will say Jalen Redmond. You can find our video on him. That was like, I want him out of the UFL. He's been really good for Minnesota. They drafted Levi Drake Rodriguez, Ingram Dawkins. That actually might be somewhat viable. Grenard's kind of expensive though, and that might be their biggest issue. If I'm getting a third though as well, I would probably say yes to that. But I do wonder if the Vikings would be willing to do that. Like all these moves, I'm like, what's the cost involved here? What's the cost? Like what is the actual offers for Osa? Is this a team smell blood in the water offering kind of crappy stuff for Osa, or is this there's a real market, teams want to give up real assets for him? I don't know. I don't know. So, more super chats to come. The goal is $1,000 in supers and 1,000 likes to get the merchandise discount coming up here in the 4 p.m. Eastern window. We are 185 likes away and 390 in super chats for it's not 30%, but it's around 30% for the merchandise discount as requested by Tony. Kevin, insane I know, but Osa and a second for Fred. Love GP. I think that's George Pickens. In a heartbeat, I'd do it. F my 2027 second pick. I can't draft in the second anyway. I'm down. Does not make sense for the Niners, though. We have a new addition, by the way. Details to be determined. Chig Okonkwo will face the Cowboys twice a year. He is heading to the Washington Commanders on a 3-year deal. I want to see the details, but I do like that deal for the Commies. It's a good deal there. Seth, Mansour to land at 12, Allen at 20, signed Bosa, Wagner, and re-signed Clowney. You probably could pick between Bosa and Clowney, but I'd be in. I would be in. That I would feel pretty good about your offseason. Does Delane get to you at 12, Allen at 20? We'll see. We'll see. I don't think it's a lock necessarily either way, but I think you've got some options there. Blitz. Let's get Bradley Chubb and call it a decent free agency. If you get Bradley Chubb, then you don't have to draft an edge in the top 100, and you can focus on nickel/corner and linebacker. And you have to nail those picks right away, but at least you give yourself the hope there. At least to give yourself the hypothetical of, okay, we are set. We have starters here, and you can use those day 3 picks on best available, add a lineman on both sides of the ball, whatever. But I think you are at minimum one player away from being able to hypothetically set yourself up for draft 2 instant starters. Otherwise, you need 3. All right. 1,000 likes is maybe the easier step, short term, to help unlock some merchandise discount. I think we need both of them, or at least close to it there. 1,000 likes. We are at 8:25 right now. We are targeting the 4 p.m. Eastern Time hour to unlock the merchandise discount here on the Cowboys Report. We are at 8:26. On the like side, there's over 1,463 people watching live right now. Hit that like button if you haven't already, please and thank you. Free, simple, and easy to do. This was Tony's idea, and then I think was it Williams' idea for the like side of it, or Samuel's idea? Tony said super chats. Samuel said likes, so we'll kind of blend it together a little bit here. 1,000 likes or $1,000 in super chats and or Venmos, by the way. So like the video if you haven't already done so. This is the super chat menu with the news of Chig Okonkwo. Finally some movement here. Additional movement. Jalen Hawkins to the Ravens. 2-year, $10 million deal. So Hamilton, they're finally going, let's keep Hamilton at the nickel. 2 years in a row, the Ravens have tried to be like, what if we made Marlon Humphrey our nickel corner? And both years they went, oops, nope, that's not it. Yeah, that's a much better deal for the Ravens. So Hawkins to Baltimore, and we mentioned Kevin Byard to the Patriots. Chig Okonkwo. I've always liked as like a sneaky good tight end there. to the Commanders. So, Super Chat menu. We are doing the mini helmet raffle end of today's show. At minimum, that's probably an hour and a half, 2 hours away. $10 gets you 6 raffle entries. I want to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle here. We only have 2 entries right now. That's Nick D and Wade Kincaid. We need at least one more to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. Link is in the live chat. Nick D and Wade are in at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. For day 3 of free agency, we are doing $50 is 3 shots. For reference, this is now here. It was here when the day began. So $50 is 3 shots. All counts on Venmo, by the way, too. $100 is 3 mimosas or beer bongs. The goal is to get the $1,000 in Super Chats, and we can do the discounted merchandise deal for you guys, and or $1,000 in likes, or 1,000 likes. We are 120 away, so very close on that front. If we get a $500 Venmo and or Super Chat, I will tell the story I think I told you and Billy and some other people that were with us at the Combine in Indy. The story, the behind-the-scenes exclusive of how I unintentionally baited and trolled a current NFL head coach into falling for a troll tweet. I will not tell who it was. I probably shouldn't say who it was, but after a couple mimosa bongs and shots, I'm a little bit more loose-lipped, and those sink ships after all. I will tell the exclusive story of what the hell happened. At this point, that would also unlock the merchandise discount at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, too. So I probably shouldn't tell it because once I say it, it becomes public, and then it will also get back to the head coach, sitting NFL head coach, by the way. But it was a troll story of how it was obviously fake, and the coach took it as real, and I'll leave it at that. So I won't say who it is. That defeats the person telling the story, but $500 per the bosses to help cover potential legal fees that we might have to face. I get to tell that story. So I want to say it at some point. So draft or free agency maybe is the time to do it, but it's fun. All right, there is not much going on day 3 of free agency. The Cowboys brought back Tyrus Wheat on a fairly cheap deal. Jalen Hawkins is a Raven now, 2 years, $10 million deal. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. Shout out Rob, Spectre, Frederick, Pinky Green, and Deacon on that front. I think the not the blackout, but the dark mode looks way better. Details on Chig Okonkwo. 3 years up to 30 for him for the Commanders. So Washington, this matters for draft stuff wise. Jeremiah Love or Cornell Tate or Caleb Downs. I think one of Styles, if he's there, probably not. But I think they're going Tate, Love, Downs, or Styles. Like, honestly, put it in pen. Like, weapon makes so much sense for me. I think Cornell Tate makes a ton of sense for them.
Oh, yeah.
That might be their move. That might be the move. So, the Cowboys make any more signings? Y for yes, N for no. Everyone's trying to guess who the coach is.
Oh,
there's a very popular one in there. I'm
there?
not saying if it's right or wrong. There are other coaches in there. He's a current sitting head coach.
Oh.
At the time, he was also a coach.
Okay.
But I'm not saying if we say coach or not.
Seeing some guesses.
And this is the one I know about that baited him. So another move, Nick Cross to the Commanders.
Also to the Commanders.
So Washington, a very busy day 3 of free agency. So Commanders now have Jeremy Reeves, Will Harris, Quan Martin. They're going offense in round 1. I am now convinced of it. If Styles is there, probably, but I think Wagner's gone. They're going offense because they were in the mix for I think for Walker and Alec Pierce too.
Definitely, yeah.
So I think they're going offense in round 1. Like I think that's a no-brainer. So the Cowboys make any more moves? Y for yes, N for no. Crimson Cowboys has got to be a certified boomer, right? Are there any actual boomers still coaching in the NFL though? What's the boomer cutoff age?
Is it?
I'm Googling this.
Is it 50?
1964 is the cutoff.
Okay, so that would be quick math.
Don't ask me to do math, man.
62. Right?
Okay.
I think that's right.
It's like kind of close to it. It's like in the buffer range, we'll call it.
Oh, we're giving them too many hints, Tom.
I mean, are we really?
These guys are chronically online. These are internet sleuths right here.
I'm not telling you who it is. I'm not telling you what the story was. Because the story aspect is the best part of it, by the way. Is the best part of it.
It is hilarious.
I did not know about it for several years, and I found out this year. So the bosses said we have to cover the 3-hour legal paperwork if we get sued. So, but it's all we'd win, but whatever. Nick Cross 2 years up to $14 million for the Commies, by the way.
Okay. All right. Safety market finally heating up a little bit. Jalen Hawkins, Nick Cross both going in the last 15 minutes.
Yep. Cross, I think, is from DMV, by the way, the DMV area.
That sounds right.
Blitz. Ignore the red flags and trade for James Pierce. I cannot emphasize enough how horrible of a move that would be. Yeah. No one is trading for James Pierce. These aren't red flags. These are active investigation and charges.
Yeah, I think the only person trading for James Pierce is a detention center.
Like, yeah, what was the prison football team? It's them.
Yes. Oh God.
I'm not trading for James Pierce, man. Like I'm not.
What was the name?
Like, look, innocent until proven guilty. From the stuff we have heard, he may have done that shit.
I mean,
and if he
another
did,
report came out yesterday.
Look, if he did, that man should be in jail.
Yeah.
And like not play football again
Ever.
Like I'm out. Like I'm not doing that. Hard stop. I'm not doing that. Clifton, who the Cowboys trade for? Cornerback, linebacker. I would call about Jordan Brooks. I really don't know how many like viable corners are out there on the open market. Like, I don't think Budda Baker is available realistically. He'd be a good fit at the nickel spot. DeJean's not obviously. I don't have a great answer. I really don't. I don't think Fred Warner's realistic. If nothing else happens, that'll be our afternoon video. Fred Warner. Like, I don't know. Do we ever show the Michael Clemens contract, by the way? Let's go through the recent moves. This is perfect. Perfect. You were right there. Michael Clemens, who does, by the way, spell his own name wrong, and nobody else spells it right. Yeah, EAL.
I didn't notice that.
3 years, $17.5 million.
That's a lot of money.
Look, I'm not. That's a horrible deal.
Who?
If you had done like 1 year, 6, okay. I don't know what the guaranteed money is, so we're reserved to change my mind. Like that guy doesn't do anything pass rush wise. Like that makes the Sam Williams deal look great. Durham Smythe to the Ravens.
That's right.
I dig that. That's a good blocking tight end there. Long snapper.
Okay.
Okay. Max Mitchell back to the Jets. Cowboys legend Chidobe Awuzie. 1 year, $5 million back to the Ravens. That's fully guaranteed, but maybe some incentives on top of that. Elijah Hicks back with the Ravens. We'll see. Chris Williams, 1 year, $2 million deal with the Falcons. Kevin Byard to the Patriots. Aaron Jones restructure back to Minnesota. 1 year, 5.5. AP love that one.
Minnesota!
That's great. Lonnie Johnson to the Dolphins, 1 year TBD. Chig Okonkwo, 3 years up to $30 million deal. Jalen Hawkins, 2 years, 10. Nick Cross, 2 years up to 14. And then Durham Smythe, the Charlie Kolar replacement for the Ravens. I don't have any details there on that front, but details there. We are doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle on today's show at What Going Downey if you want in. I will count all the Venmos in our 1K Supers and Like Challenge. We're 100 likes away, by the way, to do some merchandise discount here at the 4 p.m. window. At What Going Downey if you want in, as Simon gets in, which now guarantees that we will run the Venmo 50/50 raffle.
Bang.
That is Simon. Bang. There we go. I assume it's Simon Castillo. To it normally is. It is indeed Simon. It only shows the first name there, so don't show it yet though. Don't go. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Take home right now is 30. I will count that 30 for our goal of 1,000 likes and $1,000 in super chats to run the kind of sort of 30%. I don't know what the exact math is, but the bosses said we can make it work on the merchandise discount there. So we are rounding up, call it 350 away on super chats, less than 100 likes away on that side. But at What Going Downey if you want in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Link is in the live comments, or in the live chat of today's show. By the way, AP, congrats on your Wildcats getting a dub in the SEC tournament. So,
Thank you. I had that on over in the background. I was watching as closely as I could. Yes, they advanced. Could be a short-lived postseason for us.
my Miami of Ohio,
Dang.
undefeated season.
Keeping it
Electric.
going, man. I love it.
I had made the comment. I forget who I made it to. It might have been one of my buddies. When they began the year like 8-0, I'm like, I never thought I'd see an 8-win Miami team in a row, let alone an 8-0 team. And then when like 20 was like, never thought I'd see a 20-win Miami team.
I was going to say, you got to keep texting them every time now, like the Urban Meyer, like best thing about 5-0.
They should be in. It'd be a joke if they didn't get in.
Oh, man.
But it's March Madness. People give shit. All right, Kalen into our Venmo 50/50 raffle as well. That's Kalen Thomas. Take home is now 40 on that one. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That is now 40 with Kalen Thomas, Simon Castillo, Wade Kincaid, and Nick D all in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. If we can get to 1,000 likes and $1,000 in super chats in the next 36 minutes in the 4 p.m. Eastern time window, we can do a key merchandise discount around 30. It might actually be above 30, depending on what the price is. I'm waiting to hear exact details back. But bosses said yes. Bosses said yes.
We've got 920 likes, Tom. We need 80 more likes, and we need 380 more dollars in super chats to hit
minus
both
40
those goals.
for
Minus
Venmo.
40.
I'm
minus
counting
40 because of Venmo.
The
So
Venmo side
340
of
is
things.
what we need. That's roughly $100 every 10 minutes.
And we are doing $100 is 3 beer bongs, and $50 is 3 shots. So
Could
that's
get
where we're
wild.
at for the bonus merchandise discount here. Can we get there? We shall see. Like the video. Several super chats we will now get to here as we're in hour 3 of, or wait, hour 4, I guess, is what it actually is, because we're 3 hours in, therefore we're in hour 4 of today's live show. Shout out to Kalen, Simon, Wade, and Nick D for the Venmo raffles. 2 entries here. That's fine. That was an old news. I almost got by being new news. KT Froggy, You ever play Frogger, AP? Game?
I've seen it. I've never played it.
You're not old enough for that.
Not
one.
old enough, no.
By the way, GM Eric DeCosta for the Ravens will speak at 5 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh.
So we'll get some news there. We are the only East team not dramatically improving, and the league team talent levels again passing us by. Again. Can I offer a take? Are the Eagles better?
Thank you.
I don't think they are. We have the losses graphic. Let's try it. It's been kind of wonky, but we'll try it. Like the Giants, I think, are better, but they had nowhere to go but up. I think the Commanders are better, but they were also pretty bad last year. The Eagles have lost Jalen Phillips, Jahan Dotson, Nakobe Dean, Reed Blankenship, Dallas Goedert's a free agent who's not going to be back either. That's 5 starters, essentially. Matt Pryor, Sam Howell, Brett Toth, Josh Uche are all backups. So let's round down. Call it 4 starters. Their additions, it's what? Reek Woolen? Now, I would not be surprised if they ended up adding, a Grenard in a trade potentially. They re-signed Jordan Davis. Johnny Munt is a downgrade from Dallas Goedert. They added Reek Woolen. So I think they're -3. Dallas, I think, is, if you minus Clout, at least an even move relative for that one. But they're still +1 with Jalen Thompson. Now, I needed +3, but I think the Eagles are worse. Granted, it's Philadelphia. They always do their voodoo shit. But I don't think that the Eagles have gotten better.
I'll be watching the Eagles on draft night. Kind of feels like Howie Roseman always comes in at the 11th hour. And, again, nobody verified. But last night saw somebody say, maybe Howie jumps in now and he's like, wait, hold up. I can get Maxx Crosby for a first and a third. Not saying that's the price, but I'm saying that it could have maybe dipped. And you maybe see a guy like that jump in on it later on in this Maxx Crosby side.
Shit always worries me. Alejandro Gomez into our Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. Thank you, Alejandro. $50 is the take-home right now.
Hey.
Matt Temple, a $10 super chat. Thank you, Matt. In for our raffle. After this, we'll go through our super chat menu here. Brandon Aubrey said he wants to stay in Dallas, but it's a holding pattern for the contract. On my lunch break, wanted to get your opinion on the Ravens backing out of the trade, and then Sonny Hendrickson. I think they were up to anything shady. Honestly, we're never going to know. The Ravens have a press conference which they had to have with GM Eric DeCosta. I don't think you will ever be able to prove we weren't being shady or there were real medical concerns. I will say the conspiracy theory of they lost all their players and then gave the exact same money to Trey Hendrickson. I don't really buy that. Like it's just not. I don't get it. Like that's not good business. Like if you could have gotten Trey at $20 or $15 million, okay, that I could get on board with. I do think there were medical concerns, and I think those scared the Ravens. I think the downside is teams are going to be like, wait a minute, should we negotiate with you? Are you going to screw us again? Like, it's a bad look for Baltimore. It's a really bad look for them. So you can never disprove the shadiness. It's impossible. Unless Maxx Crosby doesn't play week 1 for the Ravens or the Raiders because he's not healthy. Like, that's how you would prove it. I think it's – I will say this. I think the Raiders are pissed. Like, you saw their statement, right? Their statement was like, don't fucking talk to me. Like, that comment was, we're mad. Like, no one asked us shit. This is not our fault. Like, and I don't blame them either. Like, if I were the Raiders, I would be the petty vindictive ex, and I would say, I'm not trading with you. Like, screw you guys. I would do what the Jets and Joe Douglas did to the Dallas Cowboys. Like, oh, you want to trade? Cool, it's 50% extra. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Like, that's what I would do. I would not negotiate with them. If I were the Ravens, I'd be leaking all the shit that the reason why we failed the physical side of it. Like, that's HIPAA, bro. Yeah, I don't care. Like, you got to salvage it. It's a bad situation. And, like, for the Ravens, this did screw them. Like, they had to go overpay for Trey Hendrickson because of this. It's not a good thing for anybody involved. It's just a bad thing. It's ugly. Mo Surge, you notice out in the streets every now and then. But I, for one, think I look better on camera than I do in real life. I don't know why my hair looks better on camera. My hair is not that good in real life. I feel like it looks way better on camera. So every now and then, yes. Normally at the airport for whatever reason.
I was just about to say.
Like, the airport is where it happens
like
more than anybody else.
First week, and we were going down. I was about to train in Dallas. We got off the airport, and I was like, the first person we see, somebody's like, "Is that Tom Downey?"
Yeah.
Like, because we're in Dallas, and so it's obviously a lot bigger population of people that watch the show, and they're like, "Man, that's Tom Downey." I'm like thinking, like, this is my boss. I'm like, he's got a big shot over here. Yeah, man, you got noticed as soon as we got down there.
It happens. I don't let it inflate the ego because that's just like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that guy.
Right.
I don't want to be the guy on Twitter like, "Oh, we could influence the Cowboys' decisions." We can joke about, like, bullying works, but like, no, there's no way. There's no way. So, but every now and then, but like, it's fun. But like, the biggest impact I remember was Olivia was like maybe like 7 months old or something, and my wife and I were at the not the zoo. It was the who's the guy that lost the Ross Perot Museum in downtown Dallas, and this kid came up and was like, "Yo, I love the show." He gave me a fist bump, and then like we were leaving, and I saw him again. I gave him another fist bump, and then I went, "I have to swear less on the show." I'm like, I can't swear as much because like that kid should not know what the F word means, and I can't be the reason why. That's why late night games I'm more inclined to swear, but also
safe harbor.
The inhibition of the alcohol kind of cuts that away. So, all right, we are 40 likes away from getting to the 1,000 like metric.
Let's get it right now,
and let's just round and say $300 in super chats. Of getting to the super chat goal to do a merchandise discount here in the 4 p.m. hour once the Cowboys, the new league year begins across the NFL here. So, like the video. We'll go through the super chat menu here as well. If we can get to that, we're now 20 likes away.
Come on.
Can we get to the super chat side of things?
Let's hit the likes right now. We only need 16 more. We got 1,400 people watching. I know there's 16 of you guys out there that have not liked the video. But if you have, and you're watching, and you're loving, you're enjoying, you haven't stepped away, and you can't put your phone down, go grab somebody else's phone. Our friend Billy Beebe here in Cincinnati always says, if you're watching on a device, man, go grab your grandma's phone, your sister's phone, your brother's phone, whoever's got it, go grab it. Like the video on their phone, too, if you're liking what you're seeing. And boom, 1,000 likes. We are halfway to our goal. We got that one, and we're about $300 roughly away with 26 minutes to go to see if we can get a team site-wide, Cowboys merch-specific merch discount for you guys to go and take advantage of after.
They go behind the scenes. So, a Mecca Abuka account tweeted out like an hour ago, "Is CTE even real?" The Buccaneers communications account in that hour time frame tweeted out, "The account is not owned or operated by a Mecca Abuka. It is not affiliated with the Buccaneers in any way."
Bro.
And I responded, "Y'all were quick with that, respect." Because that one was going viral. Buck's social media was like, "That is not a Mecca Abuka. He is not asking if CTE is real."
Oh my God.
They were quick on that one. Good job, Bucks. They were good on that one. Crimson says he wants to hear how I tricked Ron Rivera. I will not be announcing the background. If we get a $500 from Cheddar Venmo, I will tell the story of how not intentionally, I did troll bait a current sitting NFL head coach into thinking my tweet was real. And the fallout that accompanied that is an all-timer.
It is.
It is an all-time story. But bosses said, as I drop my pen cap, bosses said, help us cover the potential legal fees on that one. Because I could prove it. I could prove it happened, and that it was a troll tweet. But I don't want to, fall for it necessarily. So, Venmo or Super Chat at What Going Downey. I will tell the story. There will need to be a couple of graphics buildings as well as part of that, but I will tell the story. So, we got 24 minutes to go. As Braden spray into our Venmo 50-50 raffle, by the way.
Bang.
You are in. Take home is now 60 on that side of things. So we'll round up and say still about $300 in Super Chats away.
Well, if
60 is the take home.
So that'd be 120 Venmo?
60 is the take home. I'm kind of the take home.
Math is hard, man. L's AP.
We were not math majors.
No, we weren't.
I was in jock math in high school.
If you guys couldn't tell, I actually stopped taking math classes after my freshman year of college. So
I'll be honest. I was cooking in freshman year math in college.
Okay.
Because it was like we've done all this shit. Like I did this stuff in high school.
I was in advanced math and I still sucked.
Tweet is not deleted. Is the only hint I'll give. Because why would I delete it? It doesn't narrow it down, by the way. I got to the point where like I knew all this shit, and then I got to the stuff that I had not learned yet. Shit, I was in trouble. Then I was like, oh no, because I was in jock math. In the end, Justin M, a $5 super chat. There we go. If the Cowboys originally traded for Crosby, do you think they'd be in the same spot as Baltimore? At this point, they need a linebacker. I agree on the linebacker part. They might be. And that'd be ugly for us. Like, in this theory of the Cowboys, doctor was involved in flunking Crosby on the medical, he did the same thing for Dallas. Would Jerry say F it the same way the Ravens would? Maybe, because then they wouldn't be able to get Gary. They probably would have afforded Thompson. Like it'd be messy. So it's impossible to know, but my lean would be probably. Justin also in to our Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home now. It's Justin P. Hopes he wins this time. Take home is now 70 on that front. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50 raffle. So different Justins there. Tristan York at the show, guys. Keep up the good work. DC for L. Appreciate that, Tristan. Cheers to you. KT Froggy says, chance with Tom versus bosses is just him. It is not me. I do have bosses I answer to. Now, I've been here long enough that I get plenty of free reign, but there are things I have to, clear with them. That I can't just be like, this is the deal, it's fine. It's not quite how it works. Someone wanted me to read their Venmo comment. 50. Let's see who Skilowitz is. Where did it go? Let's see. This is Justin P. says, 50-50, I better win this time, Tom. What about trading for Jordan Brooks or signing Bobby Wagner? I don't know how available Jordan Brooks is. I would have interest, though, if he were available. I think that is a huge step to fixing your linebacker room. Wagner's like a short-term option that, I don't know how much he has left in the tank, but, I don't think he's bad. He might not be able to cover the same way he used to be able to. But he's a lot better than what they have available. What they have on the roster. So, either guy, shoot, man, sign me up. Sign me up. So, appreciate you there, KT Froggy. But yes, I do have bosses to answer to in the end. Do they get mad at me very often? No. Every now and then, yeah. Every now and then, yeah. But there are the big chat sports bosses, James and Brett, too. But I've earned the if I want to do something a little bit rogue, I don't get in the same amount of trouble that AP might get in trouble if he went rogue on something. So
probably true. Probably true.
But more $5 super chats coming in here on the Cowboys Report. We'll get to those here in a little bit. Stand by on that one. 4 p.m. Eastern time is the new league year when the Cowboys will. I think they are technically cap compliant right now. In fact, they are cap compliant. They're not cap compliant for their offseason moves. But you could trade for Rashawn Gary, restructure that, and then sign all your players, and you would be cap compliant. Michael Autry, a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Michael. Yep, 2 entries for you. It's the pair laughing emoji. And then Ryan Marquez in here with a $5 super chat. There we go. It says Jacob Rodriguez will be a Cowboy. I would not be upset by that. Like I would be. He answered a bunch of questions with the athletic ability. I'd be on board there. Like I think he's instinctual. He's undersized a little bit, but he's a good football player. And this draft class in general, I would like to go out and just take the good football players. So otherwise, I feel like you're trying to reach on the guy that's just not as good. Period. Azeez Ojulari heading to the Falcons, by the way. More edge depth for them. All right. I think I know the answer here, frankly. Are you mad at Jerry Jones? Why for yes and for no? We'd feel better if they had a linebacker. We'd feel a lot better if they had a linebacker, I feel like. But I'd say I'm not mad at this point, but I'm a little bit mad. I'm a little bit mad there.
We got a $50 super chat.
Jay Quinlan, a $50 super chat. I'll do the math here on what we're remaining on. Get your votes in. Marika Gray, F, yes, I'm mad at Jerry. It's all yeses. It's all yeses there. Y for yes, N for no. I'm not mad. I'm effing pissed off. Or freaking pissed off. That's fair. That's fair. So we are at $700 in super chats. Plus we are in 70 on the Venmo side. 17 minutes left. We are well beyond the like side of things. What I can do is I can count the extra likes as $1 super chat each.
Oh.
I can do that.
Okay.
So it essentially ends up being.
So we need about 240-ish right now in supers to get there.
Yeah.
Including Venmos. And we have 67 likes over our goal. So that's an extra $70. So really we only need about $170 in super chats. And a like equals $1 in super chats.
There you go. So Q just has the $50 super chat. Thank you very much, Q. I appreciate that. I don't see a question with it. I guess he just wants me to be a little bit tipsy. That's fine.
We get to about 1,200 likes. I'll just tell you right now, we'll smash that number. So we're at 1079. You guys help us keep going here with the supers. Got about 15 minutes left, or at least before the new league year, before this challenge is over. We're at 1083 likes now. We get to about 1,200, 1,250. I think it's a pretty safe bet. You guys get yourself that merch discount.
Thank you, Q.
You can always keep super chatting, though, to get there faster.
Yeah, super chats are the most impactful, obviously. Biggest boost with a lot of people who have already liked the video from the audience side of it. So thank you, Q. 3 shots for you. Everyone spam Q in the comment section, by the way, of today's show. Q. Appreciate you, my big dog. Latest signing, Azeez Ojulari to the Falcons on a 1-year deal. Who, I think outside of like a draft pick or a notable edge, Cowboys are out. If they're not, their edges there. Ajay, Wood. Why not some Pickens? It would save money. I kind of feel like they are daring Pickens to do it again. That's kind of the vibe I get. Like, they haven't background. I think like the first year with the combine was the year Dak was and Lamb were up for new deals, and we were talking to John Machota, who I like a lot, by the way, because he's a good dude, and because he was like the first guy that was like, oh yeah, like you're like, was nice to me, frankly, because like I'm a fucking YouTuber, not a journalist. Like, he didn't have to be kind to me. And they were talking, and I'm like, Steven wouldn't say that they were talking to Lamb and Dak, and he's like, yeah, it's weird, like they're gonna have to. And I told him, like, yeah, I mean, if they don't, like, that's a really bad sign. That's a really bad sign. And then they didn't talk to him, and that's when I knew that they were not going to get a long-term deal done with Dak and Lamb that year, and they didn't. They dragged it out. They didn't have real conversations with Pickens this camp. I think that I disagree with it. I think they are comfortable daring him to play on the franchise tag. And that could be, at least for now, and that could be a drama-filled citation into June and July, which, again, I don't like. Tristan York, a $5 super chat. There we go. We are in. Honestly, I think agents are going to have a huge year coming up. Not too much about with Parker putting these guys in the right spots to succeed. It's like, I believe that Parker can maximize this unit. Let's say you have Agent Zero as one piece at linebacker. Great. You've got Shamar James and Justin Barron out there. That's not good enough. Barron's a special teamer. I still think James is a year away from being like a fully developed piece. And he's kind of, I think, more in the overshown mold than a green dot play caller. So I am concerned about that. I would like to get more help at linebacker. I think you have to get more help at linebacker beyond Overshown, who I love him. That's one of my favorite players on this team. He's not been very healthy. I would like to treat him as a luxury, not a guarantee. And this team is treating him more as a guarantee. AP, what's up?
Yeah, no, I love DeMarvion Overshown as well. And what I see in his future, if he can stay healthy, is a potential, Jahad Campbell-esque type of role. Now, not necessarily offering the same things, but I wonder if Christian Parker, having spent some time with a guy like that, being the passing game coordinator for the Eagles, if their paths, crossed, if they intertwined, and he helped kind of bring him along as a player who's made some huge strides in the last few years, might I add, and you want to kind of see that same trajectory for a guy like DeMarvion Overshown. Again, don't offer the same kinds of things, so that's not what I'm saying, but you want to see a player like DeMarvion who has that versatility, who can be multiple, as Christian Parker has said, and bring that best out of him. So I can see that in his future, and yes, I'm excited about a player like that. We just got to stay healthy there on that account.
I'm doing loosey-goosey math here, but I think if we get a $100 super chat in the next 12 minutes, we can count it for the merchandise discount. So that's me doing loosey-goosey math, but it's a verbal contract.
What's the Venmo payout?
So 70, so we'll count it. $100 super chat, or close to like 800 total. Call it 100.
Yep.
In the next 12 minutes, we can do the merchandise discount here at the 4 p.m. Eastern hour, and I'll do 3 beer bongs for it as well.
Ooh.
Apparently, we have the lore story behind Don't Eat My Burrito. He was at the Cowboys-Niners game a couple years ago, and a drunk Niner fan next to me grabbed his burrito and took a bite out of it.
No.
And that burrito was probably like $20. Because it's San Francisco, and that price is ridiculous.
Were punches thrown, Mr. Burrito? I have to know. I
honestly, I think I'd be frozen. I'm like, what the fuck did you just do?
It's like, how do you even respond to that? Like,
it's a great background there. Again, $100 super chat or Venmo. There's 50 from JQ. 50 from Q. There we go. So we're halfway there on the likes and super chats and all of that. Appreciate that, Q. Extra entries for you into the raffle. We're close. We're about 50 away now. Right about 50 away.
I can smell the savings for you guys. Just keep on super chatting and liking.
50 away. By the way, Niners re-signing Jake Tongues, however you pronounce his last name. RFA gets a 2-year, $8 million deal.
It's actually a really good deal, I think, for them.
Minor. He was good for them. I liked
he
him.
played well for them with Kittle's absence.
I liked him. Q. Hello from, I think that's North Dakota and not Notre Dame, Fighting Irish. That's my question. You're all good. If Love is there at 12, do you take him? Also, do we actually on defense via trades? Do you take Simpson at 12? I'm not that high on Ty Simpson, like at 12. Like, I hope he goes top 11 because it helps me get a defensive player. I don't dislike the guy, to be clear. Like if I was about to start Sam Howell or Joe Milton, we'd be having that conversation. But that's out of desperation. Like, he was good to begin the year and was kind of bad afterwards. Like, he was banged up. He had issues under pressure. He had what was it, hernia disc in his back. I have this in my notes. Hold on. Let me pull it up on my notes. Ty Simpson, in down the stretch this past year, had, it's going to freeze on me. I'll do my shots here. Had a hernia disc in his back, bulging disc in his back, excuse me, bursitis in his elbow, a.k.a. CFB 26 medical issue, had a reaction to the medication that he was having, and for the Auburn SEC title game, he was on the old I'm sick, soup and crackers diet. That's all he could eat. His weight dropped to 195. So he was just not healthy. But that means you're baking on like a 7-game sample size. And the numbers here, the first 9 games of the season, 66.9%, averaging 8.3 yards per attempt, 21 touchdowns to 1 interception. Awesome play. The back 6 games, 60.5%, 6.2 yards per attempt, 7 TDs, 4 interceptions. It was not good. So I'm not taking a quarterback in round 1. I don't think there's anybody worth it. If I'm the Jets or Rams or Steelers, different conversation. But for me, no. As for Love, if he is there, yes, I would. I would do it. I don't think he's there. That was my vibe coming out of the combine. 8 and 9, Saints and Chiefs don't need a back anymore. But I'm under the assumption of they knew that Love wasn't going to be there for them. They were not going to gamble on him being there. So, Q says 20, not 12. Oh, he's definitely not getting you at 20. That's a negative percent chance. 12, 2%, whatever it is. In the end, I think this is the Bijan Robinson, Jeremiah. This is the Bijan Robinson, Ashton Genty convo. Where, for me, if he were there, it's the best player on the board. Take him. Let's do it. I think when we get to draft night, he's off the board. Cheers, Q. AJ Wood, if he does it again, we pay more. If not, we lose him. That's Pickens, yes. You have a second franchise tag as an option for you. That's why the minimum extension cost is around $31, $32 million. People are like, what did Alec Pierce mean for Pickens? I'm like, nothing. He's already past that point. Same with Aubrey. Fairbank got a new deal. What does it mean for him? Nothing. We're past that point. I think we need another 50. Or the Venmo take home. Venmo take home is 70. 70. So we're close. And I think
that just put us over right there. T3 plays, I believe, was the one that did it. And the comment is perfect. He said, just to help us get to that goal.
And a 50 from K-Man! Well, now we're there.
For good measure.
So 4 p.m. Eastern window, we will do the merchandise discount. The Jets are poaching Dylan Parham, by the way, from the Raiders. Interesting. I liked him coming out of Memphis. I think he's
I liked him in the league.
So, More super chats coming in. We'll get caught up on those. 4 p.m. Eastern time. We will do the merchandise discount. I'm going to message the bosses now. I think they have to literally like change the price points on the Shopify side. So stand by for that one, friends and family. Not missing anything. Dylan Parham, 2-year deal worth up to 20. Woof. That's not that crazy in the end. Zaire Barnes back to the Jets on a backup deal. So, KT had the $50 super chat. I guess I'm just drinking an entire bottle of shotties today. That's pretty much where I'm at.
KT's in the chat.
Hello from South Dakota. How do you rank the NFC East as of now? Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, Commanders. Am I crazy for not trusting Dan Quinn, by the way?
No, I don't think you are. But I was just about to ask you, like,
it's close.
What is
gap
that
gap
Commanders need to get to that next hump? Because it's like
Jaden Daniels to be good again.
Back to his rookie year.
Before the injuries, honestly, he was bad last year.
He really was.
I know I've talked to you about this. Like, I made the point before, like, year 2 is harder.
It is.
Like, teams adjust to you, and they figure you out. It's harder on defense. Or as a quarterback. Like, life's more challenging. They're hiring an unknown. David Blau is their OC. Like, I don't know about that. I could see it all falling apart. And their MO has been, like, old guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if their window is a little bit more narrow than I think they want to admit. So, cheers.
That's that. You know the song, Tom, we were talking about a couple days ago on stream, that You Light My Fire, the Unk song?
Oh, yeah, because I'm old.
That right there is the song you play on the 2025 season highlights of the Washington Commanders and every other season after that.
KT, everyone spam KT in the comment section of today's show. The Cole West in again.
Just helping us with the goal. We appreciate you.
That's a lot of shots. Thank you, Cole. Cheers. Lot. It's day 3. What are you going to do? Darko Deeds, a $5 super chat. Oh, boy. Cowboys signing big body 3-4 edge linebackers. Will Chubb and Okereke, would Cowboys fans be satisfied till the draft? I would vote yes. I would be I'd be placated, maybe is a better term for it. I wouldn't be over the moon with it. Like, you could have done a little bit better, but you're not like, again, when it comes to, this is me being vulgar, so I apologize. You don't want to be drafting horny. I gotta get this, I gotta get this, I gotta get a corner, I gotta get an edge, you don't want to be doing that. You want to take just the best pure player and not have to reach on this spot and risk getting sniped. So you add Okereke, you add Bradley Chubb, you're going to draft a corner. Like, that is going to happen. I think that's been the plan for the entire time. But at that point, at 20, I can go edge or linebacker or trade down. I don't have to force Allen or Rodriguez or Hal or Mesidor, depending on what I need. So you do that, I feel better about it. By the way, of note here, in 2 minutes, the Saints contracts for Cam Jordan, Foster Moreau, and Taysom Hill officially void.
Yep.
Chris Jones, Chiefs defensive tackle, just tweeted out Cam Jordan ... which would potentially take the Chiefs out of the defensive end market and could be a big issue for Mansour Delane as an option. Darko Deeds, thank you very much. KZ4912. Go. Honestly, try for Chubb. D-line is better. Gary gives you better production. We just need a veteran linebacker signing. Kind of very similar. If you add a competent linebacker and an edge, I feel pretty good about that. Like, don't we all feel like kind of good about that?
I would.
Right? Right? If you had Nakobe Dean on this team, or insert veteran linebacker you wanted, Caden Ellis, Devin Lloyd, whatever, would any of us be like mad right now? I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. You can vote Y for yes and for no. I don't think we'd be mad at it right now. Maybe we want more Family Guy meme with the creepy neighbor of just like sitting the hat going, I want more. But like, I don't think we'd be mad at it. I think we'd be. I think we'd be okay. Chris Helms, are we not currently over the cap after something before 4 p.m.? So you don't have to do something before 4 p.m. It's just a matter of how you time things and what you do with Rashawn Gary. If you were to count everybody at once right now, you would be over the cap. But you're not counting everybody right now. So a lot of it is just timing based. So lots of news coming in here. Jake Browning is heading to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kyler Murray has been formally released, and he is going to be a Minnesota Vikings top-end target. But Murray, Cousins, all formally cut. And Jake Browning, who had been non-tendered by the Vikings, which confirmed, or by the Bengals, confirms to me that the Steelers tampered with Brock Hoffman, by the way. He's a free agent, too. So, news coming in here. Murray's been formally released. The Vikings are the favorite. Tristan York, a $10 super chat. And as we now enter the 4 p.m. Eastern time window, thanks to you guys, let me read off the exact message from my boss here. $10 off every item in the Cowboys Report merchandise store, which, by the way, from a cost perspective, is actually above a 30% discount.
Bang!
So $10 off everything for the next hour, the bosses say. $10 off for the next hour here. Now, I'll put the full link in there. Let me do it this way. This will probably be better. Okay. $10 off in the Chat Sports Cowboys Report merchandise store. Everything is $10 off. Maybe the sweatshirt might not be the full 30, but it's actually a little bit higher on other stuff. $10 off everything in the Cowboys Report store. Link is in the comments section and the description of today's show. There's the shop link in there. Chatsports.com/Cowboys will redirect you. Sometimes you got to hit refresh on it if it's kind of lagging on you. But link is in the comments section and the description of today's show. That is in the chat there. $10 off everything in the Cowboys Report store. So for most things, 29 times. That's closer to 35% off. So Pickens shirt is also on sale. The Beers hat is on sale. That one is actually above. That one's closer to, let me do the math on that one here. The T-shirts are closer to 35% off. The hat is closer to 40% off at, again, chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Link is in the live chat of today's show. The Air Pickens shirt is on sale right now. It's not in there? I thought I moved it over. Let me fix that. Biscuits. What did I do wrong here? Hold on. I did do it wrong. Hold on. I got to update that. Stand by. Air Pickens shirts also available. Is the Valentine's Day stuff working? Okay, Valentine's Day. That one is probably not the full-on 30%, but everything else is pretty close on that front. There we go. That's a better URL. Let me move that back over again real quick to show it to you. But thanks to you guys, everything is $10 off. Link is in the live chat of today's show. We will give some shout-outs as those come in. So a little bit more than the 30% off that had been requested on that front. Other news, by the way, as things flow in, the Raiders are interested in Kirk Cousins as a potential mentor to Fernando Mendoza, which I don't actually hate that one necessarily either. So link is in the live chat of today's show. It's the full Shopify. Oh, that is not the right link. Shit. I just put the remove. Shopify. Yeah, I broke it there, so hold on. Chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Refresh if you need to, if it doesn't show it up immediately. But $10 off everything on the Cowboys Report gear site there. Like t-shirt, by the way. Links in that comment section and the description of today's show. We will check in on that here in a little bit. But some super chats we want to prioritize. Michael Autry. Who's your best player? Like a 12 if they are there. Downs, Styles, whatever. Maybe semi-realistic. I would be fully on board with Mansour Delane. I think there is a chance he ends up getting there, but not necessarily a guarantee necessarily either. But Delane would be I think he could be there for you, and he'd be a great fit. So we will see some official announcements here in this next hour window. The Panthers formally announcing Jalen Phillips. The Geno Smith trade is a Phillip. Caden Ellis. Garrett Bradbury's trade. The Trent McDuffie trade. David Edwards deal. The Teron Johnson trade. Cardinals announcing Kyler Murray released. So a lot of formalities, actually done deal, pen to paper, as we sit here in the new league year. Troy Daniels. Vikings officially cutting Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen. It seems Bosa is the last real domino. Does Dallas gamble on him? You need to do something. Stop sitting on your arses. British of asses, Jones boys. I don't know. What's the medical look like? Because he's old and banged up guy. So we'll see. Who could be? Bradley Chubb could be too. I haven't seen an official announcement there, but yeah, I agree. Donovan Sanchez, a $5 super chat on Sanchez. Bang. This team has aged me more than I care to admit. Is Drunk Tom coming out? I ain't sober, I'll tell you that much. But I'm not full-on drunk. I'll be honest. That Packers playoff game, I was drunk. I don't remember it. Now, in general, I'm kind of I'm dialed in. I'm locked in. I don't remember that many games. I'm just I'm in the zone. It's like sports. You don't remember everything necessarily. But I don't remember that game. I just remember being mad. That's all I remember from it. Fine. Michael Sutton. Christian Parker finding out quick what he got himself into there. Same old Jones boys. They did more. They didn't do enough. And that's what bothers me. They just didn't do the things that they should have tried to do. And that's disappointing in the end. Look, Rashawn Gary, aggressive move. Jalen Thompson, their biggest outside free agent signing in over a decade. Everything since then, it's kind of bland. Sam Williams, EJ Locke, Otito Abonia, Sam Howell, Tyrus Wheat. It's all been not enough because you need a linebacker. If you had gotten another impact edge or a linebacker, I think we'd all be feeling a lot better about where things currently sit. I do. By the way, Lions cutting Josh Pascal out of Kentucky. So former second-round pick there. We sit here at the new league year. 4 p.m. window is now here. We'll stay live for at least an hour, I suppose. We are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey on today's show. take home right now is 70. 70 on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Can we make that a 3-digit figure? At Wacko and Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Get your entries in at Wacko and Downey here on today's show. What's up, AP? I heard
extra ties for Cameron Jordan to Kansas City. While nothing's official, obviously. John Sigler, Saints reporter I love to follow, quote tweeted Chris Jones's ... Cam Jordan tweet saying his 2012 season in Steve Spagnuolo's defense, the current Chiefs DC, was his real breakout year. So maybe Jordan doesn't look back on that season as bitterly as Saints fans do, alluding to him potentially also joining in Kansas City.
Interesting. Kyler Murray cuts. RFA tenders will be made official here in the not too distant future, / they kind of were. Let me see if the NFL transaction wires. I doubt it, but I'll pull it up here. That's the one big J thing I get to do. I have access to the NFL official transaction wire.
When I got access to NFL Pro, when I got here, Tom,
you done learn ball?
Cinema.
No, I get the NFL transaction wire sent to me. I have yesterday's transactions, not the new ones yet. Nothing of note there. So I don't know if they ever processed the Cowboys ones. Well,
it's a good time to remind the people, man. If you're liking what you're watching, hit that subscribe button. We got ourselves the dark mode here, over here on the live sub count. We hit 244,000 just yesterday on the Cowboys Report while we were doing our simulcast as well on the main Chat Sports channel on YouTube. But right now, we're already halfway to going 245,000. And since I got here, we've been making a long push towards 250,000 subs on the Cowboys Report, trying to be the biggest Cowboys channel on YouTube. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for more. We're going to be here for at least another hour hanging out with you guys, at least.
All the trades officially being announced, except for the one with Maxx Crosby. Crazy.
I feel so bad for the Raiders. I really do.
They got F, man.
They did. Through and through.
They did. Titus Howard trade official. DJ Moore trade official. Trent McDuffie trade official. Devin Lloyd official with Carolina. With the physicals all being done there. So 47 minutes left here on the $10 off any and all Cowboys Report merchandise. I will give shout-outs as well to anybody who gets in on that $10 off deal. Link is in the live chat and the description of today's show. Everything is available. By the way, how about, okay, so we got, I think, Joseph K. Peter Z bought 2.
Bang!
Wade K bought 1. Richard G bought 1. Brandon H brought 1. How about Richard B? 6 of them.
What?
That's my guy, Richard.
Bang! For the whole crew.
Richard B buying 6. Cheers to you guys on that one. Thank you very much. We are doing the $10 off everything on the Cowboys Report merchandise store. Cheers to you on today's show. $10 off everything for the next 46 minutes.
Take advantage.
So cheers. I appreciate you guys on that front. Link is in the live chat as well. I'll keep giving shout-outs to anybody else who steps up and does the $10 off. You guys are awesome. Merjanic, a $5 super chat as we await for, other stuff to go down here. I get the pessimism, but why are people waving my flag? Sign Green, Hobbs, and Campbell. They're not flashy, but starters. Go BPA in the draft. If you can do that, sweet. I think the problem is you're really narrowing down your options are narrowed right now. Who's the Campbell they're talking about here, by the way?
Calais.
Calais Campbell, that would make sense. Um, you're looking at Greenlaw helps your linebacker spot. Hobbs fixes your cornerback spot. Campbell gives you a great option at interior defensive line. They're not flashy. If they're healthy, they're good starters. I agree there. But that's like, there's not like, you can go one of 7 ways. Now you can go like one of 2 ways. It gets real thin. It is now real thin, real fast at this point. It's a little bit dicey for where we currently sit. And I don't love that. It's not great. So obviously the Osa trade lingers out there. As I understand it, so actually 2 notes here. This is from a Bengals reporter on Osa, is that from the Bengals side of things, is Rashawn Gary trade officially announced by the Dallas Cowboys. There has been no communication from the Bengals and the Cowboys on Osa Odighizuwa, and he isn't likely to be moved by Dallas. So big note on that front. They reportedly got a trade calls. The Niners were involved there for Nick Harris. But per a Bengals reporter who I do trust, it's Kelsey Conway for like the big paper in Cincinnati, not likely to be moved, which savings-wise does so little for the Dallas Cowboys, $4.75 million. Unless they were going to be get a good player back, which the Bengals did not have, it didn't necessarily make a lot of sense to do that. So Rashawn Gary formally, officially announced with the classic, here's me signing the paper of the contract. He is formally a Cowboy. So that one is officially official. They have the cap space to absorb him. I wouldn't be stunned if we got a restructure of Rashawn Gary's contract, and then nothing else has to happen from a salary cap perspective if they restructure Rashawn Gary. That's it. Or they restructure Kenny Clark, or Quinnen, or Osa, whatever it is. They don't have to go down that one there. They are cap compliant as we sit right now. They are cap compliant. It's just when they time up the signings of other players. So, Wade Kincaid, a $5 super chat. Let's get into the raffle here, my friend. Once it unfreezes on me. Bang. We ought to get Styles or Allen in round 1. I mean, you need one of those guys. Maybe Jacob Rodriguez is like linebacker 3 in the end, which I wouldn't be mad at there. I don't want to be drafting where I have to get a top 2 linebacker, because if the board falls the wrong way and or if everybody else knows I got to get a linebacker, they can jump me at 11 or jump me at 17, 18, 19, and everybody knows it. That gets me real worried about that. Real worried of like how the board actually falls. So, also of note, by the way, the Eagles are a team after Jonathan Grenard.
I was wondering if we would maybe hear a little bit of noise about Jonathan Grenard, because that's a big contract. And you'd have to imagine that obviously the Vikings signed that with the plan to roll him out there next year. But if there's an offer on the table, like I saw somebody in the comments go, Osa and a 3. I think we talked about that super chat, or if it's the Eagles out there that are interested, maybe he could be on the move. Maybe that's someone the Cowboys need to have their eyes on.
Jensen Clark, get real worried, Tom. Confident we are fed up. Just not that many linebacker options. Like, that's what you need more than anything else. The cornerback market is cooked. There's nobody McCreary maybe, but like, does he fit their mold? I don't know. It's a new coaching staff. Linebacker has me worried. Jensen and Sunstars is their last hope. You can talk me into C.J. Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, but putting all of that for any of those three guys, onto a rookie, that scares me, man. Mm-hmm. That scares me. Like that puts them in a like dangerous spot of like, hey, this 22-year-old will be our green dot play caller. What could go wrong? I don't know. I'm a bit worried about that, frankly. So, Bill is into our raffle as well. Bill Kitchener. Go. Close out some stuff here before it crashes on me. They need a big-time linebacker and a pass rusher so they get a run-stopping edge. Whether we agree or disagree, which is, we've earned the right to disagree with this team, by the way, they view Rashawn Gary as the pass rusher option. Like, that's how they think of him. Do I like that? I don't know. I'm not. Prove it to me. Either way, I need another good rotational piece. I need that on this team. Beyond that, you have to get a linebacker. Like, you cannot go into the April draft going, well, we have 3 linebackers who exist as people, therefore we're fine. Because you know what I have to do? I have to add 3 linebackers in the draft. And that's a joke. By the way, officially, formality-wise, Bradley Chubb was a post-June 1st cut. So count that one for me. Bradley Chubb was indeed a post-June 1st cut, just announced by Miami.
Tom, forgive me, and maybe my dumb question will help anybody else in the audience. Forgive me for not knowing. Why is it called a post-June 1st cut? If it's March 11th.
It's essentially salary cap counting.
Okay.
Or it's essentially like it's accounting, where if you cut somebody or designate them as a post-June 1st cut, the cap charge you have left of like the dead money of money you've paid that's not impacted the salary cap, when you cut somebody, like if you do a $20 million signing bonus over 5 years, you pay that guy $4 million in year 1. You cut him the next year, there's $16 million left that you owe.
Right.
All of that counts in that season.
Got it.
But if you do it after June 1st, which is the deadline, you would then spread that out over this year and next year. So you can space that money out in the end. So from their perspective, from like NFL team perspective, you can't do that as a post-June 1st cut until the new league year begins. Because it runs from June 1st into this current offseason.
Very weird.
So it's just timing and dates and accounting in the end.
Got it.
So when you do that, you can do it at 4 p.m. Eastern time today. That is your timing. So Bradley Chubb, it saves them money short term. You get 2 post-June 1st designations. Only for cuts. Only for cuts. You cannot post-June 1st a trade. It's not possible. You can delay a retirement processing until post-June 1st. That's what the Cowboys have done in the past, by the way. So it's just math of like when you count the moves being made. That's all it is. So if you have like a bunch of money owed to a player, delay it for a year. And then, do the post-June 1st cut. So now Bradley Chubb is available for a deal. Now he is available. Granted, as we saw with Tua Tagovailoa, you can tamper. But also, like, especially with like Tua's case, like they knew they weren't going to get anything back, so like it's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. So that's the timing there of Bradley Chubb. Thurko Deeds, Osa and a 5th to the Niners for Lenore and a 3rd. So that is Diamador Lenore.
I'm hearing that out.
Lenore's fine. I kind of feel like I'm giving up the better player.
Yeah, I think you'd have to get maybe a slightly better pick in return?
It's kind of funny. He played more outside corner this year for the Niners and wasn't as good, but he's been a nickel in the past and was better. In the end, you're kind of in the, like, we got to trust Christian Parker. If Parker says he's a great fit, okay. I don't know. I would kind of want a linebacker, which I don't think Fred Warner's going to happen, but it's fine. Carlos, reminder, we are doing the $10 off for the next hour. Links in the live chat of today's show on all of the Cowboys Report merchandise. Expect anything for the boys. Maybe, but probably not. It's kind of a wait and see for me. I want a linebacker. Oh, you can cross Bradley Chubb off the board.
Already?
Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
3 years, $43.5 million.
Ooh.
Up to $52.5 million. $29 million guaranteed.
That's a big deal. That is a big deal.
Big contract for Bradley Chubb.
Well, there was my last domino to fall.
Bradley Chubb, a sizable contract with Buffalo. 43.5 at minimum. That is $14.5 million per year. The up to figure is kind of cheating because they never get it. That's up to 17.5.
Oh, my God.
So,
oh, my God.
Bradley Chubb off the board. They were not going to spend in that price, in that threshold.
No.
If they could find $8 million, maybe.
Who are some other edges that went for around 17? I know.
That's the up to figure, so it's cheating.
Yeah, that's the up to. Jalen is like the up to 30. Trey was like around 27. So those are the big time ones. Chason, he made like 12.
12.
He's making more than Chason by a good margin.
It's a lot of money. I've paid. Kuntz got 11 from the Raiders on a one-year deal. That is a big deal for Bradley Chubb to head north from AFC East South in Miami to AFC East North in Buffalo. That is I don't think I would have liked that deal for the Cowboys, frankly. I would not have liked that deal.
For the Bills, you have to go get defense. I see the logic. That is an overpay.
But also, like, if you'd done it for a linebacker, I would have said, fuck it, who cares? Like, BM. So, Ecuador man, draft for you get Taco, same old Cowboys. Yeah, you do. Don't draft for need. Spend the extra $3 million in free agency and don't draft for need. Don't do it. Don't do it. A big deal in Buffalo for Bradley Chubb off the board, which is, whew, that's a lot of money.
It's
a lot of money.
Much.
Legendary Leo. There we go. Am I the only one who wants Bane? No. I want him. Like, I'd be down for him. I think there is a chance he's there at 12. Like, 12, Bane, Delane, maybe Downs, fingers crossed. Like, I think at that I think is possible. Like, if the Chiefs land Cam Jordan, I think that increases the possibility that Ruben Maiden is there for you at 12. Like, that one jumps up a lot for me. Of like, that's very possible. I will say, by the way, the Commanders have not tendered Chris Rodriguez. Chair, my love, is not getting past that.
No, he's not.
He's not.
No, he's not.
I feel pretty confident saying that one there. I pray to God they are not rolling into this year's draft with that current linebacker group. Because, like, that's just not realistic. Like, that's so bad. You would have to draft 2, if not 3 linebackers. Because you're going to need 5 off-ball linebackers to make your roster. Overshown James Barron, okay. Barron can be your 5th guy as a core special teamer. But everything else, like, what are we doing out here? Like, why would we do that? Like, you'd have to spend a first-round pick and an early day 3 pick. You have to draft C.J. Allen and Caleb Alarms-Roar at a TCU in the 4th. Like, that's just not – that's not a serious team, put it that way. Keenan Jenkins, a $5 super chat. Go. Bang. Jerry Lice, or we think spending a little more is breaking the bank. I think that back half is very true, by the way. They will get up there and say, we spent $11 million on Jalen Thompson. That is the biggest offer we've made in a decade plus. It's kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal. It's just how it grows. How it goes, excuse me. It's always chaos. But I wish they would do better on that front. Eli Aaron, at this point, sign Greenlaw. I don't care. Get somebody at inside linebacker. I agree. Yeah, you cannot enter the draft with this linebacking core. It's unserious behavior. Super unserious behavior. You have to get somebody actually good. And it's like, it's Okereke and Dre Greenlaw. The available linebackers right now. Bobby Okereke out of the Giants, who Schottenheimer sprayed before, but guys, he wasn't that good this past year. Levante David kind of sounds like Bucks or retirement for him. Dre Greenlaw, if he is healthy, intrigues me, but do you trust him to be healthy? I don't know. Bobby Wagner is super old. At 35 years old is 55. It's retirement age for a regular human. Matt Milano, at one point, I thought was one of the better linebackers in the game. He was really good. But he's battled a bunch of injuries the past 3 years and was not that good this year when he was actually playing. So that kind of makes it dicey for him. And then this next batch of names is my God, this is not serious behavior. Denzel Perryman, Landon Roberts, Akeem Davis-Gaither, ex-Cowboys players. I just what are we going to do out there? By the way, we have another $20 entry for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Shane S. is in. Take home is now $80 on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. It's at What's Going Downey on that front. So appreciate that. Eli mentioned Greenlaw. Big Rich Star talk into the raffle entry as well. Says, get that in properly for the tracker. And I misspelled talk because I am a child, apparently. Is Matt Milano available? Yes. Short term, maybe helps you, but you're hoping for 16 games almost combined out of Overshown and Matt Milano. Maybe 20 games combined. He's been super banged up. He's a good player when healthy, but he wasn't good this past year, and he's missed so much time. I was actually talking to some Bills people at the Combine, and they were like, yeah, Matt Milano's not coming back. They redid his deal because they know he's gone. He's, without saying it, they said he was washed. That's what it was. Which puts them in a very, very dicey standpoint of just what do they do now? It's not Matt Milano. If it's not anything, it's bad. It's bad. It's Okereke, Greenlaw, or guess we'll draft somebody. So we are doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle here on today's show with nothing notable of note outside of Bradley Chubb, the edge rusher to the Bills, on a 3-year, $43.5 million deal. It's a big deal for the Bills and Chubb, which would also, in theory, take them out of any hypothetical Maxx Crosby 2.0 pursuit, which kind of feel like that one is just dead. Wilson re-signed a couple days ago. Might not be official, but Eric Wilson a couple days ago got extended there.
What about either of the Rams middle linebackers and Nate Landman or Omar Spates?
They paid Landman, and I think they like Spates on the cheap. They did pay Nate Landman. Jerry probably likes that because it's Landman, and he was on that show. So, at what going down for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At least 25 more minutes on that front. We are also doing the $10 off in this next hour for everything on the Cowboys Report merchandise sale site. I'm going to give some updated shout-outs on that one if more people have gotten in on that front. Shout out to Curtis M. and Logan G. getting in on the merchandise sale. Everything on chatsports.com/Cowboys Report, which I'm going to double check. If it doesn't give you the page, hit refresh, and it will work for you, by the way. It sometimes does that when there's a lot of action going on at once. So, it's not the end of the world necessarily, but just hit refresh there. The link in the comments, by the way, will take you automatically to the Cowboys Report site there. So that's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Link in the live chat. $10 off everything on the site right now. We are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey. $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That's in the live chat as well. $10 off everything. T-shirt that I'm rocking right now, both in the navy, the black version, the royal blue, which I will not wear on air because I will kind of turn invisible. The Beers hat, it's a big time discount, black and the green in time for St. Patrick's Day. The Air Pickens T-shirt is available as well, along with the Married Into This gear. So that's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. Links in the live chat and just in the live chat it's in the description too, but in the live chat of today's show, $10 off everything. John Mechie, it's Carolina, by the way,
don't mind that.
on a 1-year deal. Jedrick Wills, who had retired for a year, is back on a 1-year deal with the Chicago Bears.
Interesting.
So another maybe go prove it, make the roster player for Chicago on the offensive line. So get to the LMFYYYY $20 super chat here in just a second. But that's all of the moves so far. The Rashawn Gary trade formally processed. Brian Gutenkais says, thanks for your service. The Packers side of it. All right, LMF. Get you some extra entries here. LMFYYYY. There you go. Did not get it right. There we go. I know we're trying to overpay players, but seeing these contracts from decent players, we wonder what the hell the Jones boys are doing. Please don't run it back with the Murray Sanborn convo. I will crash out. I would almost just not sign anybody as opposed to bringing back Murray and Sanborn. I get if you're trying to add talent in free agency, you have to adjust your expectations. You're gonna overpay in quotes for a reason. It's free agency. You don't control the player. You have to acknowledge you might overpay by $3 million to fix a need. That's not that bad. If you can scout properly. And if you don't think you can scout properly, you got bigger issues. So I get all of the concerns about not wanting to blow the budget, do something bad, whatever. I get that. Don't be dumb. You have to do stuff right. You have to do stuff right. You have to be aggressive. Otherwise, you're just doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. That's Dak Prescott lover 4. Jerry needs to call up okay. It's him and Greenlaw for me. Nobody else really moves the needle unless you can get lucky in a trade. That's it. Mark H. in to the raffle here as well. Happy to have you there, Mark. Got you in. Crosby would be a Haley move. Missing that one piece. We have too many holes. He's an ideal 4-3 defensive end, and a 3-4, you need huge D-line outside markers to cover at times. I will say, Maxx Crosby fits in a 3-4 defense. Like, he fits. He is a great 4-3 defensive end, but he can do 3-4 stuff too. Like, I'm not worried about that one. You want them to drop occasionally, but again, we're talking 30% of the time. 30% of the time is what you're going to be in those 5-man fronts, give or take, plus or minus a little bit. So Crosby fits. You can do more nickel if you want to. You can play more nickel packages. I would not be, if you got Crosby, just like Rashawn Gary or Hendrickson or whoever you wanted to go get, he fits. He is a scheme diverse player. I would not be worried at all about that one. Erich, when is your next mock draft? Potentially during Thursday's live show. If not, Sunday. We'll wait and see like what the overall outlook looks like, but at some point this week, we will do a full-on Cowboys mock draft, which right now is like corner, edge, linebacker, take your pick. It's pretty straightforward. I do kind of want to give the Sims some time to update because they're always behind, and they do weird stuff a bit too often there. Austin Carey, I'm hurt. They finished signing free agents onto the draft. I don't know if that's the case. Let me go back and look at last year's. Like they signed Dante Fowler. Let me pull that up here. Let me double check here. Which was their biggest signing last year. They signed Dante Fowler on Friday. That was a Friday signing in free agency. So they're not done yet. I would hope. They have the ability to go do more stuff if they really, truly wanted to. Will they? I don't know. I would like a linebacker, but the options are kind of thin right now. Eli, our linebackers never stay healthy since 2018. Yeah, I agree. Sean Lee, you good? Yeah, he was there. You were good. What were you working on over there? What you cooking over there? AP's cooking something, apparently. Okay. We'll get to it when we get to it. Yeah, Sean Lee, Jalen Smith, Overshown, you name it. They've all been super banged up, and it's been super annoying. So I feel no there. Thank you, Eli Aaron, for the super chat there. Again, we're doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle. The merchandise sale is ongoing as well. $10 off everything on the Chat Sports site. Is this your idea? Can you put trade idea as the title? Because I don't want to get people confused there. Where did you come up with this, by the way?
I was just looking at, like, linebackers in the league that could potentially be on the trade market. I don't even know that this guy could be out there. Let's just disclaim it with that. But I looked at his contract. His cap hit was only about $4 million. He's 27 years old. I like some of his flashes. He can play probably more of like an off-ball, but maybe your green dot guy. I don't know. Just a spitball for you guys.
I would be surprised if they moved him. Let's put it that way.
I would too.
Go ahead and segue it here. You could go ahead and introduce it here.
All right. Dayan Henley, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this guy. I think he flies around. It all started this past season in week 1 against Kansas City when he was flying all over the field, making all kinds of plays. I don't know that the Chargers would accept this. They would be the team, obviously, that would have the stopgap on this kind of deal. But you move back 10 slots and you give up your 4th-round pick in this year's draft to get Day and Henley. What do you guys think?
Chargers say no.
Chargers do say.
Chargers say no. Because then they'd be starting Troy friggin' Dye at linebacker. So I think they say no.
A lot of these guys not fans either. Not fans. That's okay. That's okay.
So
that's okay. Quincy Williams, seeing some asks about him.
He's a Brown.
Browns. Yeah.
Browns signed him. The linebacker options are gone. So this is AP's trade idea.
Yeah. My trade idea, not any kind of NFL insider or expert or whatever.
I think the Chargers say, nah, we don't want to trade away a linebacker for no picks, essentially. So. Jedrick Wills to the Bears on a 1-year deal. Details TBD, by the way. We'll wait and see what the outlook looks like on that front. Probably a heavy incentivized deal. With Ozzie Trapillo going to miss maybe the entire season. Torn patella tendon, by the way, which is not fun. Not fun. We got to Mark. What's up with the free agent left guard from Philadelphia? So you are referring to... Does he mean Mekhi Becton? Got cut? He might be referring to Mekhi Becton. Penning resigned. Becton got cut. But Dickerson, Juergens, and Steen are all under contract in Philadelphia. Johnson was a backup tackle. Becton was really good in Philadelphia with that fantastic coach. And then he was really bad in LA. So I don't think offensive line in general is a key priority. Maybe a draft pick. Oh, he meant linebacker. He meant linebacker. So I assume you mean Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean is a Raider. He is signing a deal has, I guess, agreed to a deal. I haven't seen it formally announced yet. Agreed to a deal with the Las Vegas Raiders, who thought they were not going to have Maxx Crosby and traded for Teron Johnson. Brought back Eric Stokes. Broke the center market with Linderbaum. Signed to Jalen Naylor, signed to Kwity Paye, signed to Kobe Dean, signed to Quay Walker, brought back Malcolm Kuntz, and now actually have Maxx Crosby too. So kind of a weird spot for Minnesota, but they have overhauled that defense. Dean, in the end, sounds like he wanted to reunite with both Quay Walker and Eric Stokes, his college buddies. Stokes was Georgia guy. Dean and Walker were both Georgia guys as well. So nothing yet out there for the Cowboys as we get to the 4:47 mark Eastern time. Yeah, we are doing $10 off. Yeah, that's why I was confused, because there was no free agent guard, but Becton had played previously with them. So I was trying to figure out who he meant. Linebacker, in the end, makes perfect sense there. $10 off everything on the Chat Sports site. Link is in the comment section and the description of today's show. Let me see if I can find a better image of the Air Pickens shirt. So stay tuned on that front. It's not working. I had it at one point. No, it's fine. It's just not working the way it used to. I'll deal with it later. Everything on the Chat Sports site is available. $10 off. Link in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's the full link is chatsports.com/shop, whatever. It's in the comments. Chatsports.com/Cowboys Report will redirect you to that site. If it doesn't load right away, hit refresh. It's just because there's a lot of action going on the site. So links to the comment section and the description of today's show. Bonus shout-outs for the recent purchasees. Logan G, Jacob H, and Damian H as well. Don't want to give the full names if you don't want it, but shout-outs to you guys for getting in on that one. Mark says, oops, he meant linebacker. Got you covered there. I'm going to get my phone plugged in here, too. Yep. We are awaiting anything else in what has been a quiet 50 minutes here across the NFL. Mark says, aloha, brother Tom. Right back at you. How's the family? Doing well. Theo sleeps okay relative to Olivia, who did not sleep well. Olivia does not sleep well. She just fights and doesn't ever really want to go down, and it kills me. She was up till 10:30 last night, Eastern time. That time zone change ended up meaning nothing. She's like, I'll just stay up an hour later now. It's horrible. It's just horrible there. So, links in the comments and the description for the $10 off Cowboys Report merchandise. Thank you all so much. All right, Darrell Baker to the Dolphins on a 1-year deal. I forget where he was previously. Titans. So Dolphins at I don't know, doesn't impact the draft standpoint side of things, whatever we want to call there. I don't know. It's fine. Name a linebacker you want to get. Like, realistic names only. If things stand the same for the next, half hour, we'll do a Fred Warner cut. Because so many guys have asked about him. I just don't think he's available. My concern here is that this team is just going to enter the we'll see what happens in the draft mindset with not enough assets to make that happen. It worries me. It really does. It worries me. Okereke and Greenlaw, Brooks, Allen. Someone said Luke Kuechly. Oh, how I wish. God, it's about football IQ right there, man. Luke Kuechly. Hall of Famer, baby. I have a tough time seeing Fred Warner actually available. It doesn't make sense for the 49ers. It does not. Does not. Chris Rodriguez, by the way, non-tendered by the Commanders. So, Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love, you are heading to our nation's capital. Kind of, sort of. Not close enough. Zach Taylor, a $2 super chat. Thoughts on Hassan Reddick? If you want a rotation piece at edge who's probably not going to be that expensive, also maybe has a lower ceiling point in his career, I'm down. If you had told me Sam Williams, Hassan Reddick at 1 year, 2.5, I'm like, give me Hassan Reddick. Easy peasy. And now they just picked Sam Williams, and I'm a little bit worried they're just not even going to pursue another low-end cost for him. It just doesn't. I kind of feel like they're out on that cheap buy low option. That's how I feel. I feel like they're out on it. So, which I don't love, because you could have just not done that, but whatever. It's fine.
Zach, your super chat is ammo for my group chat. A lot of Bengals fan friends, so you can imagine the caption was, Zach, you can't do scouting stuff on the Cowboys Report stream. You can't be asking those kinds of questions. You got to do that work yourself. Zach Taylor, come on. What are we doing?
Oh, I get it because it's Zach Taylor with the Bengals.
What are we
coach.
doing?
Okay, now I get it. I was
Zach Taylor,
like, what are you talking about?
You can't go to the Cowboys Report to ask scouting questions?
I was so confused. Titans signing Malik Herring. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Right.
That's been close. Surely we draft a linebacker, though. Right? Yes, but I need an edge and a nickel and a linebacker, and I got 2 top 100 picks. So you do the math. 2 is not equal to 3. I can't do it all unless I'm trying to thread the needle, to borrow the phrase from Jerry Jones, circumcise the mosquito to perfection, where I trade down, get a starter at nickel, get a starter at linebacker, and get a rotational edge rusher. How the hell do I make that happen? That is asking for a perfect draft. And in reality, you're just not going to get a perfect draft. It's asking for too much from this team. Zach Store 99. Half your chat keeps screaming trade Dak. Thoughts? LOL. If you were to trade Dak Prescott right now, because you already restructured his deal as you should have, you would lose $86 million in salary cap space. No, you're not doing that. To play who at quarterback, but by the way? You're going to trade a top 10 quarterback for not enough back? Play Joe Milton, Sam Howell quarterback battle? It's the quarterback of the Cowboys. There's always nonsense conversation. I don't know, that Bruce Redden guy. I think Billy was saying he was a drinky guy. It's just not realistic. And frankly, to be quite honest here, a lot of it is not bore out of like football conversation. A lot of it is like what he looks like. And you guys know what I mean by that. It's just like it's just frankly mean and not built out of any football operation. Like if you're power ranking the high football IQ guys, Dak is not the fastest, especially at this point in his career. He is not the most athletic. He is not the strongest arm. He wins on football IQ. Period. Mark Bosa. You add Bosa, I feel like you're okay at edge until like day 3, and then you can invest heavily on, off-ball linebacker and corner. I do think, by the way, they are salary cap compliant, but they've only formally announced one deal, which was the Rashawn Gary trade. So they do have to do other stuff. By the way, the Bills, I don't know what they're going to do to get salary cap compliant. They're not that close. Like, I don't know what the Bills are going to do. But again, it's all timing related, and if you add Gary, then restructure, then you're fine. You restructure Quinton at some point, or if it was reported, you're fine. So I'm not too worried at that point. The more we know, Dallas nothing yet because, damn, this is sad. Nothing new unless you want to count Tyrus Wheat this morning. That's it. It has been a very quiet day 3 for the Dallas Cowboys. I will say, by the way, 3 minutes left. We are sliding down the leaderboard here of the $10 off merchandise. By the way, I will make note of links in the comments here. Jonathan Mingo wasn't a re-signing. He took a pay cut. Mingo took a pay cut about $800K and change. I have not yet seen if they guaranteed his base salary or not yet, but Mingo did take a pay cut. So $10 off the Cowboys Report Shopify site on everything. Right now, we are 6th in sales. I think it'd be super cool if we checked in at number 1 here. That's links in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/Cowboys Report. F the Ravens t-shirts that we made today are extremely popular on Steelers Talk and the Raiders Report. Go figure. Vikings just dropped some new stuff. So they're on there. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Everything on the site, married into the sweater, the t-shirts, the Beers hats are all $10 off. It's closer to 35% off on the t-shirts here. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. Link is in that live chat. We've got about 2 minutes left. If you click it right now, should still automatically apply that discount. So go get yours today. 2026 cap number, by the way, for Jalen Thompson checks in at $4.74 million. That is actually less than what it was previously reported. So that also helps you kind of stay under. It's about $1 million less. That is weird. Why is that orange and I don't know why. That should be the pink color there. NJ Casanova, another $50 super chat. I didn't react because I'm like, it's orange. Like, it's just 20. I don't know why it's not giving you the pink coloring there. That's super weird. 3 more shots. We might be cooked, chat. So, 4 void years, by the way, on the Jalen Thompson deal. So they're going to pay him this year and take that 8.5 salary next year and restructure it. So that gets you really close to being fully cap compliant there. Cheers to you guys. 1 minute left-ish on the jersey sale, or on the merchandise sale. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. It's a lot of shots today, man. It's a lot of shots. How about you read off some of the super chats for me, bud?
Would love to. Shout out to Mark H. $5 super chat. I hope some team nabs our kicker. Given our offensive talent, we don't need a number 1 kicker. And number 2 would help this team big time. A 3 for Bass would be great too. Yeah. The tender talk that we've had about Brandon Aubrey and TJ Bass, it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, listen, these guys, yes, they've helped the Cowboys in many, many ways. If you're getting a second-round pick for either of those guys,
You do it.
you do it. And you don't even think twice. You don't bat an eye. Yes, Brandon Aubrey is the best kicker in the league without a shadow of a doubt. Yes, kickers are not really worth second-round picks. Both can be true, and that means you would take the pick guaranteed. Guaranteed. So, yeah, that'd be great. That would be awesome right now. You get the Cowboys back into the second round if a team would claim either one of those guys. Or the second-round tender, for Aubrey. Get a 3 for Bass would also be great, too. I completely agree, Mark. Completely agree.
Javon Hargrave heading to the Green Bay Packers, by the way. So update on that one there. Hold on. Hey, one more shot.
SS Dirk saying, any talk about trading for the Pittsburgh linebacker, Nick Herbig? We've talked about that plenty of times on the show.
I will say, I think that was all media fan-driven.
Yeah, the narrative has gotten really overblown with him, especially like the value that he's going for right now. I'm seeing like first-round picks and stuff. I don't know, Tom.
I think this was he's so underrated, he's overrated type of guy. He's an edge rusher, by the way. I would feel good about your edge rusher room. I think in the end, this was a media-driven thing. Like the Minka Fitzpatrick was not media-driven. They traded him. It happened. Herbig, I think, was much more like, well, what if scenario, as opposed to Steelers getting viable, realistic calls in general. So, Brady Pomeroy, a $5 super chat. 2 more entries into that here. Thank you, Brady. Part of me had some hope. I forgot a safety, but it's the same old Jerry. Nothing will change. If you had a linebacker to pair with the safety, wouldn't we all feel pretty good? Like, wouldn't we feel like, okay, we're set? Like that gives you hope, like real, actual hope. But as it sits right now, you need an edge, a linebacker, and a nickel, and it's just not. It's not good enough. It's just not. Mark again. This is super funny, by the way, and I love it. Mingo should pay us to keep playing. He's a joke. Which has he was number 2 for a kicker or guard. Getting 2 2s would be insane with our 2 1s. I think no chance on TJ Bass. He's not worth a second. I think that they picked Bass over Hoffman. Didn't want to lose him. That's fine. I would be almost as surprised if a team gave a contract that you would not match on Brandon Aubrey, and you got a second-round pick back. That's just like, that's so much for a kicker. I don't think anybody's going to pay that, in which case, fine. You can ride with the things you have and be okay. So I'm not too worried about it in the end. All right, Brendan is into that there. Make sure I spell it right here. There we go. If they bring back Clowney, how many more edges do they need? They better get corners to cover Neighbors and Tate, Smith and Brown. I don't think the Giants will take Tate. But it might be McLean or McLaurin and Tate, by the way. I think I think they will draft a corner in some capacity or a DB in round 1. I think that one's going to happen. If they brought back Clowney, which I don't think they're going to as we sit right now, who knows how things changes. They're fine of like impact edges. Maybe they draft somebody on mid to late day 3, like outside of the 4th round, for example. But I think they need one more guy. They need one more edge. And if they don't get that edge, they have to get it in the draft and a linebacker and a nickel. And I've got 2 top 100 picks. So the math ain't math in there. And they're in a pretty bad spot of like, how do we make this work? Like you force yourself to have to trade down. But what if there's somebody good you want? You're going to trade down. It gets so ugly. So quick. It's not a fun spot to be. And this is not what you want. It's not the spot you want to be in right now. Appreciate everyone who got in on the Cowboys Report item sale. Cheers to you guys. We narrowly finished in 6th. That's not that bad. Appreciate you guys on that front. I hope you got it on the sale. Other news that has happened here on to the last hour or so. Andrew Wingard, the Jag safety, heading to Arizona, 1-year, $3 million deal there. I mentioned Javon Hargrave headed to the from the Minnesota Vikings to the Green Bay Packers. Let's see. Corey Levin to the Falcons. Eric DaCosta says they began talks with Trey Hendrickson after they lost Tyler Linderbaum in free agency, and they wanted to add Hendrickson and Crosby. I don't know about that one. Eric DaCosta says they began talks with Trey Hendrickson when they lost Linderbaum, and they wanted to add Hendrickson and a Crosby. I don't know about that one, man. I don't know about that one. That one seems highly suspect. That's like, well, we can prove that we talked with him previously, so we have to come up with an excuse. I don't know about that one, man. That's super suspect.
Not buying it.
I mean, they could do it, but
not buying it.
Are you really going to pay $30 million in cash to Hendrickson and $30 million in cash to Crosby when you spend a second pick on Mike Green? Press X to doubt in the chat. That one is. I don't believe that one, man. I don't believe that one. I don't believe that. I don't know. Don't eat my burrito. I wonder what Jerry's next year all-in saying is. Gotta win. How about that? Gotta win. Now or never.
Maybe just win.
That's the Raiders saying. I like it, though. I don't know. Man, you're telling me that you began Hendrickson negotiations?
So are they trying to like cover up the breadcrumb trail of like they're like accepting the fact that yes, we a little bit halfway got cold feet, but we actually didn't back channel the Hendrickson deal because we've been talking about it. Is that the kind of angle they're going for, or am I misunderstanding?
Jane also reports, per her and Mike Garafolo, that at one point yesterday, the Ravens tried to renegotiate the trade, but they never got off the ground because other medical info led them to pull out of the trade completely.
What the?
This is profoundly suspect by the Baltimore Ravens. This is super sus. Super sus. I'm not buying this one. I'm not buying it. That's now. Maybe the medical info emerged. Both can be true, but this is extremely suspect out of Baltimore. Extremely suspect. I don't know. Not sure I'm buying this one. Just not sure I'm buying it. So, GH24, get your entries in there. Go. I feel they use Leofau as pass rusher. They have moved Leofau to outside linebacker. But that is a new position for him. He has never been an edge rusher. He's never done it before. He's done some blitzing at off-ball linebacker. He's done some Sam stuff before. But I'm not convinced Leofau is going to have an emergent year as an edge rusher. That's almost like, let's find a spot for him because I don't know what his role is going to be. I think he has to earn a roster spot. I hope he does. Don't get me wrong. I hope he does. But I don't think they are truly assuming that's our number 3 edge. And if they are, dangerous. Dangerous. NJ Casanova, could Josh Butler play nickel? I think in general, we've probably overrated the Josh Butler impact just over the course of his career. In his handful of snaps defensively, he's played 186. First person to get it right, I'll give some love to here. How many nickel corner snaps do you think Josh Butler has played in his NFL career? AP says 12, and I will say he is not right. I am willing to expand to NFL and college snaps. Let's just do NFL and college snaps at the nickel corner spot. Not counting box or defensive line, just pure nickel corner snaps. 67 is the closest in college and the NFL. 67 is closest, but you are under by a little bit. 72 was his college snaps at nickel corner. You're close. So it's above 72. 74 is closer from Jacob. 78 from the wise H.J. Dub is the answer. He's not a nickel. He's an outside guy. He's not helping you at nickel. I think Bland could do it. I think you could have one of your safeties do it, Locke or more likely Thompson. But I think Butler's an outside guy. It's just not viable. By the way, Chris Rodriguez Jr. heading to the Jags after being non-tendered by the Commanders, which I think that's a Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Love spot for me. One of those two picks. Love's there. He's the pick. If not, they're taking Tate, I suspect. I think they're going to go offensive player here. So, congrats to the wise H.J. Dub. All right, let's do any other super chats or stuff here. Are we caught up or what? Okay. I think we are caught up on the Venmo 50/50 raffle side. So let's punch that here. Take home is 70. You guys can vote if there will be any more signings. I've seen no other transactions by Dallas. So we'll wait and see on that one. They are cap compliant because they haven't processed anything yet, signing-wise. They don't have to do anything else if they really wanted to. It's just kind of a weird timing here. Will Dallas make any more signings? Y for yes, and for no. People asking about the yacht. Let me pull up where the yacht is. Yacht is still docked in Palm Beach. It's been there for over a month. What's up, AP? You're good. You're good. Yeah, Dallas. Yeah, they're good. Wi-Fi issues for other people, but not us. Venmo 50/50 raffle coming up here. Take home is 80. final call on the mini helmet raffle entry. You got 874 entries on that front. The idea that Eric DeCosta began talks with Hendrickson after they lost Linderbaum, I have a very tough time believing that. A very tough time. Like, I'm not buying that. I'm not. I refuse. That does not track logically for me. Does not. Especially on the heels of, I don't. Press X to doubt. That's my mindset. Does Dallas make any more signings? Y for yes, N for no. They did sign Sam Howell last night. Who's excited? Exactly. All right, AP wants to run it back with the Minecraft race here. Do something different for the next one. We'll
do.
This is for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Take home is 80. Let's ride. Sip my water here.
Who is that? Bowser up at the top? We got Bowser, Flash.
The Flash, regular, Batman.
That's Homer Simpson, Tom.
Are you sure it's not regular?
Oh, I am positive.
You know what? You would know more than me. Homer, Batman, Perry the Platypus, Toy Story Alien Duck, Luigi, and Spider-Man. Bang. So that's the race here.
You gotta love it. Maybe we bring back the brain rot for the next one.
Do not bring back the brain rot. I'll be honest. There's no way that's Homer. The shirt's wrong. He wears a white shirt.
He's wearing a white shirt.
That's navy. That's teal.
Oh, come on. Are we gonna really argue the pixelations?
I'm gonna argue colors. Yes.
Look at the weird dots on the side of his head. What yellow person do you know has weird black dots?
They literally all have that
on his head. No, but not in that pattern though.
I hope Homer or regular does not win. Shane Bowser wins. There we go.
Wow.
$80 coming your way. Bang. Mitch just tweeted out, Eric DeCosta's breath smells like farts with all the BS coming out of his mouth right now.
It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Shane, $80 coming your way, my friend. Cheers to you. Bang. Shane comes out on top. Mini helmet raffle, and then we'll have a after live VOD for you guys here in about, a half hour on that front. So stay tuned there. Nothing else of note. Across the NFL, frankly. They might be done, and that kind of worries me. I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea of them being done. It's not fun. So, no real updates on the Eric DeCosta of I understand the conspiracies, but I have a responsibility to the Ravens. Did they just get cold feet? I kind of feel like they did. Maybe it was both. Cold feet and medical. I don't know. All right. What is this race, AP?
Anybody hungry?
Food race?
It's dinner time.
All right. Food race. Let's do it. Different races. It's fun.
A hot dog out in front. We got the American Frank out in front.
It's just a hot dog.
No, it's an American Frank.
What do we call them? Freedom fries too? That cherry pie down there, cupcake, pizza, burger.
I'm telling you, if you weren't hungry, you will be
Sushi's in there, too. I like it. Chinese food there from Cole West. I assume it's Chinese food.
No discrimination. We love all kinds of foods.
Is Dustin Bass a fruit basket?
I think it is.
That's what it looks like to me.
A little healthy balance.
Philip Barnett's a sandwich. Pancakes from NJ Casanova. Popcorn is in there, too.
Jared says, pizza go.
Let's see who comes out on top. 7 seconds left. Hot dog from Matthew Gates holding to a lead. Is he going to pull a hammy? Matthew Gates comes out on top. So, Matthew, email me, tom@chatsports.com for your mini helmet. By the way, I am still awaiting emails from Brendan Edwards, Good Jackson, and Marshall Perry for various wins over the past since the end of the season. Hit me up on email, tom@chatsports.com, and we'll get you hooked up on that one. We will sign off here and do another we'll talk Fred Warner in depth for you guys because I know everyone's asking about it. I don't know. I have a tough time seeing it there. Cowboys not doing anything else today. Tyrus Wheat's back on a 1-year deal. Haven't seen contractual details for Sam Howell or in-depth details for P.J. Locke or Otito Abonia. Rashawn Gary trade formally announced as well. Free Cowboys videos each and every single day right here on the channel. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We'll have an Osa Odighizuwa trade update for you. Seems like not a lot going on that front, which maybe is good, maybe it's not. More videos to come. We'll be back live again tomorrow, by the way. Hit that sub button so you do not miss out.